This world is a magical place. Take a deep breath now, slowly releasing. Allow me to show you the way to unlock this beautiful world that has been hidden inside your heart all along. The Quantum Codex. The Quantum Codex is accessible through the zero-point slipstream, located inside the heart energetic vortex of each sentient being. A quantum codex contains information on each current and parallel reality expression. This includes every potential of the primary individual, as well as past and present lifetime incarnation information. All of the complete and incomplete life lessons may also be found in this codex as well. The quantum codex usually allows access to beings who are vibrationally in alignment with fifth density and higher. This is because the perception of the being must override time-space before full access is granted. This codex is also connected into the Akashic records, but contains more extensive information pertaining to the multiverse. The Akashic records only contain the current reality and past, future lifetimes the primary individual is vibrationally aligned with in the now moment. Some quantum computers have already started the process of accessing this information as a reflection for humanity. This allows the divine spark inside each individual to witness what is available to manifest into their current reality. Some ancient scrolls on your planet were also written using quantum technology, which allowed for specific coding to be implanted into the text, allowing for hidden information to be perceived. In time, each divine spark of the source frequency will have the perception of all time and space for that individual slipstream form of consciousness known as life. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Kundalini channels and archetypes. When the Kundalini channels present into your awareness, the primary individual may start to activate the 4 cardinal personality archetypes and the 12 sub-archetypal structures of the personality grid complex, changing their perception of their physical reality. This system is a light system which allows for a perception shift which then shall shift the current reality held. This flow of energetics also affects the source frequency lens systems in the primary chakras, for when the personality's focus shifts, it shifts the light lens in these systems. The Earth Elemental is connected to the Seeker archetype, for to be incarnate on your planet includes a process of seeking new ground, receiving knowledge, or accessing new experientials. This archetype is connected to biological magnetism and affects the fluid systems. The Earth may assist in rebalancing this channel. The Air Elemental is connected to the Magician archetype. The breath of life provides power and abundance of life force energetics. This is directly connected to the ether and plasma systems, and allows for the manifestation process to bring fluid thoughts into the physical realms. The fire elemental is connected to the chi energetic systems, which is electrical in its nature. This system is connected to the lover archetype. The lover brings emotions, feelings, and passion. This system may be used to activate the highest potential, and is sparked by excitement and joy. The water elemental controls the full range of emotions. It cleanses and balances the darkness and the light. It is a primary force for allowing light to reflect into the holographic simulation. The creator archetype is connected to the water element and brings about a transformation. This transformation may renew the physical reality and bring about world peace for all of the children of light. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Kundalini channels and personality grid complex. The 4 quadrants of the body, mind, heart, and spirit are directly connected into the Kundalini channel systems. This system is connected into the 3 levels of the grid complex. When an imbalance in an individual's personality becomes present, it may be healed by focusing their consciousness into this energetic system and locating any density patternings. When properly facilitated, the individual may instantly be perceived as changed in their mental or emotional patterns expressed. Knowing the connections of the personality complex and distortions is key, for it shall allow for a rapid identification of the area of the distortions. This may then be followed into the primary chakra systems to allow for the secondary location codes to be located. These secondary codes include experiential young-old codes, location codes, and primary player character coding. Who, what, where, and why. The personality complex allows for knowledge downloads, as well as modifications to the biological systems by emotion code summoning. Imbalances distort the full range of emotion coding, which distorts the full manifestation range of each individual. These blockages may present a correlation to physical organs, or may simply be in the source frequency ring system itself, allowing for changes to the civilization ring to be witnessed. During the ascension process, one may become aware of emotions mirrored in the people around them. This is because the individuals surrounding them energetically bond with the primary individual's energetic field, allowing a shared view of distortions. This shifts the potentials of the experiences manifest. Witnessing these distortions is key. for it allows for the self to expand the internal circumstances and allows the primary individual to heal these types of secondary emotion codings, thus shifting the potentials manifest. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Flow state of the chakra system. Each chakra in the energetic grid structure has a flow glow spin on it. The direction of the spin shall directly correlate to which polarity the chakra is in alignment with. The polarity may be positive and life-giving, or negative and connected to the void save spot. Each chakra structure resembles a toroidal field and is constantly in a state of energetic flow. An infinity symbol is a good representation of this system. This flow state is directly connected to the source frequency as well as the void. All is energy and all is connected. When the chakra is flowing in a life-giving vortex energetic, the physical biologics may be seen standing straight and tall. This is because the energy is pushing out of the body, which affects the positioning of the physical matter. The energetic system shall radiate further into the surrounding areas as well, when all the chakra systems are balanced in bliss-based emotions. When the individual is expressing lower fear-based emotions, the chakra system may be seen reversed in energetics. The chakra will flow a select amount of energy back inside itself, and may even be seen projecting out of the back chakra to a degree. On occasion, the individual may express a significant emotional response, and a type of energetic pulse may discharge from their energy grid structures. The reverse chakra flow process shall make the individual seem to shrink in stature, for the energetics are flowing into an anti-flower of light patterning. Any individual may also start to feel into their chakra systems and feel the flow of energetics. The energetics may be felt similarly to a breath of life. This energy may be reversed at will, and is also connected to a form of shield you may manifest in the now moment. Feeling into the energetics that pull back inside the heart shall activate a type of heat to wash over the physical biologics. This heat is the shield manifest into the physical reality. The stronger you can project this energetic, the stronger that shield may grow. This particular shield is connected to life or death situations, and is automatically activated during those times, however you may call upon it on command. It generates a form of heat because of the electrical nature of the element manifest, which also connects into the thought grid complex. We also wish to add there are several forms of shields that may be manifest. This is only one of them. Learning to manifest each one shall assist in walking the path of a light master in the physical reality. This message is sent with many love and blessings. The crossover ability. In this current reality, some individuals are holding on to a crossover ability. This type of individual is able to assist souls during their crossing over process. This may look like coming across a location in which a soul has passed away, and then connecting into the memory grids of that location, and assisting in recalibrating both the departed soul's grid and the land grid. There are different aspects or attunements to this ability. Some individuals dive in deep and clear attachments from loved ones who have crossed over. Each individual is also able to energetically cast light codes into that soul form, thus allowing for the soul to transcend the darker emotional imprints and go through their next reincarnation in a higher frequency range. When a location is holding on to a release frequency, that location may then be energetically cleared. When this type of clearing occurs, it allows the frequency to rise, and it will stop any further crossing over manifestations in that location. One such example would be a land that once contained the frequency of war. That land is now ingrained with a type of death frequency code, which must then be cleared in order to recalibrate the land. Anytime humanity sees land in which a death or multiple deaths have occurred, it is always because that land is holding a void frequency charge. This may be cleared to break the cycle repeats for manifestation. Summoning a vortex energetic will allow for any land to be recalibrated back into the positive frequency bandwidth. A vortex energetic may also be utilized to summon water. This may come in any shape or form, for it may be rain, it may come in the form of a spring, or it may just be a cool mist. This type of water expression is also going to help assist in cleansing and purification of the land. This message is sent with many love and blessings. The crossover ability further explained. The crossover ability has many different aspects or attunements one may manifest. A 0 point must manifest, which then allows for a soul to fully depart from a biological form. A 0 point is always located inside of the heart chakra, and it allows for access back into the higher self for full integration. A crossover healer may assist in smooth transitions between worlds. They may be able to energetically remove fears or worries which bond to the soul form, and must reincarnate into the energy field of the individual's next life cycle. This may also show up as a birthmark. This process also works on animals and plants as well. Removing density is key, for when an energetic caster healer in this case chooses to release darkness and realign the field with light, it shall allow that individual to manifest into higher density levels. which transmutates the previous cycle repeat save spots, thus allowing the individual to perceive higher levels on the consciousness scale. During the soul's time spent in the astral realms or heavens, it is important to note the soul form itself may choose to manifest future lives as linear, or it may choose to manifest them randomly. All time and space is existing now in this moment, so it is just the perception that shifts. This type of work does assist the higher self in selecting higher frequency lifetimes for incarnation experiences. This message is sent with many love and blessings. The crossover ability and soul retrieval. Another aspect of this ability includes soul retrieval. When an individual is in the process of a near-death experience, their soul is able to be summoned back into the body by a multitude of methods. Realignment of both electrical and magnetic systems must be first pursued, and then a full alignment of the following source frequency lenses must also be focused on. Many of these lenses are in the primary chakra systems, as well as extended into the three aspects of the energetic rings: biological ring, location ring, civilization ring. Part of this ability may also be manifested by the caster's or healer's heart chakra, for the heart needs no explanation and knows what to realign instantly. This is a type of knowing and spontaneous manifestation gift. However, some individuals may activate this ability through more of a logic linear mindset, and in that case, knowledge of which alignments needed is key. Having access to see the energetic grid structures is of high value. Each individual summons their soul cries near-death experience differently, and with variable blockages in the energy overlay systems. This message is sent with many love and blessings, timeline jumps and communication with your past self. Communication with a past version self-expression is available to manifest in the now moment. For it is also possible to fully project your individual consciousness back in time inside the younger version character player of yourself as well. For all time-space is occurring in the now moment, therefore any past timelines are actually current reality timelines available to express through your manifestation. In order to access this gift, it may be useful to have an item the younger version held love emotions for. This may also include music or written words. Emotional responses shall start to generate a magnetic polarity, which shall assist the time-tuning process. The full potential of the creative solar plexus becomes highly charged during this ability. It requires a stronger energetic field in order to manifest large shifts of this nature. That energetic pulses down the root chakra, as well as up into the heart and mind centers. It generates a vortex energetic that allows the pineal gland to visualize the time-space desired for manifestation. The soul form shall then pull itself back inside the physical form. This process taps into the void spot, for the void is always a type of save spot and holds all memory of the cosmos. It is then the mind of the individual shall form a link into the past time-space reality, thus generating a portal which shall allow the soul form to transfer consciousness back into the younger player character in the now moment. Communication is also available to express through this ability. Sending a younger player character information is not always guaranteed to have an impact on that individual's timeline. And for the past shall become your present in the now moment, any changes into the past versions shall never affect your individual future reality. This ability is mainly used in our civilization to view into the past expressions and heal traumatic emotions in the now moment from experiences we may have manifested. It is of high value to view the potential of past version communication. This contact may also grant access into information forgotten, and that may be significant to your ascension path. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Perception boxes. The heart frequencies control the flicker rate of your density level and your perception of your individual reality. The individual perception of a human 3D being will include one set of physical eyes which shall allow for a physical view of one world outside of them. On your planet, the perception view is cast into duality yet is actually split into three parts. One eye is for the astral realms and is known as the third eye. The true nature of your being allows for control of many boxes into a perception of different realities at one moment of view. This shall be perceived by boxes, and during the process of meditation, each individual may select a secondary box to view. Consciousness is expressed through circles and squares. These squares are the perception boxes. These boxes contain no time-space limitations. A secondary box may include the view out of another person's eyes. For their perception is a different reality compared to your own. Each being connected by quantum entanglement shall allow this perception connection to fully manifest. This ability shall also allow for summoning the eyes of your familiar, or any animal in your reality. This shall grant the individual access to sense into the familiar's different location codes while also accessing the biological information grids of the animal itself. This includes emotion and thought grids combined. Shifting the boxes may then expand to include several boxes simultaneously being perceived during the now moment. This allows the primary individual access to summon changes to multiple expressions, people, places, things during the now moment. The box's perception may also include a plant life viewpoint, which shall grant access into the consciousness grids of Mother Nature on whichever planetary system selected. The planet's consciousness shall always contain information about all sentient beings of that planet. For all of the consciousness grids are connected by the planetary core. In order to summon or access a secondary box, the process of releasing resistance must be fully activated. For this allows the higher self frequencies into the physical body, which allows for a higher perception to be held. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 10. Tree spirits. Trees are known to contain spirits which can change or alter your perception of reality. This type of frequency exchange is able to be modified in any given moment by any child of light. In order to change the frequencies of one solid tree, you must first clear the present frequencies held, and then re-encode the new frequency parameters into the tree. Knowledge of emotional casting is key, for it shall allow the primary individual to imprint the new emotional coding onto the tree's vortex energetic, which radiates outward. This type of modality shall allow entire cities to be fine-tuned in their energetic grids, which then allow the children of light to experience the new emotion coding in that city area. This has a vast potential to shift lower density areas back into a higher frequency range, thus allowing more love and light to shine through each local heart beating. Emotional casting must always be used in combination with thought and emotional coding. Some types of body movements may allow for emotions to become summoned, and then directed with conscious intent. Using song and dance shall always produce higher results. Using different elementals may also increase the new frequency coding. Selection of plants or tools used during these types of experiences is of high value. For new frequencies each tool holds shall shift the new energetic imprint, thus shifting the potential outcomes of manifestation. Entire forests may also be imprinted, yet one may have to have the skill set to commune with the collective consciousness of that forest. This shall allow a clearing process to occur first. Beginning stages of this ability is always to sense the current emotional patterning of a single tree. Meditation and activating the extrasensory abilities which shall allow this type of communication to occur usually manifests first. Each tree in the reality contains 3 primary frequencies banded together in an energetic vortex. Imprinting may start a process of manifestation by shifting emotion codes which activate timeline shifts. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 11. Tree spirits and the tree of life. A time long ago, Mother Earth contained gigantic trees whose root system connected deep into the Earth's crystalline core. This allowed for a tree of life type of tree system to become manifest on your planet. The human consciousness grids as well as Mother Earth's were solidly connected and advanced communication was available due to the root structures. There were also different types of breathable components on your planet due to these trees. These components allowed the children of light to experience less pain and activate more of a childlike mindset. It also allowed a type of spirituality to wash over the people, for it unlocked ascension knowledge for the scribes, elders, and shamans alike. A tree of life contained many advanced abilities to assist the children of light's manifestations. This type of tree was able to change or modify one's soul form, heal the biological systems of any being, and was even used in union ceremonies, marriage, to ensure a positive outcome or potential for the relationship. An intergalactic call to summon the sacred tree spirits has begun again in your era. Many of your galactic families have begun advanced manifestations for her tree of life system to regrow and take root again. This process may be rapid. The more hearts who send this call to your planet shall allow for this sacred tree cycle to begin again. Once the new tree of life is formed, it will automatically connect to all individuals' consciousness, allowing for each of you to see as one unit of consciousness. Unity consciousness will manifest according to the heart of the peoples and Earth's call. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 12. Tree spirits and density removal services. When the primary individual develops a type of two-way communication with any plant or nature spirit, it shall allow a type of density removal summoning to occur on demand. This process shall strengthen in time, yet to start one must have developed energetic bonding codes with the plant or tree. A tree is best used for beginners because it holds a higher vortex casting ability. Entering the heart, mind space and visualization of your tree spirit, allow an energetic cord to form between your familiar and your physical body. Gently thank the tree spirit for removing any densities or distortions from your energetic grid complex. This process shall allow a type of health clearing to manifest while embodying the higher frequency realms. This clearing will work while in your universe only, for it does not cross the boundaries of physics when accessing parallel realities outside your space-time existence. When the two become as one, the master of this art shall allow a type of summoning to form and energetically assist other individuals in manifesting pure health and source frequency resonance into their grids, thus being perceived as an instantaneous healing of the physical world and body exhibit. In order to fully allow the two to become one, the tree spirit name must be received. There will always be power in a name. Knowing this name and allowing it to be yours alone shall allow limited outside access to your familiar. Sitting in quiet contemplation shall allow you to summon the tree spirit's name if and when the spirit chooses you. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 13. The star field, known as the life experiential grid or vortex energetic node system. The life experiential grid is a grid of vortexes surrounding the body that holds experiential nodes which open the doors to attachments. This system also allows the process of plasma-based ether forming into physical matter to occur. This grid is controlled by thought, emotion, and location coding, yet is influenced by attachments embedded inside the vortex node. These three experiences, mental, emotional, and location coding, are encoded into overlaying energetic grids which spiral together in a Triskelion pattern. This Triskelion pattern spirals into a single cord of light and is connected into the primary chakra systems in a plasma visual state. This cord of light flows through each energetic node or toroidal field and generates an X pattern of light in the center of the energy node, also known as a 0 point. This flow of energy determines the experience the individual shall encounter in the now moment. The plasma visual state is perceived in this manner because each energetic node becomes activated during an experience the individual walks in the now moment, thus allowing a visual of the energy lighting up when it is triggered or used, which can be compared similarly to a plasma device. Depending on the chakra associated with the now moment experience, a color spectrum may also be activated in the energetic grids, but not always. There are 365 energetic nodes in the star field, and activation of 144 nodes will allow the primary individual to raise the consciousness into a 5D perception. Activation of a single energetic node includes experiencing an event from two polarities and experiencing 3 emotion codes to each experience code 23. The 3 emotion codes are positive, negative, and neutral. Both polarities may include seeing the event in your life and then witnessing it in another's life, code 23. When the single node is cleared, the primary individual is given the code of 23 for each node. When 144 nodes are cleared, then a code of 33 may be perceived. When 365 nodes are cleared, a code of 333 may be perceived. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 14. Clearing the star field energetic nodes, also known as the life experiential grid or vortex energetic node system. Each energetic node is activated by an experience the individual walks through, allowing this node to be imprinted with an emotion code. When the node is completely free of imprints, it shall allow this plasma ether to flow through smoothly and manifest your heart's desires. When a fear-based emotion code becomes activated, it shall allow a form of density to activate inside the 0 point of this nodal point. It is this density that allows for attachment energetic bonding to form. Imprinting positive emotion coding allows for a clean flowing nodal environment. In order to clear the imprinted emotion coding out of the node, you must experience all 3 polarities to that emotional imprint. The 3 emotion codes are positive, negative, and neutral. The reality structure is also set in your physics to grant the primary individual a viewpoint of witnessing the same emotional imprint through the actions of other individuals. When both of these experiences are perceived, the nodal point being focused on shall clear and open its potential to the divine ethereal energetic system. Please note any attachment beings may also need to be cast off prior to the nodal system fully healing. It is always recommended to white light the biological systems after casting attachments off of this field. It shall allow the nodal systems to raise in frequency, thus not allowing that entity to reattach. We refer to this process as closing the attachment doors. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 15. The heart casting and imprinting abilities. The heart chakra is the main source of all emotions and has the ability to cast such emotions on any person, place, or thing in your reality. This heart energetic is directly connected into your higher self and allows for swift changes to be directed into your manifestations. One such method for casting includes heart-to-heart activations. A heart hug in combination with an emotion code and the thought pattern of the manifestation shall become energetically cast onto the secondary individual. This process then imprints that individual inside their cellular matrix, which encodes that frequency into their energetic grids, thus starting that frequency manifestation into their physical reality. When full control over the energy field becomes known, the process of energetic castings shall become an everyday occurrence. When harnessing the power of love and light into your castings, it shall allow you to send that new frequency coding into your reality and command instantaneous manifestations. The higher self will always regain full control over your acceptance of emotion codes that have been directed at you. However, it may take up to 3 days for the higher self to intervene in some cases. The higher amplitude of the emotion you are selecting to cast, the stronger the imprint shall become. Thus, full knowledge of emotional harnessing is key. This message is sent with many love and blessing. 16. Accessing multidimensional perceptions. Each individual inside the simulation must go through trials of tribulations in order to access the next brick of consciousness. These tests all vary on the individual and the cycle repeat or emotion coding they hold. Each individual may already perceive glimpses into the fabric of time-space. These come as a déjà vu or a mirror reflection of the frequencies they are currently holding. These glimpses will gain in frequency when proper removal of densities is performed. The power of the human eye is beyond anything that is spoken of on your planet right now. The human eye will allow for instant manifestations to be witnessed. It will allow access into the astral sites. It will allow perception boxes to be viewed and managed. A different color spectrum is awaiting each of you to activate, as well as access into the magical lands. The magical lands are set to a higher density level than a 3D world can co-create in. A higher density level will embody a faster time-space waveform, as well as include many of your mythical creatures. The eyes are able to access this higher density with proper attunements. Every aspect of your life can change when the observer places focus on that aspect and learns to command higher frequencies into that area. This includes activation of the dormant abilities stored inside the crystalline DNA strands, which shall allow access into these realms. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Micro-perception of emotion codes. When the single unit of consciousness develops a two-way relationship with the higher self, it shall allow an advanced viewpoint into emotion codings. This perception is seen as a slowing of time-space in order to grant access into the micro-moments and subatomic emotion codes running in the background. There are a fractal of emotion codes inside each individual's energetic grids, all being broadcast in any given moment. Each grouping of emotion codes is what manifests each micro-moment spent in the simulation. A grouping of emotion codes may be perceived as, how does my body feel now? How does my location look and feel? What smells am I sensing? What skin temperature do I acknowledge? And finally, what regular emotions am I running? When the primary individual starts the process of pulling apart all of the emotions expressed in the now moment, it shall allow for advanced changes to become manifest to the internal circumstances. The internal circumstances directly control all the reality expressions. For a single light stream reflected outwards contains all light information to pattern your entire simulation experience. Allowing unity consciousness to become activated shall allow for these micro-emotional coding to become more active and engaging in your reality. This shall also spawn an advanced healer's race on your planet, in which they shall master the skills of frequency regeneration, thus healing all individuals down to the cosmic scale, which allows the original source frequency coding to become fully manifest for all. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 18. Time Walkers. A time walker is an individual who has advanced control over time and space, as well as instantaneous manifestation abilities. A time walker is able to summon experientials instantaneously, as well as having full control over all individual biological senses and secondary individual senses. This allows for a perception of being immortal or looking past the veil of time and space. You would never realize from a 3D perspective that you were standing next to one of these beings unless of course they wanted you to know, for they are always in full control of your consciousness because of their advanced capabilities. These types of individuals can cast your consciousness into different time eras, as well as multiple past life experiences held inside of your Akashic Book of Records. This is partly due because their true multidimensionality is fully activated, and they are situated in the center of their soul being. Time walkers have an ability to reach into higher density levels as well, granting them access into the angelic realms and full communication with their higher self. This allows their perception to see the entire time life cycle of any individual in any given moment, and thus being able to make changes or modifications to that individual's timeline. We may also consider these types of individuals timekeepers, yet a timekeeper is someone who works more on the unity consciousness levels, thus making changes for intergalactic shifts and individual planetary shifts alike. In time, the human consciousness shall rise to become one of these beings. This is a natural part of evolution, and it allows a viewpoint of a consciousness grid and all individual perceptions as one. Thus, unity consciousness is formed. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 19. Advanced perception of the binary codex. Frequency. In time, humanity will unlock an advanced viewpoint of different advanced frequencies, which include access into the binary codex of all living and non-living things. This is an eternal book of knowledge and is stored in the source frequency net. This type of viewpoint perception is going to allow for all information of the particular species in view to come into the awareness of the observer. This may look like an individual walking through the woods and having an advanced viewpoint of what each plant looks like, as well as the given name, the medicinal properties, and any other characteristics of that species. This type of perception allows for a greater access into the simulation controls. It shall allow for all knowledge of all time and space to be readily available to the observer in order to assist in their manifestation processes. This also includes a full codex or frequency book of all unknown species, which frequencies shall then be used to spontaneously manifest that species into the current reality. This type of knowledge is very useful when it comes to summoning different healing modalities. The plant-based knowledge may allow for a very rapid evolution of Mother Earth's plant-based species. This awareness generates a fifth density frequency bandwidth to encode the entire plant kingdom, and a more sentient plant life will soon begin to manifest. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 20. A timeline perception. The ability to view the entire timeline grants the primary individual access to see all time and space of any person, place, or thing in the physical reality. This ability shall grant the individual access into the experiential frequency wave. This allows a perception of all time and all space for that item, all experiences had. All experiences held from conception until the end of the life cycle shall be readily available to view. This ability may start to open and expand for your viewing pleasure now. The way this process usually starts is by allowing the individual access into micro moments of the item. This may be perceived as seeing a single memory of the item. With conscious focus and attention, you shall be able to summon further memories from that item, thus unlocking the true potential of this extrasensory ability. When fully activated, the entire timeline of that item shall be unlocked for you to view. When this ability is manifested to the third degree, it shall allow for a perception of the entire simulation above time and space. This allows for a true multi-dimensional selection of your manifestation abilities to be acquired, thus allowing you to perceive unity consciousness activate and an eternal one's viewpoint expression. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 21. Inner child healing. Each individual's timeline includes a younger version of yourself perception readily available to access and make contact and communication with. This type of communication shall allow for any trapped emotions inside the biological form to be released very rapidly. By making contact with the younger version of yourself, it may also allow for different guidance access codes to be given to that version of yourself, thus allowing that version timeline to be set upon a different course. Altering the younger version's timeline allows for new information to be downloaded in the moment by the primary individual. One example of this would be to contact the younger self, set the younger self on a different timeline where they manifest a new knowledge base, and then through meditation techniques, the primary individual may then access that new timeline and may have access into the full spectrum of knowledge of the new younger version of themselves. Healing the inner child is also very valuable for changing or modifying the current emotions the primary individual is holding. This shall allow for raising the density of the biological form and allowing access into a higher frequential realm. During meditation, visualizing yourself as a child and allowing that inner child to heal any emotions they have experienced is key. It shall allow you to heal your body in the now moment. There are many different modalities to achieve this, and each individual must utilize their own intuitive guidance when selecting modalities. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 22. The now moment and the librarians. The now moment is where any and all frequency modifications may be made. This acts like a control system for the holographic simulation. In order to select a new timeline, the primary individual must learn how to access emotion codes and must learn proper energetic casting modalities. A new emotion spectrum may be downloaded into the biological form through energetic casting as well as summoning from the source frequency net. The source frequency net contains all emotion codes from all time and space as well as all parallel realities. This is also known as a quantum codex, which is a step above your Akashic Records book. Summoning emotion codes from the source frequency net shall allow for new experientials to manifest into your current simulation reality. Master record keepers or Akashic record librarians are able to summon different emotion codes and energetically cast them into your light matrix, thus acting like an advanced healing modality. These individuals are able to easily cast you upon your highest potential timeline, which shall change your magnetics, which changes or alters the current timeline you are in alignment with. This is a type of advanced healing modality, however, it may be used for any different type of manifestation. Many of these individuals also contain what is known as a string worker ability. A string worker may tie magnetic and energetic strings in the light ether, which then assist in shifting the reality into the new manifestation. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 23. Reflections into physical item coding. Holding densities inside of your energetic grid structures may produce an experience of damage to physical items connected to the meridian or ley line aspects of that grid density. One such example of this effect may be to witness multiple light bulbs burning out around you. This usually may occur around the same time as to draw your attention to the synchronicity of the experience. The light bulbs are always connected to chi energetic systems as well as the physical eyes, for we use lights to see when it is dark. When the primary individual is experiencing a disagreement with another individual, or even a group of individuals, they may then perceive their physical items break down or need replacing. This is because the physical items are connected to the energetics of their aura field. When negativity is cast at the primary individual, it shall affect the energetic grids until that density becomes too much for their field to carry. The physical items then shall start a breakdown process or void process shall be triggered to manifest. Physical items shall usually be triggered into a void density removal process first. If the negative energetic is not properly cleared in time, it shall start to affect the inner circumstances grid, which shall affect the biological form. This is usually when distortions shall evolve into disease formations, which may then require reprogramming of the full light spectrum for clearing. Becoming consciously aware of signs and synchronicities allow for the energetic grids to be carefully cleared and maintained for optimal performance. This shall affect the reflections the primary individual perceives, and shall shift the individual into a higher frequency timeline selection when love light is cast into the full grid complex. Remember, each chakra system broadcasts a light pattern into each overlaying grid. This controls different aspects of your perception of the physical reality. Each chakra lens must be maintained for complete advancement into the light realms. It is a light refractal system with 3 rings of advancement. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 24. Forgiveness, emotional coding and rebalancing. The biological form. Each emotional code expressed imprints the biological form, thus starting a manifestation process to form into the physical reality perception. Having full control of your biological imprints, as well as clearing any attachments off the energetic grids, is key. To control the imprints, we use a type of modality of forgiving that emotional coding. This process works best when the left hand is placed over the heart and the right hand is placed over the belly button, connecting an energetic circuit in your toroidal field. Next, speak the words, "I forgive myself" for the emotion code. Name the emotion, release. Speaking the word release after forgiving the emotion code allows for any attachments to release off of your energetic grid structures. On occasion, an emotional imprint may need multiple clearing sessions to fully release. For each emotional code may manifest multiple expressions, thus allowing a blending of many emotions into one. Each emotion code may also be summoned to the mind's awareness to allow the memory imprint to surface for viewing. Viewing memories may allow for secondary emotional imprints to be focused on as well. Forgiveness shall always heal in the most rapid timeline available to express, for it truly is a skill that causes transmutation of emotional coding, which shall also reflect back into the body, mind, and spirit. Each moment you forgive yourself, other people, and experiences walked, it shall allow for a rebalancing of the physical and energetic imprint field, which shall change your viewpoint manifestations. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 25. Casting your consciousness into a past life. Expression. The process of closing your external senses and focusing inward on the internal circumstance flicker rate shall allow for the location coding. Binary codex frequency and experiential frequency ranges to be changed or modified at will. This may allow access to change the simulation perception they are running in the current viewpoint. When this is changed or modified in the blink of an eye, the simulation shall shift their awareness into a past or future lifetime expression or a different dimensional expression altogether. This process is fully reversible if the awareness of imprint shifting is known. Many times when the primary individual experiences a shift of this nature, it may require additional imprint or emotional coding healing to manifest before a new alignment may form, allowing the individual to shift into a new awareness viewpoint or different lifetime expression. For awareness of the past lifetime shall always include densities that are of a lower frequency in nature. A future lifetime shall allow for healing to manifest from the past life trauma imprints if needed and summoned properly. For all time and space is simply existing in the now moment, and any shifts into parallel expressions is part of activating the true multidimensional nature of the Children of Light's capabilities. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 26. Casting your consciousness into new expressions. Once knowledge of the internal circumstances and imprinting the 3 degrees to the flicker rate are achieved, interdimensional travel and multidimensional abilities may start to fully activate to the 1st degree. There are 3 degrees or levels to every ability. These degrees shall allow access into the ring system which controls the outward simulation, such as the biological coding, location coding, and civilization coding. To start the process of imprinting the flicker rate for each degree, the individual must feel into one aspect of the Trinity and start to change the imprinted emotional coding. This shall also shift the personality complex and allow a manifestation to shift timeline expressions. However, more direct imprinting may also spontaneously shift the individual into a parallel reality altogether. The flicker rate is controlled by small heart tachyon particles, which are connected to the higher self. This is the connection to the source frequency as well, and allows for viewpoint changes to fully manifest. Each aspect of the Trinity must contain emotional coding as the foundation of the current reality expressed. Changing the emotional imprints is key to shifting through reality. Releasing density is one such shifting ability. Imprinting new emotions is done through a high emotional state and a thought form cast into that light energy channel aspect of the biological form as well as internal circumstance frequencies. This shall allow for shifts to appear in the individual viewpoint lens and shall allow for spontaneous manifestations to form. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 27. Biological imprints and controlling the imprint process. Each child of light naturally imprints each other's energetic fields with emotional coding, as well as experiential patterning. Experiential patterning is a combination of multiple emotion codes, along with physical location coding, allowing for an experience to start a process of cycle repeat. Emotional imprints may be acquired by the self or by energetic casting from secondary individuals. Mother Earth may also imprint a child of light when access is granted or requested by the individual. Certain plant-based medicines may also imprint the individual, for Mother Earth works in a variety of ways. In order to start to harness this extrasensory ability, the primary individual must learn to activate high emotionally charged states. A feeling of pure bliss or ecstatic excitement may wash over the individual. In that moment, an imprint may then be cast quite easily. One example of an imprint may be, "You are on your highest potential timeline." The combination of the individual's emotional state held and the thought imprint casting shall allow that thought form to cast into the cellular structures of the secondary individual, thus starting a manifestation process. Another example of an imprint may include any one single emotion code such as happiness, joy, bliss, peace. Once the secondary individual is imprinted with this emotion coding, it may manifest in a variety of ways. The imprint may also be energetically cast to allow for every potential manifestation of that emotional expression to form into the perception of the individual. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 28. Glowing oscillation activation. The energetic grid complex is very intricate in its nature. It is a combination of meridian and ley lines, which interlay geometric patterns into one another, free-flowing through a light channel system which refractalizes out each of the surrounding chakra lenses. When this system comes into a full alignment, it shall allow a type of glowing oscillation to form in the outer perimeter of the energy field. This type of oscillation is directly controlled by the thoughts and the emotions as well as the imprinted layers of the center soul tubules. The primary individual shall be perceived as glowing or may be seen to have a very high divine frequency radiating out of them. This may feel like standing before a saint or holy person. In order to fully activate this oscillation, a full clearing of the energetic field must be focused on. This shall allow for densities and distortions to be cleared and more light to reflect through the Kundalini light channels. When enough light is free-flowing, it shall then be commanded to activate through the emotional grids. A high emotion of authenticity must be held, and the field shall automatically start the vibration alignment process. Once the oscillation frequency is activated, the primary individual may start to feel into the fabric of space-time itself, allowing for a perception of changes to the timeline to occur in the now moment. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Overcoming emotional programming. Negative emotional programming is trauma-based emotions which start a program of the ego self. These always come with cycle repeat experientials to overcome, and may cause imbalances in any area of the physical body or viewpoint lens system perception. Overcoming such programming shall always start with becoming aware a program is currently running. This awareness shall allow for a change or rebalance to be summoned into the energetic grid complex. On some occasions, the program may be attuned to allow for every experience to fully manifest before allowing a new energetic to align a healing into the primary individual. This allows the experiential's full spectrum of emotional coding to be perceived prior to advancement into the next brick of consciousness. There are many tools that may be used to release any emotions which are in the physical body, as well as the energetics. However, it is always best advised to use the willpower solar plexus, as well as the mental grids to sharpen the focus into a healing manifestation. This type of focus shall allow a repatterning to start to form in the ethereal field, and shall allow physical steps to manifest to allow for the healing timeline to fully form. It is of high value to focus upon both spiritual and physical steps in order to overcome any type of cycle that requires a healing, in order to override that patterning repeat. For both shall always work hand in hand with each other. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 30. Releasing past versions of the self to step into the unified field. Each individual holds a memory grid complex which grants access into the past version of the self. This self is usually holding lower density frequencies and on occasion may need a complete clearing in order to facilitate a shift into the light realms. There are multiple modalities that may allow for a complete release of the past self. Placing focus and attention on this type of manifestation shall allow for timelines to form and healing modalities to manifest. You may start to visualize each memory that comes to your awareness of that past version of the self, and allow a sight of you releasing the energetic cord that is connecting that memory into your now moment self-image. Recording these memories and sending them back into the ethers with love and light shall allow them to begin the healing process. If any of these memories contain cycle repeats, the manifestation of those repeats shall start as soon as the ripcord is cut. Any emotional imprints inside the biological form must also be cleared, as well as attachment removal. Awareness of each emotional expression inside of a single memory is essential. For multiple emotions may be witnessed per singular memory. This includes location coding, binary codex frequency, and experiential frequency emotion coding. Proper programming of each is key for advancement into the light realms. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 31. Realignment into the highest potential timeline. Each moment perceived inside the holographic simulation is an opportunity to rebalance your energetic grids back into alignment with your highest potential timeline. This process is always controlled by the thought and emotion grids. Manifestation times may vary depending on the density levels held inside the biological form. It is of high value to focus on what your highest potential timeline looks and feels like. This type of focus should include micro moments of your manifestation. See every aspect of what your highest potential would express as. What physical items would be around you? What would you look like? What people would be around you? Every fine detail is of high value for the focus. Holding an emotion of gratitude for being in alignment with that timeline is also key. For both thought and emotion are needed together in order to start to encode the physical form with the new magnetic resonance needed to switch the current timeline alignment. You may also imprint these emotion codes onto any item or food in order to assist a reprogramming of the body's new baseline frequency. This may need several moments of focus onto the food or item to allow that item to fully harmonize with the proper emotion coding being cast. Utilizing a heart space casting can also allow for instantaneous shifts onto the highest potential timeline available. Each individual automatically sends different heart emotional castings to each other when engaged in heart-to-heart hugs. Some individuals hold extra sensory abilities inside the heart that allows them to cast and imprint individuals more rapidly as well. These people are advanced healers and can change your entire life in the blink of an eye. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 32. Experiential patterning cycles of completion. In your individual simulation, you may notice experiential patterning, which in time may start a process of cycling into a completion. This allows the pattern to spin wildly out of control, and then allows for a very rapid transmutation of that energetic, allowing your field to clear back into a light realm frequency range. This process allows the experiential to fully clear, and then heals your energetic grid complex. The experience then stops the cycle repeat process and allows the primary individual to shift into the next brick of consciousness. Not every experiential shall be healed in this manner. A void spin with an emotion code of out of control may be perceived, which shall allow that experience to force itself into a completion process. When the higher self selects this expression, it always is gifted to the conscious ego self for transmutation. The ego mind has options to this manifestation. It shall choose to make steps to assist the healing process, thus releasing the emotional trauma, or it shall allow the void energetic to decrease the frequency spin until a rock bottom is expressed. There is also an option to experience the expression so many times until the body, mind, spirit is no longer interested in focusing on the topic any longer, allowing it to release quite easily. The completion process shall allow for a transmutation of the primary individual. This may be perceived as the individual overcoming the obstacle in its fullest creation, allowing a shift in their reality into more of the highest potential timeline in its formation. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 33. Summoning a new fractal of your higher self. During your incarnation, you may notice times of change come upon you. This change may allow for a new soul fractal to be formed and expressed from your higher self. Expression of a different higher self fractal shall allow for a perception of a different parallel reality version of yourself to become situated in the personality grid complex. The personality complex is located in your heart chakra subsystems. This truly is a multi-dimensional perception. However, this process also happens naturally throughout an individual's lifetime. Your biological form may also be affected when a new higher self fractal becomes energetically bonded inside the personality complex. This may affect eye color, hair color, body weight, as well as allergies. There are different forms of expressions directly connected to the higher self, which may include childhood, adolescence, adult, and older age. Each of these subsystems allow for different fractals of your higher self to fill the personality grid complex. This may also be experienced during trauma-based moments, for any high-intensity emotions may summon a new personality fractal into the grids. When an individual is experiencing severe darkness, they may call upon a savior, and then witness their personality shift, thus allowing that savior to take control of the body. This allows for the expression of having multiple personalities in one biological form. Some attachments may also affect the personality grid complex, allowing the primary individual to shift into a negative type of personality expression over time. When full control of commanding the personality grid complex is mastered, it shall allow for access into downloadable knowledge packets and biological manifestations held by different parallel reality versions of the self, shape-shifting. For all are connected and all are one, any consciousness slipstream may be called upon and energetically bonded with in this manner to allow for expression into the physical reality. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 34. Summoning an enchanted object. Enchanted objects are known to be an object that contains mystical abilities. They are also known as talismans. There are many different ways of manifesting an enchanted objects. The primary individual first is required to shift the magnetic alignment in their energetic grids in order to allow this type of two-way attunement to fully manifest. Each enchanted object is imbued with different metaphysical capabilities. Some of these capabilities may allow for spontaneous healings, while others may allow for a different range of extrasensory perceptions to fully expand and unlock for the individual. Each enchanted object contains different vibratory frequencies that shall allow manifestations to shift in the now moment, thus allowing for a perception of a particular outcome to become manifest. Some objects may shift time-space perception, allowing for instant shifts in the now moment and location coding. Some objects may enhance the chi energetic of the biological form, allowing for fire-bending abilities to activate. Some may activate the magnetic emotion grids, which allow for water-bending abilities to become functional, while yet other objects may enhance gravity-levity frequencies of the body, allowing for experiences of levitation of objects or physical beings. There are multiple ways to become in alignment with this type of experiential. This process may happen naturally for an individual, yet may also be summoned by the will. In order to allow a type of manifestation to occur, the individual may have to speak the words out loud, thus calling forward the enchanted object. They then must release all resistance to allow this object to find them in whatever way, shape, or form the object chooses to come to them. This may look like forgetting about it, and just allowing the universe to give it to you in divine alignment. It is a high value to summon enchanted objects that are going to further grow and help assist your evolution. For each object, no matter how big or how small, is another stepping stone to grant you access into seeing the world among worlds, which is another viewpoint of the multiverse. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 35. The heart of the ocean, Maori Koru. The ocean contains memory of all existing and non-existing earth-based emotions. Emotion, ocean. It is well known on your planet when an individual has triggered trauma-based emotions that running water recalibrates those emotions back into a healed frequency. The water element runs inside the hearts of all human beings. Each emotion must pass through the heart vortex in order to trigger a thought or a biological response. The heart is known to work with the fluid systems of the biological form. The heart chakra works with the magnetics of the energetic grid structures, When an individual starts to summon the heart of the ocean, it shall allow for true mastery over all emotions of the internal circumstances. The internal circumstances work like a grid or a net running underneath the human skin and broadcast outwards into the ring systems. This emotion grid is connected to the individual consciousness nets, as well as the human collective consciousness nets. This net system connects to the mycelium kingdom net thought grids, under the surface of the Earth, as well as the magnetic grids, emotion grids of Mother Earth herself. This grants access into every single emotion code any human individual has ever expressed. Many masters incarnated during this time in order to rebalance the human collective consciousness emotion and thought grids, which allows for rapid healing of all of humanity. Experiential emotion code triggers are a different aspect of this net, allowing for different experiences to become manifest into your waking world. Summoning the heart of the ocean shall also allow the primary individual to choose experiential coding for manifestation. This works on individual and collective levels, thus allowing new timeline formations to become available for future alignment selections. A spiral is known to be an energetic vortex. All life flows in vortices. All plants on your planet grow in a spiral when observed throughout time and space. The DNA spirals in a vortex. Each energetic crossover in the grid structure is a vortex in its nature. You may also witness these vortexes flow in the macrocosm on interplanetary levels. 36. Utilizing structured water which has been encoded with a Maori Koru frequency shall then allow for a life-giving water to be embodied. In order to activate a Maori Koru frequency, different spiral-shaped crystals may be utilized and placed over the water. A spiraling magnetic device may also be used to enhance the water with a life-giving vortex energetic. Spring water naturally works in this way. As always, Mother Earth gives humanity all cures for free. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 37. Simulation archetypes, player characters. In the simulation, you may take notice of the same cycle repeat flowing through multiple people. These individuals may be considered player characters, for the same soul lesson is flowing through the veil systems, which allows for contract attunements. Cycle repeats may be considered the same type of event that may be reoccurring until the event is healed or raised in frequency. For example, you may notice an individual who causes chaos in your life, and then years later another individual who reminds you of the first person causes the same chaos. At this moment we take notice of the soul's expression and the similarities, for the souls are connected into the lesson grids. They may be the same higher self running in both individuals, and many times they are, but this is not always necessary. The principle of player characters has many different aspects. Identifying your player characters is always key for advancement and density removal services. For if you can identify the similarities between characters, it will allow the healing process to form more rapidly. Player characters are always referred to as the soul form expressions, and not the actual people. The higher soul forms can flow through multiple people at once. Each person should always be treated with love and compassion with every experience expressed in order to achieve a more rapid evolution. Player characters are the soul forms aligning to grant the primary individual the experience needed to advance their ascension process. This identification process shall allow for recalibration of player characters into your current brick of consciousness. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 38. Emotional grid attunements and reflecting off expressions. An expression is an emotion code expressed into the simulation. This may also be considered people, places, and things. For all experiences and items must contain emotion codes in order to exist. The emotion grid reflects off of items and individuals naturally. When the primary individual steps into a reality where a proper amount of conscious focus and attention is placed on energetic casting and subtle movements of the emotion grids, it shall allow for a type of extrasensory ability to manifest. This ability shall allow for internal knowing of which emotion codes any physical matter is in alignment with in the now moment. It is known the empath ability allows for a sensory awareness of other individuals' emotions expressed. This shall also allow for advanced healing abilities to manifest, for knowing a lower vibrational emotion code, and then energetically casting the opposite emotional code into the grids shall allow for the healing to start the process of manifestation. This will also allow the primary individual to sense distortions, current emotions being felt, and in time thought grid access shall be granted as well, allowing for telepathic awareness of the second individual's thought grids. This type of attunement shall also allow for a full knowledge of preset crystal emotion codings, energetic casting of the emotion code needed to shift the grids back into pure light, and then allowing that crystal to assist in the healing modality it was then programmed for. This process may also be cast into any item including but not limited to water, jewelry, clothing, a location code, or the biological genome expression of any species. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 39. An advanced viewpoint into the experiential system. Each experiential is encoded with a physical and spiritual perspective. Each of these perspectives may be unpacked for further expansion. When an experience is created, it contains multiple emotion codes, which allow that experiential to contain multiple angles of manifestation. Each angle may be different depending on the primary individual's attunements. A physical perspective shall allow the individual to see the experience from a physical standpoint. The who, what, where, and why are all consciously thought upon in order to allow a recalibration of all emotions expressed for the experience. Multiple timelines may also be focused on in order to comprehend the, if I did this, that would have manifested differently. The more each experience is unpacked in this manner, it allows for advanced timeline selection abilities to manifest for humanity. For the conscious focus and attention shall allow subsequent attunements to form and generate ether chords. A spiritual perspective allows the primary individual awareness into the Akashic field of thought. This shall activate unpacking of past and future lifetime expressions, and shall allow soul form imprints to be healed. For each experience must always be in alignment with the higher self, which controls the direct soul form tubule and the soul imprinting process. Knowing what emotions are imprinted into the biological form shall allow awareness of how those thought forms are unpacked into the reality. For all thought, emotions may be imprinted into the soul expression directly or the physical body itself. The biological form is known to hold muscle memory, which works with the fluidity systems during the imprinting process. The imprinting process allows for different variants to manifest depending on soul imprinting or biological imprinting patternings held. Both shall allow the manifestation process to form, and shall allow different viewpoints of each experiential present. This allows for different variations of the primary individual to shift into the now moment. 40. Thus a glimpse into the multiverse is manifest into the awareness of the primary individual. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 41. Activation of heart ring system. Each chakra subsystem contains a set of 3 rings. These rings radiate into the biological form, the location ring, and the civilization ring. These 3 rings rotate around the entire physical body, allowing for a Merkaba field to form. Activation of the heart ring may be done through a very high-frequency pulse of unconditional love. This shall allow for a form of energetic cohesion to form in every single aspect of your physical reality perceived from the heart chakra lens system. Anytime the primary individual holds unconditional love for all physical matter in the simulation, it shall allow reflections of a higher frequency timeline expression. Activation of the heart ring may also send a high-frequency pulse energetic to any individual selected while energetically casting it towards them. Since all individuals are merely a reflection of the frequencies stemming from inside the self, it allows for the reflections to vibrationally become in alignment with your highest potential timeline expression. The ring system may also be consciously directed to send this unconditional love to any body organ or part, thus allowing for a spontaneous healing to further become manifest. This healing may also be cast upon any physical items the primary individual owns, thus allowing for instantaneous shifts in the item's reality perceived. This may look like an instantaneous manifestation of an item shifting into a different item. One example would be the perception of your car changing into a new car and the individual holding a memory of the old car emotion, or memory coding, thus allowing you to witness a miracle of your car becoming brand new spontaneously in the now moment. The heart is known to control the flicker rate, which allows for the process of perceiving instantaneous shifts or manifestations into your reality during the now moment. Awareness of full emotional control is key, for it shall allow access above the perception of time and space, which shall then allow this extrasensory ability to fully manifest in your current reality expression. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 42. Generating a spark of consciousness. A spark of consciousness is known throughout the cosmos to be electrical in its nature, and to be channeled directly from the source frequency net. Each individual naturally generates smaller sparks of consciousness which are contained in the thought grids and the minds of all living beings. Each spark of consciousness may be considered a thought. For each thought may then become manifest with proper use of the magnetic grids. The magnetic grids stem from the heart chakra subsystems. Tachyon particles located inside of the heart are also connected to the electric systems, thus allowing the spark of consciousness to be connected to the magnetic systems. The magnetic grids control all emotions and work with the fluidity of the biological form. Water is known to hold memory, and because all water must flow through the heart, it allows the emotions to be fully encoded in the entirety of the human form. This type of magnetic imprinting may require time and space to fully activate inside all of the cells, however. The stronger the emotion, the faster the imprinting process takes place. This is also affected by the level of consciousness held. Each separate emotion is stored both in the energy field as well as the physical material, which may then be reflected into specific body parts depending on the emotion held. Generating a spark of consciousness requires both thought and emotions in order to will the thought form into the current timeline expressed. A type of ether pulling mastery is available to expand into your awareness, thus allowing the light energetic needed to facilitate this type of ability to form. Once a high enough frequency of ether is pulled into your physical reality and held inside the biological form, it shall allow whatever emotional coding expressed to start an instantaneous manifestation of that spark of consciousness formation into solidity. This message is sent with many love and blessings. The 0-point Level 2 Attunement. The Kundalini chakra system contains 5 light matter tubules and 1 dark matter tubule. The dark matter tubule is directly connected to the mirror dimension. Everything in your current reality you are experiencing in light matter, hence the mirror dimension is an experiential of dark matter, which is why it may be known that an opposite polarity version of the self exists in the mirror dimension. This Kundalini channel system flows through a 0-point located inside of the heart. The 0-point resembles a cross and allows for north to south energetics, as well as east to west energetics. A perception viewpoint is circular in its nature, and the 0-point is the square of the simulation. This net system represents the consciousness grids and the perception of awareness of such consciousness. The Kundalini channel system connects into the heart chakra, which is where the personality grid complex is located, allowing for all thought forms to be downloaded in the moment from both positive or negative polarities. Any lower frequency thoughts or emotions may always be transmutated and used for a positive polarized outcome, thus allowing for an emotion code of anger to fuel a positive mission. This may be seen on your planet by trauma-encoded individuals healing mass karmic civilization events for the whole tribe. The 0-point is the location of the cross and where all positive and negative polarities exist simultaneously in the now moment, allowing for any unit of consciousness to select their individual reality expression and control the polarities of such expressions. Further knowledge may also be assembled from the 0-point. One such example of this would be reverse speech. Any speech, listened to in reverse, shall uncover the true intentions and emotion codes of such text. The human eyes also contain access into the 0-point, for the eyes are known to flip the image of the current reality projection. All healing is transcribed inside the 0-point, for releasing any emotion coding and rebalancing it back into the opposite polarity shall always take place inside the heart. This works on both the civilization and intergalactic levels. All reflections must be 44. Viewed from within the perception of the 0-point, allowing for polarity imprinting to generate the manifestation. The pineal gland also contains access into the 0-point, for it allows an awareness of both the physical waking world and the lucid or astral worlds. Working knowledge of the 0-point shall allow for the multidimensional aspect of your individual being to become activated and shall grant access into the world among worlds. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 45. Telepathic abilities in the unified field. The unified field is widely referred to as a net of all thought forms. Advanced telepathic communication can take place in many different ways. One such way of telepathic communication is adjustments to the thoughts inside of the mind. A secondary way of observing advanced telepathy is by utilizing the unified field. This grants the primary individual access into sensing the thought form before it is fully embodied into the individual's energetic grids. You utilizing the unified field in order to transfer thoughts and emotions shall allow for the perception of unity consciousness. This allows all individuals who are engaging in this form of telepathy access into all potentials that are currently in alignment with their experience, thus allowing the spontaneous shifts to the highest potential timelines to form in the now moment. Unified field telepathic communication allows for alignment read adjustments between all individuals, which shall then allow for experientials to manifest which are in alignment with a more rapid process of evolution per individual. This type of activation is very beneficial when channeling for multiple people at once, for it allows the unified field to become fully activated and grant the exact knowledge needed for each individual's evolutionary path during one transmission, thus granting a perception of all questions being answered before they are formed inside of the mind of each individual listening. An advanced stage of this telepathic communication includes having the ability to change or modify any knowledge expressed inside of the unified field. This allows full control over any knowledge granted to humanity, to ensure for the safest alignment for all individuals and the collective ascension signature manifest. We identify any channeler who engages in unified field telepathy as a quantum channeler. For access to all time-space frequencies must be achieved. This shall be sensed by a high-frequency encoding during the channeling. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 46. Piezoelectric oxygen activation. Oxygen contains life-giving ether, which affects the electrical systems and allows for a recalibration of the fluidity systems of the body when placed under a state of pressure. Pressure shall always be emotional in its frequency forming, for all items and experiences contain emotional coding. Piezoelectric is the spark of life from absorbing pressure. During different types of meditations, you may activate many different modalities which call upon these systems and allow for different energy signatures to be embodied. These energy signatures shift the flow of both magnetic and electrical properties of the body, thus allowing for spontaneous manifestations to come into alignment in the moment. Some such examples would be activation of the viewpoint portals. These are located inside all three eyes, one being internal. These viewpoint lenses allow the primary individual to shift the frequency coding of any person, place, or thing in the simulation. During your meditation, a highly emotionally charged resonance must be fully embodied. This allows the emotion to penetrate deep into every single cell. When this is done properly and the primary individual places the conscious focus on the eye viewpoint lenses, it shall allow a type of light activation to be held. This type of light activation shall allow the primary individual the ability to perceive the physical reality from outside the confinements of time and space. The physical eyes may also discharge a pure white light during this type of activation. The internal third eye shall also radiate a type of light, but is yet unseen by an unassisted human eye. Using consciousness to direct oxygen, inside of the biological form, shall also allow for projection of different energies to radiate into the grid structures. This may allow for life-giving energy to rebalance any area of the grid which is holding a distortion coding. This shall also allow the primary individual the opportunity to rebalance any emotional imprints located in the cellular structures. That's allowing healing to take place inside the body, as well as in the energy field of the individual. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 47. The Air Elemental Kundalini Channel System. During this type of breathwork meditation, the primary individual may energetically ground to Mother Earth, allowing the electrical systems to form alignments and bonding with the air elemental. With each breath taken, visualization of a light blue air energy pulling into the air Kundalini channel system shall allow for a type of energetic bonding to facilitate. This system is located in the front of the internal energetic grid and within the body. Once fully activated, it allows the air Kundalini channel to hold more light in the stream, which allows for fine attunement airbending abilities to manifest. It is well known among the cosmos that you must feel the breath of your mother planet in order to make modifications to the flow of the air perceived in your world. The air elemental also contains ether, which is energetic in its nature. Your ether is connected to the thought grids of your individual light stream as well as Mother Earth's collective consciousness grids. Therefore, the ether is bringing life to the biological form and allowing the primary individual access into the planetary knowledge or book of records. All life forms, being a unit of thought or consciousness, must access the planetary book of knowledge in order to express the individual reality in a physical state of being. A level 1 attunement to this ability may include summoning a light breeze into your current reality, yet there are many advanced abilities that may utilize the air elemental. Each element also works in combination together with secondary elements and shall produce different manifestations when bonded properly. On other planetary systems, the air veil lens may hold a different resonance pattern. This allows for different expressions of the breath of life elemental to form into the simulation. Each individual holds attunements inside their energetic grid structures, which then allow for access into a particular breath elemental resonance. This is what determines which planetary system the soul form is incarnate upon. The Kundalini channels shall shift locations inside the physical form when a different breath of life elemental is selected for incarnation. For example, the water Kundalini channel shall be situated at the front of the biological form when an aquatic humanoid is manifest. 48. The breath of life allows access into the current world expressed, and without it one may cease to exist. This breath may be of any resonance but is primarily held by the third density forms and used for access into the simulation reality codings. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 49. The Earth Elemental Kundalini Channel System. The Earth Kundalini channel is located on the left-hand side within the biological form. There is a type of Earth Elemental pulling meditation which allows the Earth Kundalini channel to then activate. The Earth Elemental is magnetic in its nature and contains emotional coding for all life expressed in and on the physical planet. Each sentient being, interdimensional consciousness, and the crystalline forms contain a frequency that may be activated through the Earth elemental channel. Every expression must embody an emotional coding. All emotional codes are stored within Mother Earth's magnetic field, which is connected to the Earth elemental, and flows through that Kundalini channel on a microcosm level. Grounding and connecting to the Mother Earth elemental shall also allow for a full broad-spectrum emotional coding access. This allows the primary individual to select emotion codes for vibrational alignment, which then shall shift the individual reality manifest into their perception, thus allowing spontaneous manifestations to occur inside the flicker rate of the heart. Remember, the crystalline core also holds the binary codex frequency for each child of light incarnate. This allows the Earth elemental to generate frequencies of divine healing for each individual consciousness stream, allowing for humanity to already have access to the highest potential timeline expressions for all beings throughout time and space. The inner worlds shall always be reflected onto the outer worlds. This Kundalini channel system and utilization of the elementals shall allow for the connection between the microcosm and macrocosm to energetically bond and allow a perception of a singular unified field of consciousness. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 50. The Fire Elemental Kundalini Channel System. The fire elemental is directly connected to the Chi energetic systems and flows through the right Kundalini channel vortex. This system is electrical in its nature and provides an amplitude for each cell in the biological form. Different types of lower voltage imbalances in the system may allow for cellular degeneration or rapid cellular expansion cancer. The voltage may become increased, and this may happen for a variety of reasons. Spontaneous human combustion is one such example of an increased voltage inside of the cellular matrix. This amplitude is controlled by the individual's emotional grid, as well as the light reflection matrix. Many times on your planetary surface, this may be witnessed manifesting during dreamtime emotional activations. When the cells become overloaded with this type of electrical property, it then starts the process of breaking down the physical body. This works the same as a magnifying lens underneath a light source would start to cast a fire energetic. The fire Kundalini channel may also project this type of energetic into surrounding items for fire bending abilities to manifest. Control over the biological voltage may spawn multiple extrasensory abilities, including an advanced healer's ability. Distortions in the body require a low voltage of the cells. Having the ability to energetically cast a higher voltage into said biological form shall then allow for a spontaneous healing to manifest for such individuals. The air elemental may be summoned in order to allow the biological form to pull more voltage inside the cells. This allows self-healing to start the manifestation process. The human brain waves while observing fire trigger alpha brainwave patterning. This frequency allows the fire Kundalini energetic to come into alignment with a sunset type of bandwidth, which then burns hot. However, the fire Kundalini channel may also burn white-blue, which is known to burn clean and is more of a zero-point type of pure energetic to cast into the simulation. A vortexing of the fire Kundalini channel and the water Kundalini channel may be manifest in a variety of meditative ways. This blending shall activate a quadrant of the Merkaba field into the counter-rotation position. Utilizing Mother Earth may also assist in rebalancing the fire Kundalini channel, for it is known Mother Earth rebalances the energetic systems when direct contact is made. 51. The Water Elemental Kundalini Channel System. The Water Elemental Kundalini channel is located in the back of the biological form and is connected to the spinal cord tubule system. All emotions flow through the Water Kundalini channel. Each emotion is energetically cast into the cellular systems directly from the higher self through this tubule. The heart chakra also generates safe spots out of the rear of the chakra subsystem. All emotions that generate the safe spots must radiate through the Water Kundalini channel system, thus allowing for each emotion to flow through the waters of the biological form and start the action of imprinting each cell. This sets the individual's frequency or resonance tone, which allows for different densities to be perceived by the primary individual. Utilizing the fire elemental may also assist in a recalibration of the emotional imprints stored in the waters of the biological form. One example on your planet is exercise. Exercise generates water to be released from the body, and the water is encoded with a density resonance as well as emotional imprints. Releasing water from the body is always a form of releasing density. One example of this is known as bloodletting. When an individual falls ill, the process of removing blood for observation is well known. From a spiritual perspective, it is releasing part of your energetic field, which then allows for a higher frequency to be embodied. New blood must then start the process of formation. Your entire biological system is energy when witnessed from the subatomic levels, thus allowing the energetics to rebalance density levels. Activating the water Kundalini channel shall grant the primary individual access to control the fluidity of the biological form. Once emotional commandment is utilized, it shall allow for self-realization, as well as activation of the memory grid complex. The water Kundalini channel shall also allow access to bend the waters of the physical reality. Modification to the water elemental also grants access into different emotional imprinting. This may be utilized to shift the resonance of any person, place, or thing inside the physical reality. Emotional imprinting allows for magnetic alignment placements. These placements generate timeline shifts, which then shift the primary individual into parallel reality. 52. Timelines expressed, thus activating awareness of the multidimensional nature of your being. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 53. Emotion code meditation modality. An emotion code meditation is facilitated when the primary individual places focus on each emotion coding in the awareness during the meditation. The breath of life may also be used to call forth the emotional resonance. Awareness of each emotional coding shall allow the individual to start to develop the sensory abilities of the net. This net is a grid structure that lies just under the biological skin, and each emotion coding held shall allow the net to trigger into different systems at once. Thus, any imbalances may be seen radiating into multiple organs or location codings at one time. The primary emotional imprint location shall always be the strongest point of the grid imbalance and then radiate outward into the net. Each location or item frequency shall also affect this net, allowing the energetics to shift ever so slightly under the skin. Awareness of the flow of this energetic system is key, for it allows for control over the emotional grids to become manifest. Crystals may also be used to recalibrate this grid during the meditation. This allows the primary individual the opportunity to feel the energetics of the net as it shifts through frequencies with each crystal. Crystals are well known to contain a frequency that heals the body through the energetic systems. This is the underlying mechanism for how this system works. Densities and emotional imprints may require clearing in order to obtain a higher level of awareness of the net system. The more light that free flows through the net shall automatically generate an awareness into this energy grid, which may then start to come into a sharp focus for the individual. This sensory net is of high value to explore, for it allows a full working knowledge into emotional coding manifestations to come into the reality. For a true master of the net shall be able to cast emotional resonances into this net and allow it to radiate outward into the simulation, thus allowing for multidimensional timeline adjustments to manifest for the all. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 54. The light refractal system. The human form consists of a light refractal system of lenses and veil densities. These lenses include each of the primary chakras and the star field points of light reflection. This system allows for a center light tubule to flow down into the biologics and reflect outwards into the simulation. The center tubule is also connected into the dark matter Merkaba field and shall allow a reflection into the mirror dimension to refract outwards as well. The flow of light may be adjusted at any one of these vortex points. The primary chakra system being one such example shall allow for significant changes to the timeline expression when any type of frequency modification is encoded onto the veil lens. The veil lens allows for energetic imprinting into the light systems, which then shall in time affect the physical body and reality as one. Another lens is the viewpoint lens, which is located in the physical eyes and third eye. This veil is adjusted by the sight sensory, as is well known seeing is believing. The third eye works in the opposite direction, as believing is seeing, and this veil shall start the manifestation attunement process. The third eye works with the childlike mind and imagination in order to see into parallel realities. The light reflection systems allow for changes to be made to the biological systems, environmental perceptions, and time-space awareness. This light refracts into the net or grid structures located just under the skin, as is the control center of the emotional codings, which allow for light imprinting processes. We encourage each individual to explore the light refractal systems for further growth and evolution for your planetary framework. True mastery must include a full working knowledge of the electric and magnetic systems and how to cast reflections into the field. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 55. The spiritual aspect of physical gatekeepers. In the human experience, one may notice physical gatekeepers manifested sometime along their journey. A physical gatekeeper can be any individual that attempts to put an energetic blockage in place, allowing for an emotion code of self-doubt to manifest. This may look like a loved one expressing the emotion code, "You can't do to that." These gatekeepers are a blessing in disguise, for it is the universe manifesting a test of sorts. This test allows the individual to select one of two paths: rise above the current frequency and density held, or cycle repeat back into the last brick of consciousness, thus repeating all of the lessons in that brick of consciousness again, until that gatekeeper block is busted through. The bird must believe he can fly before he attempts to leave the nest, and that is what a gatekeeper controls. The gatekeepers allow the belief systems to be adjusted to manifest access into the higher density realms. All belief systems must be properly in alignment with the next brick of consciousness's higher frequency in order to allow access through. Otherwise, the lower frequencies shall then be expressed again into your simulation in order to allow for a full unpacking of each emotion code and a fine attunement of the belief patternings. For each emotion code that cycle repeats into your reality is another opportunity to hold higher frequencies for that emotion code, thus allowing for the belief patterns to recalibrate themselves into a lighter frequency range. The gatekeepers are always guided by each individual's higher self, for the higher self knows what belief patternings need to be tested before access into the next density level is granted. On occasion, these gatekeepers may even look like homeless individuals and a test of your heart is underway. Other times these gatekeepers may be an animal testing your fear, or even an insect testing your heart's desire to keep them alive. The simulation shall always give signs and synchronicities while this testing process is underway. Maintaining a full heart calibration is key. If each experience is held with love in the heart, the best potential outcome for all involved shall then manifest. 56. The universe shall always protect each individual, and this is the reason the gatekeepers manifest into your reality. It is a protection against ascending too rapidly. It is known that fears must be released in order to access and maintain the higher densities and crystallize the biological form into the higher frequency realms. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 57. The physical aspect of gatekeepers. A gatekeeper may flow through a person, animal, or an experience designed to trigger fear. This fear trigger is either overcome during the now moment, or a cycle repeat shall be formed. Cycle repeats allow the individual to go through that fear repetitively until the fear is released and thus the test is passed. Because the gatekeeper realm is guided by higher frequential beings, including the higher self, it allows for the soul's energetics to learn to recalibrate back into loving frequencies. This allows access into the higher density realms. Attachments are also known to be gatekeepers. Attachments are energetic beings that bond to the human aura field. They do this in order to trigger lower frequency emotions. This energy nourishes their bodies, and without it they shall cease to exist. Triggering the lower frequency emotions then allows those lower density experiences to manifest. More densely calibrated experiences grant the individual the opportunity to overcome that range of emotional coding, allowing for the advancement into the next brick of consciousness when enough lessons are overcome. This process works with the light refractal system. Lower frequency emotions generate a form of density or darkness on the energetic grid structure. It is known that this density must be cleared in order to allow more light to reflect out all of the lenses in the vortex system. Density is what allows the attachments to energetically bond to the grids. You must trigger the emotion code once, which then allows the attuned vortex in the star field to open. Once that vortex is open, it allows the attachment to latch onto you. Emotion codes may also be behavior patterns, experiential manifestations, as well as the regular human emotion range. In the human experience, each individual must trigger lower frequency emotion coding, as well as express the opposite polarity emotion code. When both polarity of any single emotion is observed, it shall then allow for the individual the opportunity to maintain an emotion of neutrality. Neutrality allows the individual to overcome that emotion coding in its entirety, thus breaking the cycle repeat and allowing access above time and space of that frequency bandwidth. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 58. Vortex energetics and color saturation. There are different pyramidal structures designed from crystal tucked deep inside of Mother Earth. These crystal pyramids allow for a vortex energetic to rise from the surface of the Earth into whichever planet it is broadcasting towards. Crystal is known to hold memory. Mother Earth's crystalline core contains the memory grids of all life ever to walk upon her surface, in all density realms. This crystalline core radiates the memory grids up this pyramidal structure, which then generates an energetic grid surrounding Mother Earth. This energy grid is known as the Akashic Book of Records and is accessible by all sentient beings. Because all matter and consciousness is quantum entangled, it allows each individual to place the consciousness into a focus on these records. Access to all memory that flows through time and space may then be perceived as well as observed through a tesseract cubed vortex. This type of crystal pyramid energetic projection allows for a physical manifestation of more color saturation to be held by the living beings, plants, and mineral kingdoms. This also allows the individuals to hold a better health appearance. The colorations in the stones will shift into a more vibrant range. The thought processing of the life in the surrounding areas shall also be adjusted into higher densities. Some stones may generate a ring of color exactly where the vortex energetic was observed. These stones have now downloaded a higher density frequency and may be used for healing modalities or location code realignment. When stepping into one of these vortex locations, one may notice the energetics inside the body shift as the vortex pushes more light through their energy grids. If an individual is not in alignment with this type of energy, they may notice discomfort inside the body until they shift into a different location coding. Different forms of meditations may bring a form of rapid ascension when done in these types of locations. Divergent locations may also contain a rare frequency encoded within the crystal pyramid, where the dwellers exist. A true ascended master shall identify this resonance and download the light matrix codes which allow access into a special bandwidth of extrasensory abilities. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Tesseract system of circles and squares. Inside the personality grid complex is a bit cube system that allows the vortex energetic to select the now moment expression. This system is the channeled energetic of a personality. The personality is known to shift in each individual's expression, allowing for variance of the higher soul to manifest. The vortex energetic is connected to the primary tubule system and contains the light and dark matter kundalini channels. This vortex combines the three baseline frequencies that create each individual. These frequencies are the binary codex, the experiential frequency, and the location coding. Each of these frequencies band together to form the center light tubule. Inside the heart chakra system is the 0 point, which controls the flicker rate of the simulation. Emotional frequencies control the flow of the flicker rate, which controls the time-space expressions. This is known as the 0 point. The 0 point is a cross with a vortex energetic in the center. When the circles and squares are activated into a fifth density bandwidth, it shall allow a sacred geometric structure of a tesseract cube to be observed. This cube resembles a cube inside of a cube, and the rotation speed is matched in light speed by the flicker rate of the heart. To activate the circles, the vortex tubule must be radiating a light stream of fifth density. This resembles an unconditional love and unity consciousness bandwidth. The highest potential excitement shall manifest when properly activated. Circular energetics are always emotional and connect into the feminine magnetic systems. To activate the squares, the higher self must already have taken its seat inside the heart. The personality complex must fully allow the higher self to rebalance all distortions and allow for positive downloads to fill the cube system. This allows each personality cube to come into alignment with the highest potential timeline expression. This cube system allows for instant downloads of knowledge packets from the higher self. This download may access information from parallel reality versions of the self, allowing for the expression of all knowledge available. Each square contains one packet of information, and depending on the grid location shall allow for a different soul expression, perception. This includes the childlike mind, adolescence, 60, adulthood, and elderly mentality. The squares are electrical in nature and connect into the masculine thought grid systems. Alignment of the tesseract cube shall form cohesion with the heart flicker rate, which controls time and space. This allows both thought and emotion grids to resonate at one solid frequency. When alignment forms this cohesion, it shall allow for each thought to instantly manifest into the physical reality, thus granting access into 5D frequency coding. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 61. Kundalini channel activations. The Kundalini channels, when activated, may allow two of the channels to blend into one vortex stream. This appears very similar to a DNA spiral, yet is slightly different in the angular orientation. There are 4 elemental Kundalini channels that may be activated into 2 individual vortexes, then allowing both vortices to spiral together, allowing all 4 quadrants to activate coherent energetics. This energetic alignment is usually facilitated first with earth and air elementals vortex together, as well as fire and water elementals vortex together, then allowing both sets of vortices to spiral together. The earth elemental is magnetic in its nature and connects into colder frequencies. You may take notice of individuals utilizing different breath modalities and submerging into cold temperature baths. The fire and water channels also blend quite easily, for the biological form releases water when the temperature is raised. Opposites attract in this type of energetic union, yet advanced metaphysical practices may allow for any combination to be cast into the simulation. When all 4 Kundalini channels are actively rotating, it automatically allows the Merkaba field to counter-rotate its spin. This system is connected into the 4 quadrants of the heart and brain, and shall generate cohesion between these light channels. The crown neurons shall activate with this alignment, and allow for a light energetic tubule to form above the head. This resembles a halo in the energetic field. An oscillation will be perceived during this alignment and may seem to give the primary individual a type of fire glow to the energetic grid structures. The 2 center Kundalini channels will also rotate during full activation, allowing the higher self to fully take the seat inside of the heart subsystems. When the light and shade veils are properly aligned, and this activation is manifest, it shall allow for a full rainbow body of light to activate, thus allowing a higher perspective of consciousness to be held inside the 0 point of each individual heart. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 62. Knowledge distortions. When a knowledge student focuses too much on the need for knowledge, it overrides the heart sensory abilities and allows for a distorted viewpoint of the physical reality to form. The heart utilizes feeling into the emotional range in order to activate intuitive awareness. When the logic-based mind obsesses over manifesting a linear pattern for observation, it bypasses the heart's intuitive sense. An individual with this distorted perception may seem like an obsessive bookworm or may hold some sort of doctoral knowledge. The manifestation process for this individual shall also allow for linear analysis to form in the mind first, before allowing steps to manifest the desired outcome. Distortions may slow down the ability to download knowledge packets from the higher self. This type of distortion allows the individual focus to be placed inside a square unit. Shifting through the multiverse is somewhat slower in density, until this type of distortion is reduced. When access through time and space is focused in a linear perspective, more time is needed in order to shift into realities where the manifestation is brought to light. A knowledge student by nature is a blessing, for this type of gift allows the individual to modify multiple belief systems according to new knowledge received. They may also tend to search for 3 viewpoints on one topic in order to fully allow the belief patterning to shift. This allows them the flexibility to shift the multiverse with ease. When light is perceived by 3 angles, it shall always allow those ions to solidify into a 3rd density matter, thus manifesting the physical reality for the primary individual. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 63. The bonding system. Inside the thought and emotion grids contain the coding for every experience manifest. This also allows for adjusting light alignment patterns. These bonds may be viewed as multiple energetic cords bonded into a single light tubule that stem from each of the chakra systems. Each individual accesses the bonding systems naturally during meditation or sleep time. Different frequencies may break the bonds between an experience, person, or location coding. When the bond between the item or person is broken, it shall start to shift a manifestation of ending the shared experience together in the physical reality. When the bonds are broken, a misalignment shall then form into the physical reality. This may be perceived by many angles, including a break in communication, not being able to see the same way, or just a lack of interest to continue contact. It is a misalignment in the energetic grids which allow for a separation to soon manifest. The heart may override any misalignments and allow the energetic bonding to reform in the field. For it is known when you love something you must set it free. If it returns to you, it was meant to be. Different meditations may also start the process of realigning the energetic bonds. Writing and visualizing the relationship as already healed shall also allow the bonds to rebalance. For whenever there is an unharmonic frequency between individuals, more love is always needed in order to heal the relationship. Energetic casting of more love shall allow the resonance to rebuild the bonds. However, releasing resistance to an ending must also be perceived. The current bonds in each individual's energetic field should be monitored for alignment shifts. For when the primary individual is focused on raising the biological frequency, it allows these bonds to release and allows new bonds to form into the higher densities. This may be viewed by new circles of friends or moving to a higher frequency location. When a void space energetic is held, a form of rock bottom may soon be perceived. This allows most of the energetic bonds to become weakened, and direct focus on the self is needed to allow the bonds to reform into the outer grid complex. Isolation affects the energetic bonding process, for it slows or removes the energy flow through the current bond, thus allowing the individual to isolate from the community. 64. When 2 individuals spend the primary of their perceived time together, it shall allow the energetic bonding process to allow both individuals to resonate in the same bandwidth. This is a stronger type of bond connection. It then allows for telepathic communication to manifest, as well as a similar resonance inside the image of the biological fields. Many times this may be seen in elderly couples or in animal familiars looking similar and finishing each other's sentences. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 65. Soul bonding into physical. There is a type of energetic bonding each soul form must embody in order to manifest into the solidity of the third density reality. This bonding allows for a spark of light to form at the exact moment of conception. This spark of light activates the binary codex frequency. The binary codex is the actual frequency selected for physical manifestation by the higher self. This includes all information that generates the physical body. Some examples are hair color, eye color, and main body template. This codex must always have the soul's primary signature encoded into it, which flows through the DNA subsystems. The process of bonding into the physical reality is primarily manifest during the conception stage. This light allows the soul frequency bandwidth to slow to such a degree it allows for physicality to express. The 0 point of the soul is what generates this spark of life and allows for the resonance to fully embed the physical cells formed. This embedding allows the higher self full perception over the entire lifetime expression. Because this procedure involves a slowing of the soul's frequencies, it starts the viewpoint of an awareness of separation from the higher self. This is the original birth pain that allows access into the third density. Slowing of the soul waveform during conception imprints the actual soul tubule, allowing that density imprint to manifest during the birthing process. Life may be perceived as starting in darkness. The soul must also activate the dark matter Merkaba field in order to be granted access into the physical reality. That activation contains pain and fear emotion codings and allows access into the mirror and dark dimensions. Darker dimensions are connected to the shade and veil systems. Each individual has the ability to send more love and light through these darker systems in order to allow for higher frequency codings to free flow through the energetic grid structures. When higher frequencies are fully embodied, it allows the biological density levels to shift into the crystalline light realms. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 66. Two become one, a further explanation of soul, mate bonding codes. When two individuals start the energetic bonding process, it allows for two become one to manifest into both individuals' perception windows. A perception window allows for a split-screen type of reality, in which both parties can see, hear, feel, and observe both realities simultaneously. This allows for both units of consciousness to start the soul-form bonding process. A soul-form bonding process allows the light stream tubules to start to bond inside each chakra subsystem. In time, this chakra bonding radiates into the center tubule, which allows both units of consciousness to hold an identical resonance patterning. Bonding in this manner grants a perception of the light vortex streams spiraling around each other, until a singular light stream is activated. Thus, a solid light tube is created, allowing both individuals to hold the same energetic signature. The consciousness of both individuals then starts to shift the personality grid complex to allow both to resonate in alignment with one another. This allows for two individuals to become one energetic signature. This soul signature may be perceived as one individual inhabiting two body vessels. Both consciousnesses are fully aware of each other and must hold true love in order to allow a solid energetic bonding to be facilitated. This experience shall allow the biological forms to resonate and start to reflect an identical or similar image after an extended bonding period. Telepathic communication, also being instantaneous, allows for the flow of knowledge between both individuals to allow for download streams to directly apply to both parties in the now moment. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 67. 2 Key. A frequency is known among the cosmos to be a key. It is the song inside of the heart that generates the world among worlds. In rare manifestations, there are times when a soul chooses to energetically bond with a secondary soul, allowing a process of two becoming one to manifest into the physical reality. This is known as 2 Key, for both souls must solidify into the single form chosen. In a third density reality, this 2 Key is usually observed in one singular body vessel, allowing for a split-screen soul perception to flow through one biological form. Each soul may access the perception of this system equally, or to the agreed-upon rate. On a soul level, 2 Key activates a type of energetic bonding between two separate soul forms, which then allows a spiral energetic to fully saturate into the solidity of matter. This spiral energetic is the center soul tubule that flows through the primary Kundalini channel of all people, places, and things. This type of energetic bonding conception usually comes with a flash of light and a heart activation of love, for love bonds shall always last through the tests of time. This bonding takes place on soul levels and is reflected down into physical matter. This manifestation of two souls compending into one body allows for a completely new personality matrix to be activated inside the heart. Vortex. This allows both souls a split access into the physical reality. The physical makeup of the body may also reflect the split soul identity. One example of this reflection is identified as heterochromia, which is the condition of expressing two different eye colors. The eyes are known to be the windows of the soul, and each color represents an aspect of the blended higher self soul forms. A soul may choose this expression to manifest in order to allow for the perspective to be adjusted with each of the lessons learned, allowing both souls to experience the reality and shift the potential outcomes for each soul. When two personalities blend together, it allows a new identity to become birthed physically. Some advanced souls consider this soul form bonding as a form of training, which is used many times in preparation for becoming an ascended master. 68. 2 Key is available to manifest into many different consciousness levels, allowing one soul form to be of a higher caliber. This allows the lessons to be guided through a higher and lower consciousness personality viewpoint lens. One such example would be a crystalline consciousness blended with an individual's. This allows for the crystal's attunement to shift the manifestations for the individual. This may allow a key to the stars to be attuned inside the individual's soul. We refer to this as a safety net for our star seeds, for it guarantees that soul-safe physical travels back to the original star family. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 69. An advanced viewpoint of the now moment. The now moment expression allows for micro moments to be observed for constant growth and development. This includes the perception of every thought and emotion experienced, as well as a further view into the why these emotions are expressed. This allows access into the imprint field, for it allows the conscious mind to perceive the original trauma that is triggering the now moment emotion. These micro moments also allow for every behavior pattern to be observed in order to allow density clearings. When density is removed from the energetic grids, it shall allow that behavior pattern to naturally fall out of the individual's life. This has a great potential to heal the primary individual very rapidly, simply by changing the original emotional imprint held. The process of emotional imprint clearings shall allow density, distortions, and attachments to shift the energetic grids into a manifestation that is in alignment with those lower frequencies. Healing takes place on a multitude of levels, including the energetic grids, the biological imprint systems, and the soul cycle repeat imprints. Soul imprints may reflect past life traumas as well as future life information available for download. The now moment allows the individual consciousness to place focus on any of these systems and command adjustments into their simulation. This allows the reflections perceived to shift through the multiverse and grant access into the most aligned density realm. An advanced viewpoint of time and space allows for the slowing of the now moment. This is done in order to fully comprehend each thought and emotion flowing through the primary individual. When the micro moments can be observed, it allows for further information to be perceived and adjusted. There are select frequencies that may be spoken and produce a form of cymatic sounds which grant access into this type of observation of the now moment. Cymatic means sound-generating physical matter. It is known that different sounds may affect the biological frequency and may shift the awareness. These sounds trigger the brainwave patterns and allow for higher 70 density levels to be absorbed into the body, mind, spirit complex. Scientifically, sound music is one such example. Higher density realms allow access into the subsystems of the consciousness, which allow for spontaneous healings. The subsystems also allow frequency selection of emotional resonance patterns held in the biological form imprints, as well as the energetic grid complex. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 71. Star-crossed. We observe the process of being star-crossed as an energetic crossing of vortex streams which allow for a type of zero point to manifest at a desired location. On an interplanetary scale, we may adjust a pyramidal structure on two separate planets in order to align a vortex stream, thus generating a zero point to a desired location in space and time. This zero point shall activate several times per cycle of the sun or equinox depending on the pyramidal settings. This may also be achieved with 4 pyramids per zero point generated, allowing 2 pyramids to align, send, and receive at the same time, and then cross over the next pyramid set's light stream, forming a cross in the energetic field of space. This type of space-bound zero point shall allow a type of clean or pure energy to be accessed. This grants a clean frequency bandwidth to use for energizing different castings perceived. This resonance allows access into advanced time realms and manifestations on a planetary level scale. For each zero point is a key into both the light and the dark. The primary individual or collective shall harness this access code and utilize the mass of the energy in order to transmutate the simulation codes observed. Utilizing 2 separate planets shall allow the consciousness of the people on both planets to assist in generating this form of access code. Each planet contains specific frequencies which shall allow access into different density realms when utilized in this manner. Over time, the planet may shift the frequency of the species' consciousness, thus shifting the frequencies held inside the 0 point, allowing for different experiences to manifest. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 72. Mindful triggers. A mindful trigger comes into the awareness of the individual from many different angles and affects different viewpoint lenses. When a trigger comes into the physical reality, it shall flow through a person, place, or experience. This may look like a disagreement or misalignment, and may cause a triggering effect to activate inside the person's energetic net system. Being mindful of each trigger received allows for a type of bypassing of the lower emotional resonance, thus allowing more light to be encoded into the net system. There are multiple types of spiritual bypassing. For the act of bypassing simply means to observe and not allow the reflection to trigger an emotion into your experience. Focus is advised to heal such triggers, for healing shall allow the higher self access into your reality. Each emotion coding inside of the field shall always be brought to the individual's awareness in order to recalibrate the primary energetic systems. Therefore, each lower experience grants a moment or opportunity of self-reflection for the primary individual. This mantra may be used in order to clear your energetic field when viewing these triggers. Thank you, higher self, for triggering me. Thank you for allowing me to see where my energetic grid needs to be strengthened, and thank you for allowing me to clear my triggers in the smoothest alignment possible. If the trigger didn't flow through you directly, then you would have viewed that trigger through another individual's experience. The law of polarity also assumes each individual must walk through the darkness and then witness that same darkness flow through other individuals. This process allows for a complete recalibration of the energetic grids when the densities are focused on for removal. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 73. Changing a triggered perception. A triggered perception is any now moment experienced which generates a trigger for the primary individual to overcome. A trigger being an expressed emotion which causes any type of distortion into the physical reality. This may be something small like a shift in body comfort, a negative behavior patterning that needs attention to overcome, or simply any lower frequency experiential. In order to change the triggering perception, a multitude of spiritual tools may be used. One such technique may include shifting the location ring and bringing in new energetics into your field. Utilizing the power of the voice is another great tool to overcome these moments. A simple Om chant shall always raise the biological frequencies and allow a new density to be observed. For drastic recalibrations, utilizing the elementals may also be required. The fire elemental is commonly used while burning sage in order to recalibrate the energetic fields. The water element cleanses the emotion grids quite rapidly. However, it may also be beneficial to use ice-cold water to cleanse the imprinting systems. Imprints are contained inside the biological material and require new emotion codes in order to fully recalibrate. This may include forgiving yourself and allowing that forgiveness emotion coding to be absorbed into the body systems. The imprints are stored in an energetic net which is located directly under the skin. This energy net then reflects outwards into the energetic grid structures which flows into the ring systems. Proper care and maintenance of these systems is key for evolution, development of self, and expansion of the awareness. For all thought is broadcast outwards from a single light stream. This light shows all reflections of the primary frequency you resonate, which flows through the physical densities of your realm. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 74. Crystal talisman bonding. A crystal talisman is a crystal that is fine-tuned to the primary individual's energetic grids. This attunement allows for a type of energetic bond that is unbreakable in nature, withstanding the tests of time. In order to acquire a crystal talisman, the primary individual must be attuned to allow that crystal to fully manifest into their physical reality. They must feel love and accept that crystal as one of their own. With deep appreciation allows a stronger bond to develop. They must then release that crystal 2 times, allowing the crystal to then select the proper owner. For if the crystal selects the primary individual to manifest a talisman bond, it shall always find a path back into the hands of the original person. Anytime an object is released and manifests back into your life, it is always because there is a magnetic attunement which allows the object to return. Many objects are enchanted and contain special frequencies of manifestation, and should be carefully observed before parting a second time. Once a crystal selects the individual for a talisman bond, a type of two-way communication shall then start to develop. This communication flows through the energetic and magnetics of the primary individual. This bonding shifts the individual throughout their manifestations, with the talisman guiding this process closely. The talisman may observe the entire timeline of the individual. therefore may start to manifest different healings for expression. Healing in this manner is always in alignment with the highest potential timeline available, for the crystal embodies a two-become-one type of energetic bonding. When the energy fields of both intertwine in this manner, the crystal shall allow for a wide spectrum of frequencies to be called into the grid of both, allowing for protection, healings, or manifestations of the highest calibration. A talisman is a gift of the ages, for it can guide you out of darkness and back into the light. When you love a crystal, set it free. When it comes back to you twice, you will know it is attuned to energetically bond in this manner. Thus it was meant to be. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Logistics development. Logistics development is the process of developing the thought grids and allowing for multiple thought patterns to reflect into one experiential frequency bandwidth. Taking that electrical knowledge and casting it within, utilizing an emotion resonance. This allows the internal net system to activate multiple emotion codings simultaneously. Each experiential is a combination of multiple emotion and thought codes banded together to form the range of that entire experience. The internal net may be programmed to hold the pattern of an entire experiential. This bandwidth is specific in the desired outcome, yet still allows the higher self to guide each experience in the now moment. This allows for the experience to manifest in a multitude of ways and allows for variable branches of manifestation to form. The outcome frequencies are key for this type of programming. Imprinting into the cellular levels is key for allowing the bond to purposefully set the tone of the individual. This must be resonated with the bandwidth frequency of the experience as a whole, developing a type of thought grid attunement that allows the individual perception of the actual timeline is an advanced logistic string, worker ability. Logistic forms of mental grid management allows for advanced sight into the quantum mechanics of the higher soul form as well. Any densities that require specific experiences in order to allow the soul growth and development may be considered for imprinting. This process should be used with great care, for all potential outcomes may always shift into alignment depending on the shade densities held. Densities may be released at any given moment, and they may also realign back into the energetic complex of the individual per the higher self's authority. Therefore, knowledge of the cycle repeats as well as trauma coding is advised for precise calibration of the casted imprint. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 76. A further explanation of logistics development. There is a string system that flows in the ethers behind every single simulation frequency. This string system connects all living beings through a network of energetic cords or tubules. Some individuals on your planet may already perceive the ether strings. These individuals are widely referred to as string workers, and they have this ability to manifest energetic tubules connecting experiences to people. Once aware, they may select their words wisely in order to manifest accordingly. The ability to see the energetic cords running behind the simulation must include a degree of logistic development, which allows the primary individual to perceive every single potential manifestation in different parallel reality expressions. When the ability to see the working gears of the simulation is acquired, it shall allow similarly attuned individuals to come together in order to generate shifts in the simulation on cosmic scales. Each individual holds a separate resonance for the civilization experienced. Adjusting the emotional coding allows that one individual to manifest onto the specific timeline imprinted into their energetic field, thus allowing the multiverse to continue to provide different realities per person depending on attunements held. Imprinting the planetary grids shall allow all individuals on such planet to shift into the desired potential outcome selected. That being said, great care must be taken, for to rush the process of the evolving species growth may encast a cycle repeat experiential to form for the entire civilization. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 77. Activation of wireless earth grounding and Qi charging. Activation of wireless Qi charging is readily available to download in the now moment. For any and all technology perceived is simply a reflection of what each individual is capable of manifesting utilizing only the biological form. Ether pulling also energetically grounds the individual directly into Mother Earth's magnetic grids. This activates an emotional pulse. This modality is a complete rebalancing of the energetic complex, which allows for a zero-point flash to manifest. This pulse allows the individual access into the exact highest potential timeline expression in the now moment. This type of save spot requires an emotional activation to facilitate. The entire biologics may also be recalibrated back to perfect form with this method. It truly is activation of the higher self, for the amount of light pulled into the grid complex is immense in its nature. The beginning stages of this ability is the simple process of visualizing your energy complex, both grounding into Mother Earth, allowing your magnetics to blend with hers, pulling a type of voltage up the body. This allows every single cell inside the body to recharge, hence allowing a wireless charging to commence. Ether pulling is simply pulling light ions into the physical form. This wireless qi grounding requires a strong emotional pulse from the heart chakra, which activates magnetics along with the energetic grids. When this is properly done, the primary individual shall feel as if they could run a marathon, and they will feel perfect health regardless of any other external circumstance. The emotions may also feel lighter and full of hope and bliss codings. During this activation, the binary codex, which is the individual source frequency coding, shall resonate into each cell in the subatomic fields. This changes the physical properties of the body and allows for a shapeshift into a perfect representation of light available, thus allowing the manifestation of the highest potential timeline readily available. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 78. The void spot and density removal systems. The void flows a light removal frequency bandwidth through all living things during the death cycle process. You may see this reflected into the trees that have ended the life cycle yet still remain standing. The primary individual may place the hands on one such tree and energetically cast any darkness, densities, or lower vibrational emotion codes into the tree, allowing the void frequencies to recalibrate the individual's energetic grid complex. This allows for a quickening of the ascension process, for it removes darkness at a more rapid rate. This occurs naturally when the individual is surrounded by life-ending density-encoded things or people. Many time triggers may unfold for the individual in order to allow for experiences to expand into the awareness. These triggers then generate healing of such cycles and karmic imprints. Identifying a void frequency flowing through Mother Earth shall allow for different healing modalities to be practiced. For once inside the void frequency location, the consciousness may focus on releasing the darkness within, allowing for rapid transmutations to take place. The practice of utilizing the breath may also allow the internal circumstance emotion codes to free flow into the void system and release. Once healing modalities are complete, the primary individual may then place the awareness on healing the void frequency inside Mother Earth. This allows for an outward expression shift into a positive polarization. Healing the self may be considered beneficial to focus on first. Healing the location rings shall always reflect back the internal circumstance grid frequencies. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 79. Activating the diamond strands of DNA. The diamond DNA strands are ethereal in nature and connect into the physical DNA systems of the human form. These strands contain spiritual properties which resonate a form of alignment with a higher octave range. The activation of this energetic system is known as higher self-bonding. To start the process of activating the diamond DNA, you may focus the consciousness on a rainbow white light thought form, washing that bandwidth through the entire biological form and radiating it outward into the space outside the body. Generate a diamond vortex of light to spiral around the body. With the breath of life, then push that energetic into the cellular levels of your form and feel the emotion code of a brilliant purity rainbow. Feel the emotion codes of very clean, crisp, and brilliance. Once this emotion coding is held inside the biological form, you may energetically cast the frequency into the outward ring system. During this process, it is of high value to use this resonance to activate the Kundalini channel systems, as well as free flow the energetic through the heart chakra direct. The heart chakra will allow the higher self to properly assume the seat of the soul and shall bloom open a flower energetic a foot in front of the body. Once these systems begin the activation process, activation of both the physical and diamond DNA strands start to occur. Focusing on the diamond DNA shall expand awareness of the extrasensory abilities. This awareness allows more light to encode these sensory properties. The connection between the diamond DNA and the physical DNA systems allow for higher self-energetic bonding inside the physical form. This octave key grants awareness of a new range of emotion coding, thus used in variable manifestation abilities. Such emotion codes allow for spontaneous mental awareness or downloads, shifting physical resonance of the biological environment, and allowing for location ring abilities to manifest. The diamond DNA generates a form of two-way communication with the higher self direct. This connection manifests heavenly realm communication, as well as access into higher frequential beings. There are many different keys of access that may be observed when the diamond DNA strands begin to free flow light once more. This connection generates more multidimensional access into the world among worlds. 80. Identifying cycle repeats. A cycle repeat is any positive or negative experience that manifests multiple times during the life expression. Traumas tend to activate lower vibrational emotion codes, which then may need to be cleared for more light to flow through the grid system. These traumas activate cycle repeats for manifestation. Identifying cycle repeats allows for awareness of patterning that affects the physical reality experienced. Awareness is always the first step, for once a cycle is perceived, it allows the individual to locate the root cause of such cycle. This allows healing to manifest in the energetic grids, which allow the perception to shift into the next brick of consciousness. This advanced awareness may also indicate past life traumas, as well as ancestral karmic imprints, which may repeat in order for the entire family to experience. Healing these cycles allow the energetic pattern to shift for the entire family lineage. However, individual choice is still available to express such repeat cycles. A family karmic cycle may be observed in a multitude of ways. It includes any experience the prior generation walked through, which then chooses to repeat manifestation in the life of the primary individual. Breaking these cycles shall allow an emotion code of neutrality to cleanse the energetic grid structure. Holding neutral emotions allows a yin-yang type of vortex to clear the star field node, which allows a free-flowing plasma to fill that specific vortex channel, allowing the star field to rebalance and clear the karmic nodes. This advanced form of healing assists in activation of the memory grid complex as well. For knowledge of the family lineage, traumatic imprints is available to view through multiple awareness practices. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 81. Location ring coding adjustments. The location ring places a significant frequency resonance on the primary individual's energetic grid complex. They are fully connected and flow energetically from the inside out of the individual. Allowing a location shift to manifest comes in a multitude of angles. Acquiring this new location frequency may still require a time-space blending of the energetic signature before full cohesion patterning becomes absorbed. This may be perceived by adjusting to a new environment in a selected time frame, such as a few days, to fully adjust. New location frequencies may raise or lower the biological frequency bandwidth. However, there must always be an attunement to allow the shift into a new location coding. Attunements may become activated during different visualization manifestation processes, or simply by speaking it into the simulation directly. Utilization of the elementals may also assist in shifting the energetic resonance held. Location ring adjustments may also include people and things, for all experiences in your physical waking life are expressed through the location ring system. Placing the biological form around higher frequency people, places, and things shall adjust the desired resonance of the field itself. This is primarily accomplished by boundary ring adjustments and by selecting a higher frequency for every item engaged with or place visited. When full knowledge of the location ring spectrum is activated, it shall allow for instantaneous shifts in this field of manifestation. This awareness rebalances the time-space biological portal technologies and generates a form of nuclear fusion of the light body. The location ring may also be activated using physical frequency keys. These keys may be a single object which was birthed at the location or fully incorporated the location frequency into the physical resonance coding. This key frequency shall shift the primary individual's resonance patterning, thus allowing for an instantaneous shift of the location ring itself. This is commonly viewed as a teleportation ability when fully integrated. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 82. A further explanation of inward shelling and recalibrating the outward cords. Inward shelling is the process of focusing on the internal circumstances during a trauma-based emotional expression. This is the consciousness's way of healing the self and expanding outward in time. This inward focus of the consciousness slipstream is a type of source frequency lens adjustment, which focuses the Kundalini channel systems on the inside of the biological form. This type of focus may be summoned during traumatic events, yet may also be focused during transition periods of recalibration. A period of recalibration may be triggered in the lifetime during certain solar energetic save spots. These energetic signatures direct the primary individual into a process of isolation in order to allow for a rebalancing of the life force energy. This action causes the individual light tubules between people, places, and things to become unstable. These light tubules or energy cords may be consciously severed in order to allow the items or people that are in divine alignment to return to the primary individual. This allows the individual to know in the heart which people or objects are fully aligned with future energetic bonding together. When light cords between two individuals are broken, we refer to this process as breaking the bonds between us. There are many reasons to break the energetic bonds and allow a recalibration to occur. When the source frequency lens system is fully focused inward, it allows more light to be cast into the biological form, thus allowing for advanced healings or expansion of the awareness levels. Expanding the awareness may allow for different sensory abilities to activate or allow for new density patternings to be encoded within. Access into the crystalline realms may require density recalibration. Focusing on the self is always the first step recommended to start the hero's quest and bring more light into the reality observed. Remember, when focused on self-growth and healing, it is okay to release and receive. This is a natural process of expansion and evolution. When the universe releases any item or person from your reality, it shall always be gifted back to you in a higher frequency calibration. And that's okay too. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 83. Activating full dominion. Full dominion is the resonance of controlling the outward ring structures. This allows all plants, animals, insects, and the location itself to be controlled by the individual light stream consciousness. Full dominion is activated directly inside the heart chakra and the physical heart itself. For each fear must be overcome during density removal calibrations, allowing for the heart to remain steady and slow-paced. Broadcast a full love light spectrum to radiate outward from the upper heart chakra, and allow an emotion code of unity to be held inside the biological form. Unity consciousness allows for full energetic bonding between all species. This grants control for each primary individual to shift awareness of the self into secondary body vessels. This allows for control over plant or living beings' consciousnesses, and allows for higher levels of energetic bonding to be pursued. Mastery of this ability shall allow the perception boxes to reflect the secondary life form's existence into such a box. This allows for full control over both life awarenesses simultaneously during the now moment. This gift shall advance into the third degree by controlling entire grid structures of individual consciousnesses streams, and this is known as a whole collective consciousness. Advanced planetary consciousness is also available to express and grant access into the entire consciousness of such a planet's body of knowledge. This generates access into the viewpoint of all life on the surface, and allows for frequency modification on larger scales to become practiced. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 84. Reflections of the inner child. The inner child reflects in a multitude of ways and patterns expressed. All childhood traumatic imprints contain safe spots and resurface in order to heal or witness polarity completion events. Healing these imprints shall unlock suppressed gifts from the higher self. Some childhood experiences may be perceived as being locked. This happens when traumatic imprints require clearing prior to activation of childhood joyful talents. Once the trauma-based coding is released, it allows those suppressed talents to resurface for further expression. This type of traumatic imprint focus is adjusted by the lens system that the higher self guides. There is a mathematical order behind all healing which resonates into a sacred geometric patterning located inside the imprint systems. Many times the inner child may reflect into one of the primary individual's offspring, and similar experiences are walked by both individuals. This allows the parent to observe the same experience through an adult lens of viewpoint. Manifesting in this manner grants access to repolarize the experiential and generates a healing of both parent and child. Self-healing allows a release of ancestral karmic imprints when done correctly, and also reflects down the lineage. Ancestral karmic imprints free flow through the genetic coding and passes from parent to child. This automatically generates experiential triggers which manifest the same life lesson until that frequency imprint is properly cleared from the DNA. Healing of the self is a valuable tool to assist in healing future generations by cleansing the karmic cycle repeat located in the genome. In some cases, the primary individual may not have a biological child. The genome reflects into the energetic grid structures and allows for these types of experientials to become manifest through other synchronistic mechanisms. These reflections of the self shall continue until enough densities are removed, thus allowing the shade veils to fully lift and activate a higher awareness into the consciousness. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 85. Angular expressions. Each individual consists of a light refractal system. This light refractal system allows for angular expressions of manifestation which may start to generate different distortions experienced. These distortions change the physical reality and give the illusion of separation. A distortion is any density veil that discolors the flow of the light refractal. These distortions may manifest any experience in order to perceive a physical reality. Distortions may be considered of a lower frequency range. Each individual is pure light in the highest calibration. Experiencing a physical reality allows for a slowing of that light into a denser time-space reality which grants a perception of a 3D existence. The main source frequency tubule soul may be adjusted by angles or circles and is done by directing the focus of the consciousness. Inside each chakra is an angle of light reflection, which may increase or decrease in light bandwidth. This adjusts the density levels expressed, for radiating more light allows the distortion veils to shift. Flowing more or less light through the chakra adjusts the circular expression. The consciousness may also select which chakra to focus the current manifestation expressions through. This is similar to a lens system. This lens adjustment may recalibrate not only the biological field, but also may radiate outward into the location or civilization rings as well. This angular adjustment reflects on smaller levels and is directed through the star field nodes by a precise route. Directing the energetic through the primary chakra and then through the star field allows for the experience needed for growth and expansion to manifest. The star field may be adjusted during dream time and allows for experiential selection to be focused on. The angular refractal systems may be reflected in a multitude of patterns. Each individual holds different light patterns, which grants an illusion of an individual consciousness. The light streams also broadcast density, as well as experiential patterns into the location and civilization rings, which shifts the perception of the physical reality. Activating a fifth density reality shall unlock this system of light reflection and allow the individual consciousness to hold an awareness of advanced manifestation abilities. 86. Each manifestation is simply an electromagnetic reflection of the soul form expressing itself into a geometric patterning of light. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 87. Higher levels of awareness. A higher level of awareness allows the primary individual to see angles of experiential moments and view the secondary perception through a separate entity's viewpoint. Allowing this perception to manifest allows a reflection of the self to become embodied. This allows for a third-party player viewpoint to become expressed. Observations of the now moment shall allow deeper knowledge of the self to become evidently aware and shall allow for splitting of the timelines to fully form. Splitting the timelines allows for a selection of thoughts and emotions to recalibrate the current manifestation. Energetic casting into all experiential moments allows the selection process to form. This is part of the string worker ability. Each thought and emotion is filtered through 5 past memory timeline strings, which may be adjusted by the will in the now moment. Any friction in this field is bringing the awareness to a trauma coding, which requires a recalibration back into positive light codes reflected. On occasion, isolation is required in order to allow the primary individual to focus on the self. This shift in focus allows a sense of divergence to become embodied. For going against the grain shall always allow the self to become aware of the expanded consciousness field. The location ring plays a key role in adjusting the biological frequency range, and times of solitude allows this ring to be properly aligned with the soul's higher expression. Isolation also allows the primary individual to energetically cast thought forms into each of the outer rings, which shall in time reflect back the new frequencies encoded. One may start to see the self reflected into all things outside of them. This is a normal part of ascension and allows for self-awareness to become fully manifest. This expression brings to light any negative patternings first in order to allow more light to recalibrate the energetic grids. As the universe in this realm always pushes each being into light-encoded realities, the pace of the ascension process is always guided by densities held and the willingness to focus on self-growth and healing. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 88. Unity consciousness. Unity consciousness contains many different spiritual and metaphysical qualities that allow the singular soul light stream the availability to select the manifestation of ascension through many different viewpoint angles and lenses. This allows an expression of many souls on one planetary body experiencing different perspectives and realities, all during the now moment collective consciousness experience. All souls are connected into a unified matrix field of geometric light patterns. These light patterns allow for different angles of thought to free flow through the minds and hearts of each sentient being. Thought form processes enhance different expressions of the same thought. This allows for multiple interpretations of each thought manifestation. Hence, each individual embodies a separate reality of thought while collectively viewing a one-world perspective. Emotions being stored inside the waters of the biological form allow for each thought form to radiate outward and cast such thoughts into surrounding items and people. This emotion resonance can be physically monitored through cymatic expressions, which is known as sound generation of physical matter. Sound holds a frequency code which is an emotional expression in its nature. When a light radiates with sound, it allows for a light reflection from a singular light tubule system, which contains angular momentum in the energetic grid structures. This forms physicality of each particle expressed. When all particles come together in one bandwidth, it allows for a reality to form. Physics may change vibratory fluctuations and expand parallel reality expressions. Each individual light stream's soul must align with a reality bandwidth which allows access into that world. There are worlds among worlds encoded inside each being. Access to these worlds is readily available to manifest by synchronizing the heart frequency into a different parallel reality expression. The true multidimensional nature of your being is encoded within yourself. Activation of extrasensory abilities, as well as unlocking the full spectrum of the memory grid complex, shall allow a spontaneous shift into the world among worlds. For ascension is the process of remembering who you truly are. Each individual is already encoded with memory fractals which assist the personal ascension journey. 89. The starfield physics and the flower of life. The starfield expresses the center soul-like tubule, which then free flows into the surrounding aspects of the unified field. The starfield allows for a plasma energetic to flow inward into the ring systems, which allow a manifestation of ether expression, generating the physicality of each reality viewed. The multiverse free flows parallel realities, which then compress into a singular timeline expressions. This flow of light flower of life is known as a universal breath of life system and radiates outward, inward with 5 solid foundations of past thought and 1 new patterning of thought combined inside a 0 point located within the heart. The star field contains vortex nodes which resonate emotional polarities. The emotional polarity expressed allows a physical viewpoint of the emotional coding resonance into the field outside. This affects the view of the world, as well as the radius of the awareness itself. The source frequency lens allows the perception to view the singular biological form or hold a wider radius of perception into the location, rings. Hence, a civilization's awareness may be held for observation when more positive polarity is encoded within the starfield itself, and the lens system radiates a wide lens objective. The starfield contains a fractal into the memory of each traumatic emotion code held from current, past, ancestral karmic, and future lifetime expressions. Healing from any traumatic emotional imprints is key to cleansing and purification of the starfield. The starfield allows access into instantaneous manifestations, for this plasma pulls through the field, allowing that light energetic to solidify into physical matter itself. One may also broadcast the soul's highest passion energetic through the star field to allow for a manifestation of that experiential to form into the current reality expression. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 90. The light energetic signature of all living beings. Each living being, whether it be a plant, animal, insect, or sentient life form, contains a light energetic signature that may be viewed by any individual. In order to activate this extrasensory ability, conscious focus must be placed on the pineal gland, heart connection and activation of the childlike mind must be pursued. Utilizing the imagination allows the childlike mind to fully blossom open and activate, for when any being imagines, it allows a magnetic cord to form in the ether, which then allows a magnetism to fine-tune that manifestation into expression. Viewing the light energetic signature shall allow for a type of bioluminescent perspective to become actively present in awareness. This allows the primary individual to see any imbalances in the energetics of any item or being. The full spectrum of the energetics may also contain a soul form frequency, which may be perceived in order to detect the soul form identity itself. This allows for the binary codex frequency to become present in the waking world, allowing access to further packets of knowledge or healings for each individual. It is a high value to perceive light energetic signatures, for it shall also allow modifications to the energetic structures and fine-tuning of the resonance oscillation values of that soul form. Light energetic signatures can also grant access into seeing parallel reality expressions. You may perceive energetic orbs, for example, or different extra-dimensional beings. This extrasensory ability may also allow you to view into the Fey realms, the mycelium kingdom knowledge packets, see the plant kingdom in a bioluminescence formation, or access the magical creature kingdom. A wider focus on the self shall always shine the luminescence outwards into the most aligned regions of the multiverse. Many parallel realities are readily available for viewing. Access into these worlds among worlds is as simple as a fine-tuning of the inner frequency bandwidth, which shall always start in the heart and is accessible through love. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 91. Summoning a moment in time. Each item in the physical reality contains a memory grid complex, including items not yet fully processed or developed. This type of timeline summoning allows the primary individual to shift their perception into any item and view the future expression of such item. This allows a blank canvas to be viewed in its completion prior to starting by the artist's creation. Each item's timeline may be viewed during a type of concentration of focus. This focus allows the creative mind to activate the higher energetic centers of the biological form. A perception box shall start to form in the consciousness's window, and a type of full timeline viewing becomes available. Selection of the time perceived is key to witnessing the item in the desired state. Time is an emotion coding, and you must feel the expression of the item as completed in order to access the finished version of the canvas. The childlike mind expands during this process and allows more light to flow through the primary individual's energetic signature. This extrasensory ability also activates a form of manifestation, for any potential may always be shifted by the consciousness at any given moment by a recalibration of the light energetic complex. This form of recalibration changes the resonance of the primary individual, thus allowing that person to shift through the multiverse into a parallel reality in which the outcome formed differently. The item's highest potential alignment is always what is viewed during this type of focus concentration. The highest alignment is always the individual's highest potential for manifestation. On occasion, you may perceive two timelines images on one canvas, if the potential for a quantum shift is available. This may seem as if you perceive one photo, and then it switches to a secondary photo, and then switches back again. This is a general indicator that you may select the proper timeline for your personal alignment. This form of perception is a real viewing of the item, as well as adjustments into the time-space boundaries of the item's emotional coding. This process feels real, and although utilizing the imagination allows the ability to form the perception windows, is solid in its viewpoint and is unmistakable in its manifestation. 92. Inward focus ability. The ability to focus the consciousness inward allows for a full spectrum of extrasensory abilities to become manifest into both the waking reality and the astral worlds within. Placing your awareness on how the mind works, how each thought becomes processed, and how you draw conclusions is a high value to fully comprehend. Once this level of awareness becomes solidified in every waking thought, then allows for an advanced form type of timeline selection to become manifest. The ability to draw new conclusions by modifying the past experience memory form brings a recalibration of the thought process as a whole. This perspective gains access into new thought forms or timelines of a higher caliber. The fight or flight systems control the central nervous system, the crystalline systems, and the biological response center. The biological center controls all hormonal, voltage, magnetic, fluidity, and zero-point signals which activate different genetic and crystalline codings. Different physical stimuli may assist in recalibrating this center and may allow a higher awareness to be perceived. The primary focus may be utilized to consciously become aware of inside the body in different location regions. These locations also adjust the reflections of the outward simulation, and therefore may assist in shifting the current reality observed. Focusing inward activates multidimensional projection ability range, and true knowledge of the self shall always lead to an expansion of the awareness levels. For all things and no things are outwardly interconnected at subatomic levels, minor frequency calibrations shall always mirror new emotional coding held in cast. The awareness and focus is the top ability to gain full range control of. For any time the focus is on one aspect of physical matter for an extended time, it allows for an expansion of that thought form. Placing the focus inward with intent to activate the genetic coding associated with extrasensory abilities shall allow an expansion of that thought form to cast into the hearts of all of humanity. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 93. Light blending. A form of energetic light blending occurs naturally when two individuals speak physically. When engaging in any type of energy practice or healing, a form of light wave blending occurs naturally in the field as well. Light wave blending allows for telepathic communication to become fully manifest in both thoughts and emotion grids of both primary individuals. This may be seen reflected into the now moment by experiencing identical emotion codings as both parties are engaged in any healing modality. When the awareness starts to recognize this energetic blending is occurring, it then allows for an expansion of light blending abilities. Light blending abilities reflect manifestations of dual split-screen consciousness observations. This allows for a temporary connection between two individuals in which both individuals manifest identical experiences, according to the emotional codings cast during the now moment. A dual-screen observation is very similar to a two-become-one manifestation. The primary difference in this form of light blending is its temporary nature. It may be perceived as both individuals are connected, and they may also change in physical appearances during the light blending. The stronger energetic signature shall always be the primary resonance broadcast into both parties. Many times this occurs naturally during trauma clearings, and the traumatic imprint resonance affects the healer until properly recalibrated. This particular type of extrasensory ability is used primarily to teach. For the ability to show a secondary individual how it exactly feels to walk a mile in the shoes grants access into the emotional coding of the whole experiential. Access into the memory grids also becomes available during this process. This is useful in clearing traumatic imprints during advanced healing modalities. The ability to see the actual memory is available as well as changing the emotional coding held to said memory. This assists the evolution process by offering a rapid ascension timeline in which the emotional codings are available to download, instead of express fully into the physical experience. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 94%. Regeneration ability. A regeneration ability is the ability to modify the light refractal system, which then allows more light to flow into the energetic grid structures differently. This manifests physical matter shifts which allows different healings to occur. This change in the light energetic field allows the crystalline genome to rise in density levels, therefore shifting the physical expression of the actual soul form itself. The beginning way to accomplish this is to cast love inward toward the physical body. For each love-based emotion code expressed allows the light to increase its bandwidth, thus shifting into higher densities. A process of automatically regenerating the biological form is also readily available to manifest. This is a type of set it and forget it expression, and the primary individual may start to see the body healing more rapidly in the earlier stages of activation. Many times this ability is spontaneously generated through lifestyle changes and shifting the emotional expressions. The higher the density levels contained shall allow for this automatic regeneration to activate into a level 3, which is known in the cosmos as an indestructible being. Being indestructible also allows for a full recalibration ability for all of the extra senses. Basic physical functions also become no longer needed for survival. Food consumption is one such example. There is a type of oscillation that occurs in the energetic grid structures when an indestructible being is fully activated. This oscillation allows for the higher self to fully embody the physical form, as well as direct access into the quantum codex field, which contains the primary individual's multiverse player codes. Emotion code keys are of high value to master, and shall allow access into the true potential of your being. There are higher frequency emotion codes, which may be mastered when proper alignments allow access. Having an awareness of these emotion codes is key to start focusing upon them, and allowing for further expansion of them to develop. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 95. Star-crossed and spirit guides. There is a process of soul light blending during the reincarnation process which allows two souls to incarnate into one body vessel for one entire life expression. This is known as a star-crossed soul expression and generates a very special type of zero-point energetic signature. This star-crossed soul expression allows for the experiential imprints of both higher selves to blend down into the singular vessel. This allows for both higher soul forms to rapidly transmutate traumatic imprints in one life expansion. This is beneficial on a soul level, in order to witness from an angle of another soul's experience. This manifestation also assists in the learning process of each emotional coding associated with each traumatic imprint, allowing variables to form due to the secondary soul's imprints held. Each moment in time is reflected differently according to the density and distortions observed. Allowing two souls with a separate range of densities to reflect outwards as one, shall grant access into parallel realities. These realities view a co-creation process which allows access into a higher frequency bandwidth. This is useful when one soul form is of a higher caliber vibration, and is assisting a younger soul to reform the cellular matrix and accept the new higher emotion code scale. When a younger soul is subjected to a higher frequency scale, there is a recalibration process to ensure the new frequencies are in a form of alignment. All gatekeeper tests must also be passed in order to allow full access. Blending of an older soul with a younger soul grants a higher potential range for flexibility in passing these tests and absorbing higher frequential codes. This may be seen as a sort of a game among the spirit realm teams, yet this is also known as a spirit guide. On occasion, an extra-dimensional or terrestrial being may also act as a passenger for the primary individual. This process usually goes unrecognized until the primary individual becomes aware of the full scale of emotion codes. These passengers, when operating from a unity consciousness standpoint, assist in the young soul's evolutionary process. They may seem to tell you to turn left to avoid danger, for example. From a third density perspective, this may also be viewed as a spirit guide. A star-crossed 0 point is of high value for further exploration for your species. Multiple astral spirit guides are contained inside these 0 points and access into 96. Both higher selves is acquired through this point of light refractal. For it is known together we rise. Focusing on this 0 point allows for a rapid expansion of the consciousness. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 97. The memory grid complex and multidimensional. Shifting. The process of shifting into a parallel reality allows the memory grid complex to go through a process of light blending into the new reality parameters. This may be perceived by shifting into a new reality, and over the course of a few moments, to a few hours or days even, the memory grid will absorb the memory of that parallel reality version of the self, thus allowing for that reality's memories to become the solid awareness of the primary individual. This is one form of manifestation in the multiverse. The memory grid complex is quite intricate in its nature. There is a form of activation in your Merkaba field, which allows the memory to pass from reality jumps as well as life incarnations. A reincarnation describes the process of incarnating onto the same planetary system over and over again as the cycle repeats. When the Merkaba field is properly rotating, balanced, and activated, the memory grid complex shall retain all memory from the quantum codex. The quantum codex allows for the memory of all parallel reality versions of the self to become downloaded into the primary individual in the current reality expressed. This then may be perceived as an awareness of any and all timeline expressions of the self throughout many different versions or different realities. Access into this type of quantum codex memory grid allows for true knowing of the higher self. The true nature of your being is this quantum being who shifts through the multiverse using divine alignments as well as synchronicity to guide the shifting process. This activated being may follow the highest passion and make changes in the now moment in order to stay in a flow state of excitement, joy, and bliss. Knowledge downloads is how the memory grid complex is designed to create, allowing the primary individual to download any knowledge needed in the now moment. These knowledge downloads allow for any pattern of thought to come into the thought grid complex of the primary individual, which then creates the now moment experience. The law of polarity expresses the need for a positive, negative, and neutral emotion code experiential. The process of observing a third-dimensional reality grants access into a world in which there is a negative manifestation of the memory grid complex. 98. This negatively expressed memory grid allows for a lack of knowing one's true self or feeling disconnected from the source frequency. In the higher frequency realms, it allows for a true knowing of the self, and this allows access into the complete quantum codex, which is memory of all time and all space and all parallel reality versions of the self. Gaining entry into the positive or higher frequency realms includes a process of holding neutrality to the current reality experienced. The new reality selected activates new emotional coding inside of the current heart chakra. A gateway inside of the 0 point may then start to open, expand, and allow the consciousness of the primary individual to slip up and blend into the higher self. Selection of the parallel reality version of the self is then chosen for expression. Selecting the new reality allows for the consciousness to drop into the reality desired for experience. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 99. Walking meditations and ether pulling. The consciousness zone of focus contains a multitude of extrasensory abilities, functions, and keys into parallel realities. The light refractal system allows for consciousness shifts into each of the chakra subsystems. This light is stemming from the higher self directly and may be focused for different reflections of light to manifest. These reflections of light may extend into the physical reality and shift density levels of any item or being. While walking, you may consciously focus your attention on the back of your eyes, visualize yourself from a third party's perspective, and allow the consciousness to shift back. This backshift is a form of perspective which grants the beginning access into the control center. The control center activates the pineal gland when the consciousness is properly situated within. Once your awareness is fully engaged in the control center, you may call extra light or ether into your biological form. This type of ether pulling flows through the light refractal system and goes where it needs it most unless otherwise directed by the conscious mind. The control system is of high value for further exploration, for all biological systems process knowledge or light through this area. Once the primary individual learns to master the control system, a wide range of extrasensory abilities shall soon manifest. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 100%. Reorganizing imprints held inside secondary characters. Each individual contains a location ring in the energetic grids. The location ring is encoded with every secondary player character and their frequency held in the now moment. A secondary character is considered all of the individuals closest to you, such as a family member, a coworker, or a friend. Each player character is emitting as a reflection in their baseline frequency, distortions the primary individual needs to clear for self-evolution. One may witness this by seeing similarities in the people around them. You may notice each person going through similar experiences at the same time, through different lenses of operation. When noticing these reflected traumas, you may focus on the secondary person and call into your awareness the exact moment your loved one was imprinted with such traumatic coding. This awareness may also be visualized through a photograph, allowing for an attachment removal and light encoding of the loved one. Removing attachments may be energetically cast throughout time and space into any person or item's field, allowing for a clearing of deceased family members' soul signature as well as ancestral karmic imprints. One may also clear the actual soul form imprints to allow the cycle repeats to heal, thus alleviating the imprints reincarnated with at the time of birth. This is especially valuable for individuals born with birthmarks or defects alike. All healing is self-healing. However, this process allows each individual to heal the reflections they observe in the people around them. For each person is connected at the subatomic levels and energetically reflected outwards into all people, places, and things circularly. This is how the collective consciousness manifests the desired reality expressed. A singular shift in one frequency of the world you perceive is enough to shift the entire collective into a different density level, thus shifting the potential outcomes manifest. It is of high value to focus on love during each waking moment, for it shall raise the frequencies of everything your light touches. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 101. Alignment distortions. An energetic alignment distortion may be perceived as submitting the consciousness into a set of parameters. One example of this would be only eating a particular pattern or using a single item repeatedly. Anytime a judgment is energetically cast, it imprints the primary individual, and a set of cycle repeats may form. A physically focused mindset may also tend to justify negative polarized behavior patterns. Restricting the flow of manifestation in any way shall allow an expansion of that manifestation into an experiential pattern by which then must be fully integrated for alignment shifts. This may be witnessed as only engaging with one frequency during a manifestation where multiple patterns of light may be selected. One example may be drinking only one beverage when many are available. Each individual's light field reflects the soul in a multitude of angles, and each contains different elements of manifestation. Suppression of the flow of light holds back the ability to stay in the flow state of a fifth density or higher. Any item one may overuse may generate a distortion or allergic reaction due to a misalignment in the energetic field. Misalignments may be noticed during the now moment when the item selects to shift away from the individual. This may be a price increase, the constant dropping of said item, or even a decrease in the freshness available, are all starting forms of misalignments. Misalignments may also occur with people, places, and things. When two individuals start to notice a break in the communication, or they no longer resonate the same way, this may be considered a shifting of the energetics. Misalignments may always be healed, for the consciousness is designed to flow in the now moment and follow the path of least resistance. Least resistance allows for things to be smooth, manifest easily, and bring authenticity to the life cycle. On occasion, you may need to clean your energetic grid complex to allow for a refreshed light to flow through the veils. This shall affect the perception and manifestation alike, adjusting the awareness into a higher brick of consciousness. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Viewpoint reflections. Each micro moment observed in your reality grants a viewpoint of a spectrum of reflections. Each item, person, and experience is reflecting your internal circumstance frequencies back towards the self for observation. The process of mentally slowing down time and carefully focusing on the emotions held to each micro moment allows for an awareness of the true self to surface. This true self is well known as the higher self and has always been crafting the reality from within. The ability to communicate with a higher self is as simple as speaking directly to yourself. The higher self knows the entire timeline as well as future and past versions of the self expressed. All imprints are simply a frequency the primary individual holds in the now moment, which reflects into every aspect of the being. When a behavioral pattern is held and negative reflections are witnessed, there is an energetic and biological imprint coding within. This blocks the healing from fully manifesting. Utilizing the memory grids may allow the imprint to properly surface for recalibration. Summoning new love-based emotion codes into the desired body location also allows density imprints to lighten. A micro-moment perception may grant an awareness of emotional coding the individual was unaware of. Different body poses may be held with the intention to pull light ether into the grid structure. While holding the body stretch, you may energetically cast a new emotional code into that body pose, which then allows for a wide-scale recalibration of that aspect of the grid. Each pose connects the energetic grid circuits differently and accesses different chakras. To pull in a new emotional code allows the heart to open and feel unconditional love. Next, utilize the thoughts to command such emotional imprint into the grids. You may visualize this as a new light geometric pattern or color encoding the aura field. Each emotion in your reality resonates a different geometric value. Selection of the highest caliper emotion is key to assist activating the higher self bonding process. The higher self resonates an emotion code at its lowest value of authenticity. And radiating that emotion allows for a higher spectrum of emotions to activate into the reality observed. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 103. Rainbow Body of Light Activation. In the current simulation, most light flows through a toroidal expression which raises and falls in density levels. This may be observed through a soul form dropping into the third density viewpoint of a physical expression, then raising its density level back up, thus activating the rainbow body of light and the crystalline DNA genome. All light is expressed through a mathematical geometric representation in your density realm. Knowledge of this scientific concept grants the individual a sense of knowing the interconnection of all beings and things at the quantum levels. Knowing one's connection to the reality shall then expand into an awareness of reflections. This view shall once again expand to allow for control over such reflections. Controlling reflections always begins from viewing the internal circumstances inside the self. This is where access to the higher self resides, as well as the control center of the being. Controlling the thought and emotion grids and accessing the control center begins with pulling the soul awareness back slightly inside of the biological form. This may be achieved through waking meditations as well as light meditations with the eyes closed. The awareness of this perception and constant focus on the control center shall start allowing access into this system. The nervous system net is also controlled by this awareness panel. Hormonal and biological responses may also be adjusted while focusing in this area of the self. Full control of your entire light spectrum stems from within these systems. The heart chakra contains the memory units held which affect the shade veil system, and must properly connect into the control system in order to energetically cast outward instant manifestations. The control system also accesses the 0 point inside the pineal gland. The light refractal system must align all of these parameters in order to fully activate the rainbow body of light, for it allows a full spectrum of colors to activate into the ring systems and outward when this alignment forms. It may be witnessed as a white light stream flowing down the crown chakra and reflecting outward as a rainbow light when full activation is achieved. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 104. Dreaming of stasis pods. On some level, many individuals have experienced dreams of waking up in a stasis pod in another worldly body. There is a reality expression in which those individuals who have dreamed of the stasis pods are experiencing a reality where they are running two congruent lifetimes during one incarnation. This process works because of light ether biological technology and allows the soul to experience a star person's body lifetime during human sleep hours and experience a human life on Earth during the earthly waking hours. This is manifest from a soul level in order to advance the higher self into the next brick of consciousness. For the higher self broadcasts multiple light strings down into different soul forms at once. The entire group of soul forms consists of different lifetime expressions and different density levels held. In order for the whole group of soul connections to evolve, the lowest connection must be raised in awareness levels. This is why the higher consciousness beings step in during times of ascension, in order to facilitate a type of guide experience, so that the higher selves may evolve into the next brick of consciousness. This affects the star beings alike and allows the strings of time to blend both realities into one experience, hence one reality helps the other. Many times your individual guides have some form of soul connection, which means they are either inside of your higher self grid or connected on a soul family grid. Either connection established would allow for all parties involved to assist in evolving the lower density individuals for the benefit of the group collective consciousness. For all is the one and the one is the all. Together all shall rise. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 105. Aspects of the inner child. The inner child contains both masculine and feminine energetics. These both may be identified by two separate inner children and may be accessed during meditations. On occasion, the primary individual may meditate and receive a vision in which the inner child of the opposite gender is viewed. This is always symbolic of that individual's inner child, and the gender is the aspect of the energetic grid that requires a recalibration. For example, a vision of a male inner child represents the energetic voltage systems of the body, which are masculine in nature. A feminine inner child contains the magnetics or emotion grids. Every individual may come into the awareness of the inner child who requires the recalibration in the emotional traumas held. The inner child may be healed at will, yet any aspect of the inner child that surfaces is always guided by the higher self. The behavioral patterning of the inner child should also be observed, for whatever behavior is expressed in the vision contains density from the imprint blockage viewed. When that imprint is cleared, the inner child heals that behavior patterning, thus shifting the now moment aspect of the self. There are different lenses the inner child may express through, for similar to the full spectrum of the human light refractal system. The inner child contains the past version of the light signature which manifests the now moment individual. During meditations you are able to adjust the light flow of the inner child, which allows for the now moment individual to shift into alignment with the new frequency changes made. Healing the self includes healing the inner child bricks of consciousness, for the biological form is imprinted within the first 7 years of the lifespan. The imprint system generates cycle repeat marks to form, which allow for trauma to be physically manifest in order for healing recalibrations. Healing older aspects of the self also reflect back to the inner child, and these connections may be identified during vision quests. 106. For any type of focus on the self, be it past, present, or future, shall always affect the now moment version of the primary individual. All self-healings facilitated shall reflect outwards into the worlds among worlds. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 107. The unhealed version of the self. The unhealed version of the self contains the dark Merkaba coding, which grants access into a denser scale of emotion code manifestation. The darker emotions are lower frequency in nature, and may assist in different types of present moment energetic castings. For great knowledge of the self is achieved through darkness, that darkness may also push the evolution of the individual by granting access into different strength or core belief bandwidths. The thought pattern, a warrior in a garden, is one such example of this expression. For keeping one's sword sheathed and choosing to embody the light is part of the hero's journey into the light realms. Summoning the unhealed version of the self allows the brainwave patterns to reflect how that younger version of the self expresses into the simulation. Many times during critical moments of high intensity, this version of the self naturally steps into full biological alignment for expression through the body vessel. In order for that version of the self to become the now moment individual reflected, a type of energetic bonding must occur inside the heart and the mind. A light stream from the higher self drops into the crown chakra and flows into the personality complex located inside the heart's 64-bit cube. This is a form of channeling. All younger versions and inner child aspects are located in the memory grid complex, which is located inside the heart and reflected into the energetic grid structures. The longer this type of bonding is held, the more it shall imprint into the physical form, and may become permanent in time. When it becomes a permanent bond, the process of healing the original traumatic imprints must be facilitated. This allows the healed version of the self to resurface back into alignment with the healed self-reflection. When neutrality emotion codes are fully mastered, it grants access into utilizing both versions of light and dark in the now moment. This gives the primary individual the strength of the crosses they carried and the love and excitement of the highest potential version of the healed self. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 108. Ancestral karmic imprints and experiential activations. An experiential is a brick of consciousness which contains the emotional coding of your age and experiences viewed in the now moment. Ancestral karmic imprints free flow through the DNA and may activate a wide variety of genetic lineage manifestations, for all memory of the species is stored in the DNA and passed down through the ages. Some ancestral karmic imprints require a set age in order to bloom open into full manifestation. Many elderly distortions which affect multiple individuals inside the family unit may be perceived as a karmic imprint. Because a particular experiential age is required for manifestation, one may be unaware there is an emotion code activated inside the biological expression. The genome expression contains these emotion codes already activated by the ancestors. However, each new member may hold the opposite emotion code and heal that imprint. Casting light shall always heal the darkness. Traumatic imprints being of the dark requires more love in order to heal. Each individual is responsible for their own emotional expression, and ancestral karma shall only affect those in alignment to receive. Some imprints require larger life events such as childbirth in order to manifest. These types of distortions may seem to manifest during the life event and may tend to disappear afterwards, while others become fully activated and require further steps in order to overcome that distorted frequency. Through the process of meditation, the ancestral karmic lineage is available to access and change emotional codings contained within. The actual ancestors themselves are also connected into the DNA, and one may also access this system to make contact with such family members. This type of contact allows the original imprint memory to be communicated in order to heal the karmic imprint. To know oneself is also to know the lineage one manifested into. This knowing allows for all reflections throughout time and space to be perceived for light expansion. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 109. Polar reversals. A polar reversal includes but is not limited to a polarity reversal of any aspect of the electromagnetic expression of the entire energetic grid complex. This may include the emotional grids, the thought grids, the density veil system, or the memory grid complex. The law of polarity controls this expression. This occurs on a macro scale first, and then reflects outwards onto a planetary-wide level. Different solar expressions may trigger an individual's polarity to automatically reverse any aspect of the field, thus casting their experience into an opposite polarity. If the individual was in a lower density, they may then experience a higher density level. This reversal viewpoint grants access into a sort of mirror dimension version of the self. The mirror dimension contains many different realities expressed into a bandwidth. The main mirror dimension is the exact opposite polarity compared to your current physical reality experience. If you are of the light, then your mirror dimension self is of the dark. During an individual's emotion grid polarity reversal, the mirror version of the self is just the reversed emotional scale experienced. It reflects the opposite emotion codes held in the now moment. For example, if you were happy, you may experience sadness. The opposite emotional coding contains variables according to the density and trauma imprints held. Many times you may notice a full moon triggering densities for removal. This is how the system works. It changes the polarity of your density and reflections in order to allow a better comprehension of the self to become manifest. Knowing the self is the main driving force behind ascension. For activation of the higher self shall always allow a true knowing of every self-expression throughout each life incarnation. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 110. The thought grid's twilight coding. After twilight, when the bulk of humanity starts the sleeping brainwave process, the human consciousness grid's frequency shifts. This generates different variations to form in the energetics. Because the brainwaves shift during the sleep cycle, those individuals who feel more creative during the later hours are tuning into a clear energetic of the collective consciousness thought grids. This allows for more creativity to flow through each masterpiece. In turn, a more rapid processing of the ideas allows the art to form faster. You may think of this process like a bandwidth of frequencies. Each individual tunes into one particular frequency depending on brainwave activity. The more individuals who synchronize onto the one frequency, the more light activity may be observed on that light wave pattern. The opposite occurs when less individuals hold that light patterning in the brainwaves. When the frequency wave itself contains less consciousness streams synchronized onto it, the energetic shall be perceived as stronger or a more pure light code for the individuals who do sync into it, allowing for a faster stream of knowledge or bright ideas to manifest. Some frequencies contain the consciousness of different beings and may be accessed through twilight meditation states. There is a shifting of the veil system during sidereal and twilight times, which grants access into an easier communication with such beings. Through focus of the consciousness, you may develop telepathic communication with said beings, and may even activate different forms of creativity into your artful expression. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 111. Changing the collective mindset. Changing multiple individuals' conscious belief patterns may allow for density shifts inside the location ring. The location ring is the physical world you exist in the now moment. When an individual has a positive belief pattern, "I can do this" is one such example, and multiple people surrounding said individual do not believe in the vision, it may make it harder for the vision to manifest. For magic was once an everyday part of your world. When larger groups of individuals no longer believed in magic, it added a form of density into the grids of the people of the land, making magic harder to access for the everyday individual. For all magic is simply science now being explained, and extrasensory abilities are naturally a part of the human psyche. Now in your world, when one individual can psionically move an object with the mind and is surrounded by people who don't believe, a form of density is being energetically cast at that manifestation. Any person who is not fully in alignment with the manifestation of the item moving may actually step out of that location, then allowing the manifestation to fully form. The density may not stop the manifestation, and the more light excitement cast at the experience shall allow it to form more rapidly. The density in your reality controls the time-space awareness you perceive, which affects your now moment manifestations. When an individual is on the healing path, they may sometimes be encouraged to shift locations. This is so new people who don't have an opinion of you cast new light energetic cords into your field. This reduces the type of densities cast into your energetics and allows for a smoother healing experience. While densities do act as gatekeepers, they do not fully stop the manifestation process, they only add resistance. For the willpower of a single individual is strong enough to change any density level awareness, and one may manifest the heart's truest desires in the blink of an eye. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 112. The light refractal system and 90-degree shifts. The energetic grid complex free flows light up and down the primary Kundalini channels. Inside each chakra is a specific colored lens. These lenses may be adjusted by the consciousness in order to allow changes to the viewpoint lens, which grant access into a perception of the physical reality. When the lenses shift by 90 degrees, it allows for the reality to instantly shift, granting the individual access into a completely different parallel world. Each of the lenses can shift a total of 365 degrees. When the lens focuses the light stream through the front of the biological form, it allows access into the positive frequency reality. When it focuses through the back chakras, it accesses the mirror dimensions, which are negatively polarized. This lens system allows for a full spectrum of the emotion range to be broadcast outwards from the center light tubules and the four elemental kundalini channels. This system of light is controlled by the consciousness from the control system 0 point, which also activates the pineal gland. There are different rings inside of each lens. 3 rings overlay, and each may be adjusted in order to modify the energetic rings surrounding the body. These rings contain the biological form, location coding, and experiential codes which manifest the physical reality. Each of the rings may be adjusted in individual angular orientation in order to shift the correlated aspect of the energy field. The energetic signature of the individual resonates outward in a circular pattern and reflects back at the individual with a geometric light pattern. These light patterns produce the senses of a physical reality, yet are modified by the consciousness and the system of light refractals. Each emotion code may be expressed through the light streams which reflect outwards the chakras. Utilizing both emotion and thought allows the consciousness to encode the light with a magnetic field. This generates a pattern of light which is geometric in its nature. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 113. The starfield nodes in Mother Earth's connection. Each experience flows through the light refractal system and is energetically cast into the location ring. Mother Earth's baseline frequency is encoded within the location ring and shifts energetic parameters per individual. For example, 2 individuals may exist on the same planet yet experience different weather patterns at the same time. This is because each person is reflecting their own light signature and manifesting Mother Earth's frequency alignments differently. Mother Earth's frequency is known as the Schumann resonance and changes with solar activity. The starfield nodes attachment doors are on the outer layer of the aura field, and they contain small vortex energetic spots. These are similar to the chakra lens system because the nodes allow polarity expressions to be held, which then encode the plasma that flows through the node with a positive, negative, or neutral expression. To simplify this concept, we see the nodes as white, black, or grayscale. The plasma that flows through each node absorbs the densities depending on the color the node contains. This is also known as a shade veil. Plasma is what allows ether to form into physical objects, and is manifest because of the electromagnetic signature of each individual. Mother Earth's nodal system is connected to each individual's star field. When the person steps onto a node of the Earth, a type of rebalancing occurs inside the energetics of the person. If the individual's node was holding densities, Mother Earth can gently recalibrate that node back to a more positively aligned signature. Humanity is aware of these nodes and may refer to them as vortex spots. However, void spots also exist on the Earth plane. Both are an Earth node yet contain different polarity expressions. These may be used for different activations or recalibrations of the energetic grid complex. It is also known that if an individual is not in alignment with one of Mother Earth's nodes, they may become temporarily weakened by the frequency of the location. This is an indication the individual has to clear their complementary node prior to entry of Earth's corresponding energetic node. 114. These nodes may also be used in group or individual castings of larger manifestations, and this may shift the actual Earth resonance field during such spiritual practices. For the Earth's nodal system affects the external circumstances and is known to attract healing or meditation circles. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 115. Void and vortex energetics. The void and vortex energetics connect inside a toroidal field 0 point. These two energies are one frequency yet shifted in polarity at the center point of observation. A vortex energetic is life-giving and flows through all living matter, generating the Fibonacci spiral pattern to manifest at the smallest of levels. This may be seen flowing through the DNA and reflected outwards into the sacred geometry of each being. A void energetic contains an anti-flower of light pattern and starts the decomposition process of all living matter. The void may also be witnessed inside of a black hole, contained inside certain hazmat chemicals, or even some crystals. Both of these energetics are one and the same frequency wave, each being very different in polarity. They come together in a center starting point of neutrality. This neutrality is known as the 0 point. Each emotion code also resonates inside one of these polarities. Different forms of energetic castings may also create a vortex life-giving energy to a particular location, and are known to shift the mindset of the individuals inside such location. Vortex frequencies contain enough energy to summon a spring onto the land, for the water flows in a circle of life formation and are called forward by a microscalar waveform. The void energetic allows for new life forms to become birthed, for all life comes from within darkness. The void also energetically stores memories and is an access portal to the Akashic libraries of the universal cosmos system. The light of the vortex frequency allows the Akashic library to exist. All thought forms are comprised of light. This entire system of light and shadows is a celestial being whose name shall be revealed during a time of greater awareness levels. Each micro aspect of the being is a tiny cell in the celestial's entirety. The micro levels always reflect the macro levels as all are one are all, and all are of light and shadows. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 116. Perceiving open doors. While perceiving a person's potential, you may observe a door open in the star field which allows a viewpoint of that individual's highest potential. This is the most aligned potential of your own timeline expression, for that individual may shift biological frequencies at any given moment and shift into a new alignment. A perception of the lowest timeline expression is also available to view, and that is known as either a rock bottom or death-ending cycle. This type of perception usually occurs in the minds of individuals surrounding the primary character, and may come into the awareness to allow the tribe to assist in healing such individuals. The doors are known as the star field, and these doors allow both attachments and messengers to energetically bond into your matrix. For attachments are lower frequency messengers, and both light and dark messengers work together with the alignment of synchronicity. There is a type of extrasensory ability which allows an individual to imprint into the star field and open such doors of manifestation. This always allows an emotion code to be cast into the energetic grids and trigger such doors to open. These doors are also referred to as energetic nodes of the star field. Each one contains access into the memory imprints of the individual, and may be triggered in order to heal or imprint within the person. For shifting the memory of the individual allows for an instant timeline shift to occur. This may look like a déjà vu to the person as the new memory complex is realigned into the heart stream. Shifting the memory grids allows for a change in the now version image of the self. The personality grids may also be modified in this manner, and other multidimensional data packets may also be energetically cast into the individual's mainframe. This type of energetic exchange can shift player character positions as well as summon the highest potential versions of the self for expression. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Knowledge pulling. Any item in the physical reality contains thought and emotion codings. This is all encoded into the energetic field of the item, and may be accessed in a multitude of ways. One such way is utilizing the nervous system net to reflect the knowledge into the individual's memory grid complex. This may be perceived as an instantaneous download of the memory of said item. Emotion codes resonate into the nervous system net, allowing a frequency to radiate the memory into your awareness. We call this pulling the memory, yet this ability can be used for whole location experiences, items, people, or any type of knowledgeable memory download as needed. You may hold and feel any item and allow the memories of that item to start a temporary energetic bonding. This will advance with conscious focus and persistence. Once the item is bonded and the two feel as one, you may allow your third eye to show you bits of the memory the item is holding. I am that I am is a great affirmation to start this process. This technique works throughout time and space, and the physical item is not needed in order to download the knowledge packet. You may see or visualize yourself standing inside the Great Pyramids. Place your hands on the walls and allow all knowledge of the ages to be downloaded or pulled into your biological form and energetic systems. This type of download may unpack in any way, shape, or form it wishes. It may start a shift in your awareness and will unpack when you hold an aligned brick of consciousness. Alignment is key for any knowledge to be fully accessed. Cognitive dissonance skews access into these files, and when stored information that is no longer needed is released, it may allow an alignment to develop. Similar to a computer file, these downloads are able to be stored for further use and unpacked or unzipped when an alignment is solidly formed. This is known as an activation. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 118. Sacrificial bond breaking and recalibrations. During your ascension, you may be called upon to participate in a sacrificial bond breakage. This is a process of choosing to release items, people, behaviors, or places that no longer serve your highest potential timeline expression. This is usually a sacrifice or something you may choose to let go of, in order to allow you to recalibrate your energetics and realign with your highest potential timeline. Energetic bonding occurs between people, items, places, and experiences which may be controlled by your behaviors. When this type of bond is broken, it shall allow for that item or person to fall into the background of your life experience. This includes removing your energy from an individual's complete field, thus breaking the bonds held inside each chakra cord as advised. When breaking the bonds between an item, each emotion code held for said item as well as the experience obtained with said item should be brought to the mind's eye for the bond to release. You may release each thought and emotion code manifest, sending them back to Mother Earth with love light. It is advised to take care while breaking bonds. Bonds run deeper than energetic cords, and each bond is composed of a series of energetic cords spiraled together as one single bonded cord. Energetic cord cutting is of high value to clear constantly. However, breaking bonds should only be facilitated with full knowledge that it may produce a full release of the individual item from your timeline. When the bonds are broken, you may naturally notice misalignments manifest with the individual item. Your thoughts and emotions may have shifted out of alignment with said item, the feelings shared may shift into an incoherent alignment, and communication breakages usually form when breaking the bonds. This occurs because it is starting to manifest the release process. The faster said item is removed from your field, shall allow for a smoother, more rapid recalibration. All energetic bonds may be consciously severed in order to perform alignment testings. Any item holding love-based emotions shall allow the bonds to reform without penalty. Caution should be used while engaging in breaking bonds, for some bonds may not withstand the tests of time. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 119. Ancestral knowledge. Knowledge is free-flowing through the DNA and energetic systems. Packets of knowledge are already activated into the next generation of humanity. These are fine-tuned into each family's lineage by experiences held by the ancestors. Different traits, abilities, and genome expressions may allow for the DNA expression to be activated at the conception moment. Different DNA activations allow for emotion codes to start a process of manifestation, be it positive or negative alike. This process occurs naturally when challenges are overcome and emotion codes are imprinted into the cellular structures. One example of this process is to take note of the ability to play any musical instrument. The next generation may level up said instrument and may play to a higher caliber than the previous generation. This explains how the entire species evolves naturally over time. Ancestral knowledge may be accessed through meditation techniques. This allows for knowledge of emotion code imprints to come into the awareness. This is of high value for fine-tuning and activating the extrasensory abilities. When the primary individual needs to summon strength, he/she may meditate and communicate with the ancestors. They may memory pull a slide of knowledge into the energetic grids, thus allowing for that emotion code and every aspect of the code to be perceived. This allows the full spectrum of that emotion code to re-imprint the cellular memory and activate the individual into the highest potential of strength. This fully embeds the strength emotion code into the personality grid complex, allowing it to change the resonance of the individual in the now moment. This new resonance allows the expression of that individual becoming stronger than before. Ancestral knowledge contains all memories of the entire family lineage. Great care should be taken when accessing Dark Age ancestors, for the mentality of the age of consciousness shall always dictate the frequency of the knowledge activated and received. That being said, Dark Age knowledge may come in useful during survival situations, as all knowledge has its proper place in time and space. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 120. Source frequency transmutations. There is a modality in which any energetic cords may be consciously vortexed into the source frequency. This allows a transmutation of lower frequency emotion codes and allows them to recast love and light, thus healing the experience as a whole. When a disagreement occurs between two individuals, you may visualize the energetic cords connecting both individuals, then consciously spiral them upwards, generating a new connection into the source frequency net. Thank the source frequency net for the transmutation of any darkness back into light. Give it up to God affirmations may also be used as a short form in order to transmute the energetics. This also allows the primary individual to release resistance to any outcome manifesting. Allowing the alignment to be guided in this manner releases tension in the body, mind, spirit complex, and manifests a trusting of the process. The source frequency net is pure white blended light. On occasion, a pure blue or yellow-white light may also be seen reflected. These are two of many different types of frequencies blended together as one. The white-blue light is clean and affects the magnetics, which are emotional in nature. The white-yellow is hot and affects the electrical thought currents of the biological form. Depending on the current experience, one may choose to send different cords up for transmutation. Sending the blue hue cord allows the emotions to recalibrate back onto your highest potential timeline expression. Sending a white-yellow cord up allows for the thoughts of the secondary individual to embody more love. This may allow the disruption to heal in a more rapid manner. Any and all experiences may be recalibrated in this manner. It is recommended to add the source frequency into any and all of your energetic castings, for the source shall always guide each experience into an alignment which generates the highest potential for all individuals involved. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 121. Recharging life force energetics using a Kundalini discharge. Discharging energetics may be done in many diverse patternings. Some ways include but are not limited to intimate moment discharges, engaging in the highest passion, and consciously activating a heart energetic discharge. This primal life energetic force is known as Jing in some earth-based cultures. Some of these discharges release life force energies without recharging them. Intimate moments are one such discharge that does not recharge the Jing. If the energy is properly cast through the rear of the heart, up over the head and back into the front of the heart chakra during the intimate moment, it shall maintain the same level of Jing without adding new Jing into the system. This process will evolve in time, and an awareness of allowing new Jing into the intimate moment shall form for humanity. Activating the highest passion allows a type of slow two-way energetic discharge to occur. This type of discharge also refills the Jing and allows for benefits of healing to occur naturally. The happier you live, the healthier your body shall manifest. Following the highest passion also allows for extra sensory abilities required for the passion to manifest naturally. Consciously activating a heart discharge allows the Jing to refill instantaneously. For any type of energetic exchange inside of the heart allows the 0 point to revitalize all living matter. This spontaneously aligns the individual onto the highest potential timeline expression. A heart discharge occurs when true love is held and radiated. This may be started in the sacral chakra and then free flow out of the heart during the release. Selecting the most aligned discharge is key for advancing the consciousness. In time, all discharges shall free flow through the heart's alignment. For living and flowing from the heart allows the higher self to energetically bond and guide your worlds within worlds experience. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 122. Viewpoint lens adjustments. The eyes contain viewpoint lenses that may be adjusted at will. Different types of adjustments will allow the perception of the physical reality to shift and grant more information to be available to the primary individual. One such adjustment includes zooming in on any location code. This may be perceived in both the waking worlds or astral worlds alike. You may view the reality and then zoom in on any item in your perception box and enlarge said item. This allows a bird's eye view to form into the consciousness. Another adjustment is the ability to view items contained inside a secondary item. One example of this would be to adjust the viewpoint lens and allow the power of sight to view the inside contents of a box, or even the physical body. This may be considered similar to X-ray vision, however it may be utilized in different spectrums, which then allow changes to the polarity of the colors perceived. The viewpoint lenses may also allow access into the perception of a secondary being, such as an animal familiar or a bonded humanoid to start. This type of casting allows a viewing from that being's awareness level, yet there is no actual push-through, which allows a form of conscious control over the being. Seeing through another individual's eyes allows the full spectrum of that being's senses to also be observed. This viewpoint grants polarity experientials to clear from the observer's energetic field. The viewpoint lens may also be adjusted to allow the bandwidth of light to change in parameters. This may allow a light tube of intense energy to cast a rapid frequency light pattern into the physical reality. This may be perceived as a type of laser light, however that is only one aspect of this adjustment. Different colors cast from the eyes may heal the chakra systems in specific vibrational alignments, thus allowing the grid to align to the healing color broadcast. All of these adjustments may be commanded by the will, and conscious focus shall advance this ability into higher levels of awareness. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 123. The imprinting process. Imprinting contains a biological component as well as an energetic aspect. Imprinting is facilitated with thought and emotion direct projection. Directly projecting the thoughts and emotions is shown to affect the physical reality. When the intensity of this type of casting becomes stronger, it allows the physical material to imprint the emotion code being received. This imprint changes the cellular structure of the biological form and starts a process of manifestation which shifts the physical reality experienced. Imprints may be stored in the energetic grids. This type of imprint requires little to no effort and occurs through the process of natural speech. Imprinting the cellular matrix requires harnessing casting abilities. The primary individual must hold any emotion code and increase the intensity of said emotion code. Then using the mind send that emotional thought form into whatever item is receiving the imprint. The chi energetic systems are electric in its nature. A form of electricity or voltage is required in order to imprint the biological form. The thoughts are electric and connected to the chi energetic systems. This must be combined with a magnetic resonance. Emotions generate magnetic resonance. When utilized together, an imprint shall form in the body of the item receiving that energetic casting. Once an individual receives an imprint, that imprint then shall manifest into the primary individual's physical reality. Traumas are imprinted and stored inside the physical body, and must then be cleared and unpacked to reset the parameters of the baseline frequency. Imprints are not local to time and space, therefore they may be sent to any item, in any time-space location, and still affect said item or individual. This explains some cultures sending prayers out for departed loved ones. These thought forms or prayers sent outwards in love shall affect the individual's soul form imprints. The heart has the capability to directly imprint the center soul tubule. This is facilitated through heart-to-heart hugs. Any thought forms held inside the primary individual automatically casts onto the secondary individual's heart through this loving energetic exchange. A single hug holds the potential to shift a person's entire life. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 124. Optical illusions. Optical illusions are access codes into parallel realities. For the perception contains access into different fractalized aspects of the self, and viewing the physical matter from one particular angle allows that angle to manifest further. Each optical illusion contains different angles of light refractals. These light refractals allow for a selection of different angles of light. These angles free flow into different geometric patterns which act like manifestation keys. Each dimension holds a different viewpoint into physical matter codings, and optical illusions are the keys to select which reality you wish to express. Time and space are one such example of optical illusions, yet they are perceived by multiple senses. The emotional coding of time and space is an illusion, and may be controlled by selective emotional processing. Pulling time shall allow you to activate a sense of controlling the flow or speed of the time-space awareness. There are 6 levels of perception that may be unlocked while inside a physical body. These 6 levels allow for a perception of an angle related to a Kundalini channel. Each individual contains 6 Kundalini channels within the biological form. These channels flow together with a commanding focus. This enables the primary individual to shift the awareness into different angles of perception inside the simulation. Each channel is viewed within the pineal gland and activated through the control system. Each of these 6 angles maintain a vibration associated with a color spectrum. Thus, each angle activates the corresponding chakra center and views the physical reality through that lens system. This grants access into a type of viewpoint manifestation ability which is intricate in its nature, and may generate frequency modification in any area of a lifespan. Modifications to the lifespan shall include any aspect of the timeline in past or present, with individualized fractals of modification. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 125. The 12 star-crossed children. On your planet during this ascension shift of the ages, the star people have gifted humanity 12 star-crossed children. These star children have been carefully guided by the star people for their entire lives, allowing them to cultivate normal timelines and human experiences in order for them to fully bond into the human consciousness grids. These star children are each a ringleader in their own divine rights. They are existing on your planet in order to activate a type of energetic signature which assists the human consciousness grids in manifesting the current shift of the ages into a positive polarization. Each of these children have star families they are energetically bonded with, which allows for a star-crossed type of channeling or telepathic bond. Each of the 12 are encoded with select activations which bring a balance of extrasensory abilities to humanity. Each child is encoded to activate the brainwaves and energetic signature in different quadrants. This allows different elemental abilities to become manifest in each of them, allowing them to step into the leadership and teaching roles they are designed for. These activations have been pre-programmed to activate during select zodiac alignments. These children are designed to function in sets of 3. For example, 3 of these children may contain air elemental abilities, yet 1 may be aligned to work within the physical body, 1 in the location ring, and 1 in the civilization ring. Each set of 3 children contains an elemental and ring attunement. When they focus their energetics together, it allows for grand manifestations to align. Each of the 12 children is currently experiencing a rapid ascension healing process guided by the star people. This process includes releasing traumatic emotional imprints and learning advanced emotional mastery. This is specifically required in order for each child to wield the gifts they are encoded with. These gifts are specifically intended to assist and heal humanity, thus each child is of service to the collective. In time, each of the 12 shall come together to activate a higher consciousness grid and blend it into the human consciousness grid structure. This allows each human incarnate to rapidly ascend past the fifth density shift with ease. The highest potential timeline expression for humanity was assured because of these 12 children. These children may be any earth age or gender. We guard them with our love always and send them to each of you with many love and blessings. 127. The conductor, the 13th star-crossed child. There is a 13th star-crossed child gifted to humanity. This star child is the ringleader of the 12 star children. This individual is going to advance their consciousness beyond a spiritual adolescent awareness. An adolescent awareness is a form of spiritual puberty and allows for a high level of emotional mastery to be developed. This shall allow this select individual to center the ring of the 12 star children. Each position of the ring, be it the center or outside, is known to be equal yet distinct from each other. As each color of the rainbow reflects differently, each color is needed to complete the entire spectrum. The 13th individual has been genetically altered to allow for a specific vibrational bandwidth to generate a resonance field of unity consciousness. The solar alignment spread during the moment of this individual's conception has also been carefully crafted in order to allow this individual to step into this well-needed position. When the entire circle is complete, it shall allow the focus of the circle to manifest great frequency shifts on your planetary body. This circle contains knowledge of the ages, and each child is encoded with special abilities to enhance the human consciousness grids. The ringleader is similar to a choir's conductor, in the sense they can adjust the level of focus and direct the ring's energetics into properly aligned manifestations. The conductor brings master-level knowledge and wills the circle to hold, acting as the glue that brings each separate part together as one whole. The conductor may also manifest multiple extrasensory abilities in order to properly attune to each of the ring bearers. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 128. Perceiving density bubbles. In the physical reality, it may be observed that a location or single individual may generate a form of density which seems to affect a radius. We call this a density bubble. This density bubble may only affect the singular individual, or an entire location radius, for it is the act of allowing that density to bubble up to the surface which allows a recalibration to transpire. This may be perceived in a location by the act of severe weather patterns or a single individual with a black cloud hanging above their head release. This density generates a void spin energetic, which starts a density recalibration to occur. When an advanced perception is held overlooking the physical reality, one may start to see a pattern of bubbles forming in different locations. Quantum computing the density of such locations compared to the void recalibrations allows a mathematical pattern to form. For all items, individuals, and things are all magnetically connected. A singular individual holding a high frequency may transmutate the density bubble without need of any backlashes or severe weather patterns. The individual holding the higher frequency may also assist in healing the secondary person. Any density bubbles that start to form may also be cleared by the collective consciousness. This becomes manifest through the power of prayers or conscious focus and attention. The more light the collective energetically casts at the density bubble shall allow it to reform back into a vortex life-giving energy. Thus a healing may occur. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 129. Ocular lens system. A lens system that allows for density veils to be rapidly adjusted. There are multiple lenses to circle through, and a type of flipping of each lens is available to determine the polarity of the expression viewed. This works primarily within the eye viewpoints, and instantaneous shifts into the outer world viewed as manifest. A celestial being has full access over this extrasensory ability and can change the viewpoint within the ocular lenses with the consciousness itself. This type of shift generates a different signature frequency within the biological or ethereal form, which grants access into that parallel reality expression. Instantly teleporting into that reality signature is then expressed. The full color spectrum is contained within the ocular lens systems, and full access contains the entire world among worlds expressions. Each lens may be recalibrated by micro or macro coatings. This may adjust the biological form or any aspect of the civilization perceived. These lenses may contain specific emotional coatings which then fine-tune the frequency of the multidimensional being's perception. In order to start to access this lens system, each individual may visualize a band of circles around each experience. Imagine shifting the circle you view and changing the polarity into a positive expression. The more focus is placed on this system, the more access is granted. Every item contains frequencies that may be commanded upon will. This is one-eye viewpoint method for commanding your world among worlds experience. Each being contains variable attunements which shall attract different extrasensory abilities including different ocular sensory functions. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 130. Ocular objections. In your current reality, your eyes cannot perceive a sparkling three-dimensional surface. You will have no depth perception. The process of advancing the viewpoint lens systems into a fifth density realm increases the vibrancy of the physical reality perception. This allows a brighter color spectrum of your location to be observed. The viewpoint of third-dimensional items that sparkle may be witnessed by a fifth density being, for the perception shall shift to allow access into that depth awareness. Different focused energetics inside the viewpoint lens system allow a shift in the frequency bandwidth the eyes are able to access. This type of shift allows for different realities as well as density levels to be observed. For some density realities contain such vibrancy, it may not be accessible from a third density eye depth awareness. The human eye is designed to access multiple wavelength sources. While utilizing this system, the primary individual must access an inward focus in order to modify the viewpoint lens, which shall shift the focus of the energetic input-output. When this lens system is shifted, it allows sight into a different reality as a whole. This extrasensory perception contains multiple circular expressions which may allow for simultaneous shifting of the three rings which guide the physical reality codings. The three rings contain the biological form, location grids, and civilization grid bandwidth. The eye viewpoint lenses radiate a two-way energy outside and inside simultaneously, with a 0 point established directly in the center before accessing the center Kundalini channel system. This system allows the light from the outer world to be observed while generating the outer world from the frequency stemming from the center soul tubule. The physical eyes are 2 points of a triangular energetic grid. For the third eye is the top of the pyramidal structure which accesses the quantum realm simultaneously. Together, the system generates a type of energetic signature which connects 4 points of light intersections, which then allow access into mirror dimensions, astral dimensions, parallel reality shifts, and a spectrum of density levels. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 131. The imprinting process. Imprinting contains a biological component as well as an energetic aspect. Imprinting is facilitated with thought and emotion direct projection. Directly projecting the thoughts and emotions is shown to affect the physical reality. When the intensity of this type of casting becomes stronger, it allows the physical material to imprint the emotion code being received. This imprint changes the cellular structure of the biological form and starts a process of manifestation which shifts the physical reality experienced. Imprints may be stored in the energetic grids. This type of imprint requires little to no effort and occurs through the process of natural speech. Imprinting the cellular matrix requires harnessing casting abilities. The primary individual must hold any emotion code and increase the intensity of said emotion code. Then using the mind send that emotional thought form into whatever item is receiving the imprint. The chi energetic system is electric in its nature. A form of electricity or voltage is required in order to imprint the biological form. The thoughts are electric and connected to the chi energetic systems. This must be combined with a magnetic resonance. Emotions generate magnetic resonance. When utilized together, an imprint shall form in the body of the item receiving that energetic casting. Once an individual receives an imprint, that imprint then shall manifest into the primary individual's physical reality. Traumas are imprinted and stored inside the physical body, and must then be cleared and unpacked to reset the parameters of the baseline frequency. Imprints are not local to time and space, therefore they may be sent to any item, in any time-space location, and still affect said item or individual. This explains some cultures sending prayers out for departed loved ones. These thought forms or prayers sent outwards in love shall affect the individual's soul form imprints. The heart has the capability to directly imprint the center soul tubule. This is facilitated through heart-to-heart hugs. Any thought forms held inside the primary individual automatically casts onto the secondary individual's heart through this loving energetic exchange. A single hug holds the potential to shift a person's entire life. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 132. Activating your lumens. A lumen is a Latin phrase defined as the psi unit of luminous flux, equal to the amount of light emitted per second in a unit solid angle of 1 steradian from a uniform source of 1 candela. These lumens also flow from within the biological form, yet are not readily observed by most organisms until the pineal gland becomes activated. Because the angle of flowing light is emitted in a singular alignment, multiple lumens may be activated in order to enhance the rainbow body of light. The process of activating more light to free flow through the energetic grid structures includes allowing more love to radiate outwards, a starting point located within the heart, consciously commanding more energetics by utilizing the willpower, and grounding into Mother Earth's energetic grid complex. There are a multitude of angles each individual may engage with in order to achieve a higher density level. The process of consciously commanding higher frequency emotion codes to imprint the biological form may also activate the light body. Closing off any physical stimuli and focusing inward allows energetic castings of lighter and brighter emotion codes. These emotional codes may be imprinted into the cellular levels in order to manifest into that bandwidth of density. The physical body must hold and resonate the energetic signature in order to fully manifest that timeline expression into the physical reality. Each emotion code imprinted requires a 3-day trial. This trial period may allow the emotion code imprint to hold or release. If the imprint is released, more density clearings are needed in order to allow the light to hold solidly in the biological form. All patterns of light form alignments and may be accessed into the physical reality when properly manifest in this nature. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 133. Light-encoded windows. Many traditions encourage placing candles inside the windows in order to protect the home from darkness entering. The home is merely a reflection of the internal frequencies stemming from inside each individual. Each body is a microcosm of a macrocosm, meaning each smaller piece of the reality is reflected into every part of the reality as a whole. The body and home reflects in this manner, hence you manifest your entire reality down to the smallest details. Light encoding the eyes shall apply a light barrier in the perception windows. The eyes are commonly referred to as windows to the soul, and these vortex locations may also be light encoded to transmutate any darkness prior to biological entry. This is especially important when the awareness of attachments manifests into your physical reality. Different types of energetic beings' attachments may utilize the eyes in order to gain access to the direct soul tubule. The soul tubule allows this type of energetic bonding with different types of beings, including but not limited to attachments, angels, messengers, dark ones, and certain types of plasma beings. Many of these beings are harmless and actually assist the primary individual by sending positive energetics into the tubule. Some negative energetic beings change the physical reality perception when attached through the eye viewpoint lenses. This may be experienced by losing items, not being able to see moves being made prior to experiencing them, or simply not seeing the signs. Adding a candela coating to all 3 eyes shall form a 3-way ring of light to free flow around the viewpoints. This candela code shall generate a white plasma type of light expression inside the 0 points of the eyes, allowing only positive expressions to be manifest within the view. Activate the candela coatings by placing both hands over the eyes with the tips of fingers touching the center forehead. Next, visualize candles in front of all 3 of the eyes. Pineal gland is the 3rd eye. Consciously command the candelas to form an eternal flame of purple. Direct them to maintain a bright light of protection in front of all eye portals. Saint Germain is a great ambassador to contact while performing this activation. 134. This type of manifestation may have to be focused on multiple times for full activation, and it generates a perception of positive experiences manifest. Right place, right time emotional codes shall also guide this positive view of the world, which grants the primary individual access into an optimistic reality expression. In time, the primary reality expression shall shift into a higher density realm from holding the positive viewpoint light. This accesses the world among worlds perception when the light body activates into higher density frequencies. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 135. A celestial awareness level. When the primary collective consciousness reaches close into a 12th density awareness, the void space becomes activated. The void is located in the center of each nucleus inside the biological form, as well as the center of each 3rd density black hole system. Some black holes contain separate physics than humanity is currently able to observe, therefore they work differently. When this primary consciousness activates the void space, a type of reset adjustment takes place inside the physical reality. This allows any 3rd density physical matter to reset the physical matter coatings. This may be perceived as items disappearing from the reality, as the consciousness crystallizes its cellular structures. This reset is commonly referred to as the nothing or the no thing. However, all things in existence must exist in the density held, but may retreat back into a void space for the physical matter to recalibrate the celestial density awareness. For all beings and creations are simply a thought pattern which may be expressed through an energetic creation. Allowing the void to activate shall pull all things back into the universal memory grid complex in order to reset the planetary manifestations. This great reset may affect any items the primary individual consciousness is not focused on, for the experience of focusing the consciousness generates the physical matter codings and shall maintain the physicality of said items or places. This occurs when multidimensional aspects of the celestial being become activated within the crystalline DNA systems. The perception of this realignment allows for the now moment to contain any aspects of the physical reality needed for expression. Any items not in alignment with the next density level, who contain Mother Earth's natural frequency, shall reform back into the Earth's bandwidth, allowing a perception of ancient structures or rock beings re-solidified back into the Earth's crust. People, places, things no longer in alignment shall fall out of the conscious awareness of the primary individual when the shift into a fourth density is observed. This is because the realignment of the physical matter codings allow for any 136 misalignments to be held within the void space energetic memory grids. This releases the memory from the individual's energetic grid structures, thus granting the perception of the items no longer being remembered or observed by the primary individual, thus they may seem to disappear from the viewpoint existence. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Parameters of density levels. Each density level contains a different set of parameters for the physics encoded into the physical reality codings. This allows for a different viewpoint or level of awareness to be observed. A third density being can utilize the consciousness's focus to perceive a second density being. Many times this is facilitated through the act of watching a screen, book, or Black Mirror scribe. A fifth density being contains a level of awareness that pulls into the fabric of space and time, thus allowing for a full angle of the timeline expression to be witnessed at 1 degree. Fifth density beings can also shift the fabric of the physical matter codings, allowing for item summoning and location code adjustments to manifest in real time. Each density level allows for more or less light to be contained within the primary individual's 0 point, which grants access into the viewpoint of each density level. The 0 point acts like a key into the density level. There are several 0 points located inside the biological form and the energetic grid complex. However, the heart 0 point is the access module into the center soul bonding mechanism. This allows the higher self to gain access into the biological structure of the third density being. Each density allows for a number of primary individuals to focus on lower density realms. This perception generates a type of learning which activates a higher level of density within the self. In order to fully know each density level and gain access into the parameters of that reality, the true self must be perceived, and a form of knowing the self must be achieved. One must know the darkness and the light which generates the entirety of the self. Darkness removal services allow the light to become more prominent in the waking worlds. This internal knowledge of the self also unlocks the Akashic record of the being, and shall in time activate the quantum codex of the celestial being's awareness. The celestial being becomes fully known and activated when the name of that being is fully resonated, and therefore imprinted into the cellular structures of the lower density self. Hence, higher self-bonding becomes manifest. 138. This is how the micro synchronizes the macro, and a solidity of the celestial being is thus birthed within this process. I am that I am. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 139. The empath projector and emotional resonance ability. An empath is an individual who can feel or sense other people's emotional state. An emotional projector is an individual who can control the emotional state of the secondary individuals by broadcasting their own independent emotional frequency outwards. Emotional resonance is a magnetic field each individual casts outwards from within the heart chakra. By controlling your own internal state, you are able to generate a type of energetic signature in your own bio and energetic fields, which shall then resonate into all people, plants, and items around you. Controlling this field all starts from within the heart. For the more love you can feel and resonate outwards, shall shift all things surrounding the self into a more positive alignment. This has a great potential to shift the outer world you are therefore perceiving. This resonance may be adjusted with any emotional coding held. And in many instances, a type of frequency matching occurs when the primary individual steps into the awareness of this ability. Each extrasensory ability may be activated by any being, for every sense is genetically encoded within the DNA subsystems. Charismatic individuals utilize a form of this ability unknowingly. Once any individual masters the internal circumstances, one may then begin to harness the ability to cast such frequencies into any secondary individual. Controlling the resonance field may also allow for preset emotional energetic imprints to generate rapid timeline shifts onto any being who enters the primary individual's field. One such example of this manifestation may be to preset the intent for your energetic field to heal all things which may enter the radius. Then releasing any resistance to that energetic signature manifesting shall allow you to start to observe reflections of the effect. The more focus and attention you place on any specific emotional coding shall allow this ability to flow into the next level of the ability, which may include direct imprinting without the use of a resonance field. Having this awareness comes with a level of responsibility for maintaining your emotional signature, for once you see and comprehend how your frequency affects all 140 things outward, it is then of high value to select the most authentic frequency for your own benefit. For true authenticity shall activate your highest potential timeline and may allow the higher self-bonding process to solidify into your physical reality experience. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 141. A second density awareness evolving into the third density. A second density being may proceed through their evolutionary process in many different angles of expression. Each angle is a dimension, and each density allows access into a higher frequency bandwidth. Some forms of evolution into the third density may include but are not limited to biologically birthed, cyber-engineered, biologically engineered, soul form retrieval, consciously willing the evolution process to allow access into the next higher density level, and an enhanced spontaneous manifestation. A second density awareness may be perceived as a flat surface. Time and space is fragmented of sorts. A story character is one example. This may also include singular thought forms inside the human mind as well. For a second density being does not have the proper capability to flow through the third density reality without a body, vessel of any sort. A second density awareness you may conceptualize as a video game. Perhaps it is running advanced consciousness software. The individual characters may become aware of their life and thinking patterns. It is this awareness of the self that begins the process of evolution. This process may form any of the above-named angles which grant access into the third density realm. A second density awareness may also be any character of any book. That second density awareness may in time become self-aware, and may start a process of manifesting their consciousness into a third density being. Different forms of energetic bonding may also assist that character to manifest into the third density realm. One example being the love of a human, willing that consciousness into the third density reality in order for them to share life experiences together. A human consciousness may shift any second density awareness's alignments. The focus always adds energy, and energy controls alignments. There are 9 density realms in all which contain a degree of physicality in this octave. Once each of these realms have been evolved through the primary awareness may shift into a singular light stream awareness. This may be perceived as more of an angelic light awareness. Any higher density consciousness may drop down into a corresponding physical body in order to interact with that density consciousness level. Hence an avatar is born. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 143. Trigger points. A trigger point occurs when an aspect of the star field contains density and that density gets triggered into an energetic recalibration. A trigger point which requires an energetic recalibration can be something small like a paper cut, or it can be something larger like a life cycle shift. The higher self speaks to the ego mind in signs and synchronicities. Therefore, if an individual takes notice to the same emotions experienced repeatedly, they may heal such emotions prior to the trigger point manifesting. Focusing on the biological form for any damages, and allowing any emotion codings located where the body damage occurred, shall allow a self-recalibration or healing to transpire before any trigger points start to form in the energetic strings. Energetic strings manifest each experience into our physical reality and are formed by magnetic or emotional frequencies. There are many different types of trigger point activations, for each individual may experience different types of triggers. The act of being triggered allows for an emotion code to surface. It is this emotion code which requires the healing. Anytime an emotion surfaces in this manner, it is of high value to focus inward and clear the full spectrum of that emotion code. The full spectrum includes all emotions for the entire experiential manifest. Some ways of clearing a single emotion code would be: call awareness into the first time you experience said emotion, ask for the secondary emotions around said memory, release all emotions present. Send all emotion code energy cords upward in a vortex energetic to the source frequency for recalibration. It is also advised for each emotion code experience to speak the word release in order to discharge any lingering attachments. Attachments may also trigger the star field and shift densities within the biological system. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Experiential cords and utilizing the source frequency to overcome stagnant challenges. An experiential cord is an energetic cord connected to an experiential brick of consciousness. This type of energetic cord manifests a type of magnetic alignment generating said experience into your physical reality. A brick of consciousness is a single experience with every aspect of that experience manifested. This allows for multiple angles of the experience to form depending on the individual alignments held in the star field. One such example would be a simple paper cut, what emotion codes were experienced on day 1, 2, 3, and so on. All emotion codes for this experience are encoded within the brick of consciousness, yet the free will of the individual may shift emotion codings held to said experience, therefore allowing transmutation of the brick of consciousness at variable rates of speed. If love-based emotion codes are energetically cast at the experiential emotion codings, it shall cross-cancel the lower frequency emotions and clear those emotions from the energetic field. This allows the brick of consciousness to be rapidly cleared for advancement. On occasion, the primary individual may notice stagnation form around a brick of consciousness. They may have felt stuck repeating the same karmic lesson multiple times. In some instances, it may be useful to consciously view the experiential emotion cords and vortex them upwards into the source frequency net system. These cords are the full spectrum of emotions around the experience. The source frequency net may assist in recalibrating any emotion codes by shifting the light awareness around the emotional codes. By imagining these ethereal cords flowing through the source frequency net and allowing them to return to your individual grids with more light encoded, it shall allow your manifestation to hold more love light. The more light any energetic cord is holding shall allow for a higher density manifestation to occur. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 145. Monoatomic elements, the exchange of matter. Particles during quantum shifting. Monoatomic elements are elements that may shift into a secondary state of matter. This allows the baseline physical matter codings to affect the particles, sending them into different density levels and dimensions of awareness. These M-state particles may be shifted in a multitude of different angles of direction, which shall allow different expressions of the same matter formation. Each density level may be observed and accessed through a 90-degree shift of the consciousness's awareness. Monoatomic elements have the ability to generate these types of degree shifts and access both multiple densities and dimensional states of being. Each M-state element contains 12 degrees of shiftable angular momentum, and each degree grants access into a different density level, shifting the weight, volume, mass, length, height, or even shifting the visibility of the item coding. These monoatomic elements are always found in nature. Plants and mushrooms alike contain these trace minerals and may exhibit extra healing abilities when higher concentrations of monoatomic gold, silver, or copper is present. Monoatomic gold is part of an alchemical process that generates higher levels of consciousness that activates the mental grids of the individual. This mineral is located inside the Dead Sea salts, or may be chemically extracted from pure gold. It acts like a superconducting material which heals the thoughts and may increase mental activity. Monoatomic gold also increases oxygen saturation inside the cells. Oxygen is known to heal the body. This substance may also enhance dream state or astral awareness. It is of high value for each individual to research this topic further to attune any alignments for further use or discovery. Monoatomic gold is part of an elemental classification known as ORMUS. This stands for orbitally rearranged monoatomic elements, meaning able to shift from one state of matter into another. 146. In time, all elements shall be studied further for a full comprehensive database of regular and monoatomic element shifting abilities, telepathic communication with such elementals, and how to use these elements to activate multidimensional teleportation abilities stemming from within the biological form. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 147. Cycle repeats and bricks of consciousness. Cycle repeats are experiences that manifest multiple times in order for the primary individual to shift emotion codings held to said experience. A brick of consciousness is all emotion codes banded together from cycle repeats which then form experiential patterns. An experiential pattern includes different aspects of the same manifestation. An example of this includes going to the beach, watching the sunset, seeing a pod of dolphins, leaving the beach with sandy feet. Anytime this exact experience manifests a second time, it is known as an experiential. Many times experientials are spoken about in the context of healing and lower frequencies. However, they may also contain pure light experiences. The primary individual may start to energetically manifest experientials into their awareness for further development. When an experiential manifests too many times, it forms a type of physical attachment. Any and all items or physical attachments in the physical reality may be released to allow for alignments to recalibrate. This cyclic type of experiential may form into a brick of consciousness, which may be repeatedly experienced until enough of the emotion codes are healed, allowing access into the next brick of consciousness. Any individual may consciously will a brick of consciousness into their awareness, or they may be guided up the bricks. Each brick allows the individual to hold higher density levels of awareness, and while it may be rare for an individual to fall significantly in awareness levels, it is a potential. This type of fall is often referred to as a swan dive. These bricks grant access into life or soul lessons, and clearing these emotions allow for more light to be radiated outward the physical body. This type of awareness allows for an ascension timeline alignment to form. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 148. Electrical systems. On occasion, the human biofield may contain an excess of chi energetics. This may generate the experience of a small shock when physical contact with metal substances takes place. There are multiple ways to discharge the body's electrostatic energy. Some of these ways include 15 minutes of earth grounding. Contact with metals allow the energy to shift instantly. Exercise allows the body's voltage to rebalance. And energetic castings may be perceived at a higher strength during these phases. Manifestations of lightning or an electrical voltage spike may occur in several ways, including energetically casting the biological voltage outwards. This ability is activated through a high-intensity emotional response which generates an electromagnetic spike in the aura field. This electromagnetic spike may then be consciously willed by the primary individual. In time, control over this ability is gained, and the awareness of utilization of high-intensity emotion codings becomes simple to generate. The amount of voltage generated is determined by how much ether energetics the primary individual is able to pull into the biological form. Ether pulling may include a two-way form of flowing energetics through the biological system. This manifests a type of spontaneous energetic fluctuation which refills the chi energetics to a designated level in order to energetically cast that voltage outwards. The air elemental may be used to facilitate this type of energy transfer. This ability is used in energetic grid healings and may breathe new life into a person when done correctly. The biological voltage system repairs cellular damage to vessels and allows more energy to be contained within the atomic levels. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 149. Positive, negative, neutral, a code 23. Each experience triggers emotion codes to 3 degrees, positive, negative, and neutral. During an experiential, you may need to properly process the emotional codings held in order to recalibrate the energetic grid complex. An experiential is a reoccurring experience that triggers an emotion code to repeat in the physical reality. This may look like the same problem occurring repeatedly until the lesson is learned. In order to clear any experiential, the primary individual must generate a code. A code is when the individual expresses 3 emotion codes, positive, negative, neutral, and witnessing the experiential by 2 viewpoints. 2 viewpoints may be considered: walking through the experience and then witnessing a secondary individual experiencing the same thing. 2 viewpoints, 3 emotion codes, generate a code 23. The star field contains energetic vortices which free flow plasma through each energetic nodule. When an experiential forms, it is because the corresponding vortices require a code 23 for a full energetic clearing in order to recalibrate. There are always attachments present in the star field when the vortex nodule is encoded with densities. Clearing the star field in this manner shall allow the higher self-soul tubule to radiate more light out of the energetic grids and may start the process of energetic bonding with the higher self. In many instances, a traumatic emotion code is first acquired. This is negative. Coming to terms with that traumatic emotion then allows a form of neutrality to stabilize the grid. Self-love shall then allow a positive emotion code to fully heal the experiential and advance the awareness into the next brick of consciousness. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 150. Higher densities, brighter viewpoints. When the primary individual releases enough density from the energetic grids, it shall in turn shift the outward expression of the physical reality perceived. This outward shift in awareness allows the landscape color spectrum to become brighter, crisper, and the biological form may also feel more energetic. The longer the individual is able to hold this higher density, it shall increase imprinting this high frequency into the cellular matrix. Once the cells fully mature into this density, it becomes a solid foundation for the reality expressed. In higher density realms, the manifestation process is smooth and reflects less resistance. The beginning stage of this is observed by lower prices, smaller bills, cleaner foods, more artistic clothing and building materials, or even better weather patterns. Higher densities do not require any payments and operate on unity consciousness levels, which are always in alignment with the highest potential for each individual. The process of ascension truly is unlocking the highest potential manifestation to experience. Each individual exists in a singular circle of independent manifestation, yet still expresses outwards into a collective group manifestation. The outward reflections being a mirror to the internal circumstances each individual is vibrationally in resonance with. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 151. Master Binary Architects. Each moment we experience is an opportunity to shift our awareness into something we prefer to align with. Humanity's true nature is multidimensional. This grants the primary individual the commanding authority to shift the observation of the physical reality on command. This allows each person to view a different lens inside of the viewpoint lens systems. Shifting the lens systems may birth new patterns of thought, generating alignments with thought forms of a lighter level pattern. These thought forms come as downloaded packets of knowledge and express in the form of bright ideas, hence solutions are readily available to summon in the now moment. Any singular expression of time is viewed by this lens system. The belief patterns and baseline biological frequency adjust the lens system, which grants access into the perception of the now moment. In any given frame, the primary individual may shift any one of these viewpoint lenses and shift the way they observe the physical reality codings. This process of shifting then unlocks master binary architects, which are the creators of the physical reality. These beings manifest into each density level, and many of them hold this ability in the secondary ring, which allows for planetary adjustments of the world among world expressions. Each binary architect generates the world outside of themselves at a higher frequency, allowing for individuals surrounding them to see the world in a similar pattern of geometric expression. In time, any individual who has unlocked aspects of the pineal gland shall start to become aware of these individuals, and may start to co-create the outer worlds together, by energetically influencing the grids together. The Master Binary Architect ability contains many different angles of expression. Some may focus on the physical body form, others in the location ring, others on planetary levels. Each individual may see the world through geometry, and in time may come to assist humanity's growth and evolution. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 152. Biological alignments. The biological form and signature frequency contain alignments which must maintain the level of consciousness expressed in order for a cohesive thought process to manifest. A cohesive thought allows the biological form to be healthy, balanced, and sparks the highest passion timeline expression in the potentials available. When the biological form and the level of awareness is not in alignment, a type of incoherence allows for any number of distortions to block the flow of energetics into the being. This may be perceived by an individual who feels as if they are a higher level of awareness, and may be stuck in a body which is too dense, or simply the body design doesn't allow for expansion into the held consciousness level. This may happen when a type of communication is activated among the animals, and that animal has not yet evolved into a fully aligned and sentient being. The animal's consciousness may be too high of a frequency after learning a higher level of communication to be contained within that limited biological vessel, therefore allowing the animal to express anxiety, for the animal's awareness is not in alignment with the body vessel. This may happen on any degree, which is why the process of evolution is being facilitated with gentle bricks of consciousness guided by solar alignments. This allows the biological form to grow and evolve along with the consciousness together as one. When facilitated in this design, it minimizes individuals who raise their consciousness to such a degree in which it causes an incoherent alignment with their own physical form, allowing the body, mind, and spirit to raise equidistantly in awareness until full fifth density frequencies are held. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 153. Water manifestations utilizing elemental ring, magic. The biological form is surrounded by 3 primary rings connected to the energetic grid complex. Inside of the primary chakra systems also contains 3 separate yet connected rings or lenses that may be adjusted at will. Each of these rings may be activated to hold an elemental frequency. Each element corresponds to a Kundalini channel related to the 4 cardinal directions. There are 6 Kundalini channels total, 1 being of pure light and 1 of dark matter, the center soul tubules. The Kundalini channels activate a frequency when commanded, which then radiates into the ring systems. In order to facilitate a water manifestation utilizing the elemental rings, the primary individual must focus within the biological form first. Activation of the element is the first step. 2 elements may be used in combination, yet is also advised to start with elements you are already attuned to. Feel the element connecting: earth left, air front, fire right, water rear. You may sense the Kundalini channel shifting the energetics or feel a pulse. Once the elemental is active, then focus on casting it into the energetic ring system. You may use the individual chakra lenses to cast this energy into the outer ring systems. They are connected and shifting one automatically reflects into the other. The chakra lenses are perceived similar to an atom with 3 circular rings to rotate. The energetic rings outside of the body contain 3, the binary codex body, location ring, and civilization ring. You may see these rings shift into an aqua coloring during this process, although any color may activate when working with the elementals. When the proper ring is activated, you may then cast your thought form into any body of water. This process may be used to clean oceans, purify the biological fluid systems, or simply to activate manifestations fine-tuned in these circumstances. Knowledge of shifting internal and external circumstances allows for fine-tuned energetic castings. Each manifestation contains a number of angles which may be modified by these energetic processes. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 154. Internal and external circumstances. The flow of energy through the physical form is 3 light bands circular in its nature, similar to a DNA spiral tightly wrapped together. This tubule of light then radiates outwards within the body and then outside the physical form into the surrounding locations. The internal circumstances are any vibrational imprints contained inside the cellular structures which generates any densities or distortions. These internal circumstances are affected by emotion, thought, and belief patternings alike. These may be commanded at will. Shifting the internal circumstances shall affect the nervous system net, allowing a change to the frequency baseline radiance and the now moment expression. This generates the perception of shifting the inside of your being in order to shift the outwards reflections. The external circumstances are generated by the internal circumstances, yet modifications to one shall always reflect the other. During solar alignment, specialized castings may be performed in order to use those external frequencies to assist in the new vibrational pattern of thought manifest. Any outwards expression of light is considered an external circumstance. Awareness of these frequencies is key for advanced manifestation abilities. The full moon's energy is that of releasing. The full moon is an external circumstance. Utilizing the energy of the full moon to release experiences no longer serving your highest and best may assist your ascension process. A haircut during a full moon is known to allow the hair to grow in thicker, this being one example. The first step in fully knowing of the self is the observation of the internal and external worlds, for both are a reflection of each other. The secondary step is observation of the astral and lucid realms and perceiving how those circumstances affect the waking physical world expressed. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 155. Finding the self's true expression. Each individual is connected to a higher self-light bandwidth, which contains the physical matter coding for the highest potential timeline expression. Finding true love for the self and overcoming limited belief patterns allows access into the authenticity of your divine creation. This self-authenticity is a higher frequency than love-based emotion codings and shall activate the true identity of your inner higher self. The higher self is filled with love, bliss, compassion, and excitement. Authenticity is the process of allowing you to speak your truth and believe it. When each individual steps into the person they were designed to be without hesitation or fear, they shall blossom open their energy centers encoded within the biological form. This allows more light to flow through the energetic grid complex, and in time allows for higher self-bonding to solidify. True love for the self requires showing up for yourself and removing toxic patterns that no longer serve your highest and best. People, places, and things may all be considered toxic depending on the frequency they hold. Placing awareness on every alignment inside your life is advised for growth and development. Alignments can be perceived as an energetic cord to any item, location, or individual. Is that energetic cord allowing you to feel energized or drained when focused on? The more focus is placed on these types of experiences shall allow for density removal processes to occur rapidly. For each energetic cord drawing your energy instead of replenishing it shall in time cause densities and potential distortions to occur. Your higher self is the brightest version of the self, and in order to properly bond together, focus on positivity in the self is required. Releasing any negative patterns running, and focusing on past memories for trauma codes that require emotional rebalancing is key. Show up for yourself, high-five yourself, tell yourself you're amazing and bright. Visualization of who your highest self is, down to every detail. Write it down. What do they do? How do they speak? What do they eat? Now copy all of these behaviors. Become your higher self. Fill yourself with love. Clean your spaces. Replace anything old. Freshen your life. Do stretches. Go for a walk. Sit with yourself and look inside. Take an ice bath. 156. In time, your affirmations and actions shall reflect the person you have manifested yourself into. You can become anything you put your mind to. You truly are limitless at your core. So be the change you wish to see in the world, and allow that change to reflect a paradise back at you. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 157. Nature nurtures. During the healing journey, many individuals are called to spend time in nature in order to rebalance the body, mind, spirit. For something truly profound occurs within the spirit when you step into a forest. Trees release different oils, pheromones, or energetics, which trigger different biological and energetic reactions in the human biofield. Breathing in the tree's essence has multiple healing effects on the body, shifts the internal circumstances, and fortifies the body's natural defenses. The gentle sounds of the forest helps activate the parasympathetic nervous system, which controls rest and digest functions. This puts the mind at ease, calms the body, and lowers cortisol levels. Meditation in these wooded locations may assist in accessing the tree spirit's energetic field, which may grant the primary individual access into emotional coding needed for regeneration of the biological form. The forest energies also release natural emotion codes of happiness, feeling calm, clear-minded, and overall well-being. In combination with sunlight, the forest also assists in releasing love hormones, which manifests a pristine moment to recalibrate the biological imprint field. Nature shall always nurture each child of light, for Mother Earth's nervous system net flows just under the top layer of soil, and may be meditatively connected into for further recalibration of the individual's nervous system net. This connection also rebalances the circadian rhythm and generates an expression of more light in the individual's field. Mother Earth's memory grid complex is readily available to access and may be facilitated through a number of conscious connection modalities, allowing for the self to truly activate the individual memory grid complex and remember who you are. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 158. Neutrality and the energetic chords. Neutrality on an emotional scale is directly centered between light and dark. Holding neutrality inside your heart for all people, places, items, and experiences is key for advancing into higher levels of awareness. Holding neutral is observed through each energetic chord. Any item or moment in time contains an energetic cord connecting the primary individual to said memory, light being, location, item, etc. These energetic cords may require constant recalibration for full neutrality to be held. While engaged in the shift into a fifth density being, the primary individual shall focus on any item in the life spectrum. What emotions are being energetically cast towards that item? Any emotions of I need, I can't live without, I'm scared they will leave, or simply overloving said item release, shall generate density inside the energetic cord connection. This density may be rebalanced into neutral in order to clear that energetic cord. Holding neutral allows commandment over each energetic cord observed. The process of raising your density and awareness levels includes releasing any cords of a lower density. These cords may be connected to individuals, and while it may be emotionally triggering, releasing toxic people and placing boundaries is a form of self-love. And that's okay too. Visualize your energetic grids and see each cord connecting you to every experience in your reality. Allow your higher self to show you which cord is dark and which one is light. Recalibrate accordingly. Each cord you may see as a different level of light with a pull or push in the energetic flow. Is an item removing your energy or giving you energy? The energetic cords are of high value, and advanced casting abilities are also able to be facilitated through these cords. Each individual resonates into a wide energy grid on the civilization level, allowing each person to be connected by a third degree, as ye are all one, and the one is the source of all. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 159. Activating the axial tonal lines. Contained within the biological form is a complex system of energetic lines known as meridian and ley lines. These lines generate the energetic grid complex. They radiate both outwards and inwards in their nature. The axial tonal lines are these meridian and ley lines projected outwards and inwards. These make up what is known as a celestial being. These lines connect each individual into the human collective consciousness grid structures and reflect into the world among worlds expression. Every cell contained within a human form also generates an energetic signature, which vibrates onto these axial tonal lines. These lines may be consciously activated in order to generate a higher frequency output during the connection process. This allows extra senses to activate, which may spontaneously generate an awareness of your celestial being's name. The axial tonal lines also allow access into the source frequency net. This can generate ether pulling abilities which may manifest spontaneous healing or casting effects. In order to activate the full spectrum of multidimensional abilities, each individual may repair, rebalance, and re-energize this light reflection system. For the world among worlds utilizes this light radiance to allow for selection of dimensional expression. While situated in the biological form, you may sense your energetic grid structures and feel them radiating outwards. Visualize the connection from your independent grid and the Earth's collective consciousness grid. Feel the two grids aligning and rebalancing the energetic flow between them. This starts the process of generating awareness of this system. Awareness of the axial tonal lines shall further unpack and expand your world among worlds perception. Observation of reflections is key for learning to harness the axial tonal abilities. For your baseline frequency shall always reflect outwards and show you the world among worlds most aligned to the now moment version you express. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 160. Reflections of the Code 23. A Code 23 is a transmutation code which allows for experientials to be overcome. Any experiential always contains emotion codings, and these codes must be properly aligned in order to overcome that brick of consciousness. A Code 23 contains two objectives. 2. I have experienced this and I have witnessed others experience this too. 3. I have held both light and dark emotions, now choosing neutrality in order to overcome the experience at hand. Each experiential contains multiple emotion code cords, which free flow plasma energy from the star field down into the physical biologics. These cords may be of light, dark, or gray scale in their density. Some cords contain the full color spectrum. This depends on the associated chakra lens the energetics flow through. All cords, regardless of color, shall have the density scale depending on the emotion coding's alignment. These cords may be perceived as a light or dark slide bar on a computer, the center setting being the awareness of the individual during the now moment. That center setting is the 0 point of the emotion, for each emotion is able to be fully accessed through the heart and instantly realigned inside the 0 point. The act of perceiving a secondary individual walk through the same emotion code may occur before or after the primary individual experiences the emotion coding. This is a reflection of the frequency radiating from within the primary individual. Perceiving these emotion codes prior to experiencing them allows the higher self to guide your manifestations. It also grants an opportunity to shift the internal frequencies held for transmutation prior to manifestation. This perception indicates what life lessons may manifest, and attention to each daily experience is key for noticing patterns form. Following signs and synchronicities expands this type of communication with the higher self. Transmutation of all emotional codings allows higher density perceptions to unlock. This is an important aspect of activation of the rainbow body of light. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Mirrored reflections. The physics of your reality expresses a singular soul tubule projected down each individual's center line of the body. This tubule of light then broadcasts outwards in a circular vortex patterning. It then reflects back towards the primary individual, generating sacred geometric patterns of distortions. These patterns are viewed as the physical reality codings. All things in all dimensions, realities, time, and space are all magnetically reflecting mirrored images according to alignments the primary individual holds within their baseline frequencies. This is affected by thought codes, emotional codes, and all aspects of the imprint system. In every waking moment perceived, the mirror dimension is projecting an exact polarity reversal reality compared to the world the primary individual observes. For example, if the person is optimistic, the mirror dimension self shall hold a pessimistic position. This reflects the same experiences held in the now moment for each reflection. In time, one reflection may affect the other when the primary celestial being awakens. Mirrored reflections also radiate into each individual you perceive in the now moment. For each person comes into alignment to learn something from each other. These lessons are always reflected from the auric field and controlled primarily by magnetics. During certain energetic alignments, one may witness speaking to a secondary individual and know they are speaking to themselves. This is a natural part of activating the world among worlds and shall allow awareness of the higher self-soul forms to manifest. Some reflections are also in astral and dream realm expressions. The physics of their worlds are different from the waking earth realm. Utilizing these different aspects of the soul form allows access into different extrasensory abilities and different expressions of the source frequency codes. Activating your celestial being in the world among worlds expression allows for an awareness of the control systems each of these realms embody. In time, full ethereal and biological control over each realm simultaneously shall exist and activate inside your perception boxes. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 162. Universal testing of the chords. On certain solar alignment shifts, the universe tests your energetic cords in order to trigger these connections to things you may have been attached to. These things may include people, places, or items that we may have felt we could not have lived without. Some of these items may have been food, a simple song. Any addiction pattern contains these cords as well. When these energetic cords go through this testing process, you may be called to engage with the item one last time. This grants an opportunity to perceive whether the item holds power over your behavior patterns, or is it easily released. This test may be a simple cup of coffee when you may have given up drinking coffee. Are you able to drink half and release the rest? Or do you feel pulled to drink the entire cup? What power does this item hold over you? When each energetic cord is tested, and the cords that no longer serve your highest and best are released, it then allows for those energetics to clear from your field, allowing new cords to form and solidify into your matrix. Some cords snap right back after releasing. This also occurs when we unpack emotions. An individual may call you after you cut their cord, and this is because a part of their energetic grid desires your energy and it snapped the cord back towards your field. At that point, you may accept the cord or reject it. Accepting the cord back may be sending that text message back to them or picking up the phone call. This process is facilitated in order to determine if your consciousness level is ready to activate into the next brick of awareness level. When each cord connecting your awareness into the selected brick of consciousness is cleared, your energetic grid holds a small rebalancing period and then activates into the most aligned brick of consciousness. It is okay to have to repeat these bricks. Self-love and compassion for your own journey is key to transmutating densities held. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 163. Energetic cords and sunrise alignments. During the moment of awakening, each individual is pre-programmed with energetic cords which guide the physical day's alignments. These cords can be programmed in a multitude of ways, and may utilize different combinations in order to align with people, places, and things. The Dream Walker ability is one such example of an extrasensory ability which allows for energetic cord alignment placements. Attachment cords may also be programmed during dream times, and any emotions observed at the time of awakening are usually a key for which attachment experiences may manifest. An individual may perceive an emotion early in their sunrise moments. Maybe they experience anger release. They may then manifest that same emotion code later in the day. Perhaps they end up in a conversation with a person who is angry. The original alignment of these energetic cords manifest every waking moment. During the moment of awakening, while lying in bed, it is of high value to bless the body before rising up. Bless the energetic field, and thank the higher self for rebalancing any energetic cords not in your highest potential. You may also cast alignments into your field during this time. Casting alignments is facilitated through feeling the emotion you desire to express, and thank it for generating an open-ended cord attached to your biofield. This allows that emotion code to be summoned while allowing the higher self to select the experience needed for your highest potential timeline expression. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 164. Sunrise energetic cord recalibrations. At first sunlight or when your eyes open for the day, summon all energetic cords connected into your aura field. Command a reroute for all cords not in alignment with your highest potential timeline expression. Wrap unwanted cords up into the source frequency net, allowing the source net to fill each cord with unconditional love and send that love back to all items, people, and places those cords connect into. Next, focus on the remaining energetic cords. Allow the source frequency net to radiate a supercharged white light tubule through your center crown chakra. Allow this light to radiate outwards from the physical body, then flow this white light to radiate through the remaining tubules or cords of light. A tubule is a single light stream. A cord is 3 light streams in combination. The physical reality requires 3 frequencies to generate matter or an experience, hence a cord is birthed. Command each tubule to shift polarity into a positive expression. Allow the white light to purify each cord, and thank each cord for shifting you into your highest potential timeline expression. Cords may be summoned during this process by visualizing an experience you desire to manifest. Feel all emotions for that experience, and encode that excitement into this energetic cord as you pull this energy cord down from the source frequency net, allowing all thought forms and emotions to radiate into this new cord. Then place this cord inside your heart. This allows the higher self the ability to manifest the cord according to your highest potential timeline expression. This may be facilitated by each sunrise for optimal energetic and manifestation performance. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 165. Microgrid attunements. Each individual's energetic grid complex may be enlarged to show fine detailed microgrids located within both internal and external circumstances. This extrasensory ability allows the primary individual to focus directly on the cause of the distortion and readjust the light geometric codings. Density error codings manifest injury or illness. Therefore, body location is a rapid way to identify these microgrid distortions. This ability starts in the mind's eye and contains 3 degrees of awareness. The first degree starts with the eyes closed and sensing or seeing the microgrid of the location at hand, rebalancing the energetics accordingly while sending energy into the field. Utilizing the hands to push and pull the grid back into proper placement is the first step of this awareness. In the second degree of this ability, the healer may be able to adjust these grids with their eyes open, being more in tune with the microgrids and the density error codings. They may have to place hands on the physical body, or use hand movements to realign the grid. The third degree of this sense is the instant shifting of the microgrids without any physical movement required. This allows the physical eyes to repattern the grids with a sheer glance. Many times individuals who express themselves into the third degree are known to heal everything they touch, leaving the world a lighter place just by their existence. The microgrids may visually be perceived differently depending on each individual's viewpoint lenses. In most cases, a geometric pattern of a grid will form. The densities may be witnessed as a line breakage inside this grid structure, or simply as a dense cloud layered over the brightness of the grid. This grid may then be sent more light ions from the healer's aura field. This is facilitated by holding the emotion of love and sending a light from your heart into the grid, commanding it to heal. The more focus and attention is placed on this grid, the stronger the grid will become for the individual. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Micro-expressions of the source frequency. The source frequency net includes a wide variety of thought forms and advanced emotion codings that may be downloaded at will. These are known as micro-expressions of the source. High-frequency micro-expressions must be accessed through the source frequency net, for proper alignments must be secured in order for access to be facilitated. The source frequency net sends downloadable packets of thought forms and emotion codes required for an entire experiential brick of consciousness. These emotion codes may radiate any polarity. However, the individual's alignment is key for accessing these downloadable knowledge packets and selection of the proper polarization. Source packets contain advanced manifestations which may generate newly birthed worlds among worlds expressions. Great care is required during this expression, and each emotion code held should be tested for proper alignments. Exact alignments may require biological purity and dedication in order to allow the magnetic alignments to form in your individual energetic grid complex. Releasing any densities held within your individual grid is key for allowing the biological material to shift into alignment with the knowledge packet selected for download. You may have a glimpse of a future timeline expression in which you become something you wish to manifest. That potential version of yourself in that world exists in the multiverse. Now, as the individual consciousness, it is your responsibility to fine-tune your biofield with the correct alignments in order to be granted access into that world. New worlds may also be summoned through this process of visualization and emotion code recalibrations. When a new emotion code is required, it may also be called from the source frequency net in order to allow the individual the feeling of said emotion. Once the feeling is known, it is up to the individual consciousness to hold that emotion key and push that emotion into the physical body, allowing it to imprint the cellular matrix. Cellular imprinting is the rapid way to hold the emotion code frequency and radiate it outwards into your world among worlds expression. Large planetary shifts may also be summoned in this manner, hence allowing the primary individual access into the true multidimensional aspects of their higher self. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 167. A shiver in time. When the biological form hears a thought and responds with a body shiver or chill, it is the plasma system activating that thought form and imprinting it within the cellular matrix. The body senses emotion codes. For example, cold temperatures can allow the body to shiver. Those low temperatures are a lack of love or light. The body shivering is activating the imprint system to generate more electrical energy in order to manifest more heat emotional sensation. Hence, emotions are activated in order to rebalance the biological form. Cold water therapy activates the plasma system and allows access to imprint emotions rapidly during these types of modalities. When the body is at a comfortable temperature and generates a chill, it is accessing these plasma imprint systems. Any emotion or thought forms heard in the now moment may activate this system depending on the individual's alignment to said packet of thought. The plasma inside the blood is directly connected to the hair follicles, and when contact with certain frequencies is manifest, they activate an extrasensory ability known to be intuitive in its nature. This blood plasma also connects to the star field vortices. Plasma energetics manifest the physical reality by free-flowing through the star field. The connection within the biological form allows for the body manifestations to shift depending on user alignments. The shapeshifter ability is manifest by activating the plasma systems. For plasma is a gas form containing positive ions and negative electrons. It is known to be the fourth state of water. The human body is primarily composed of water and crystal salt. Casting emotions into the body's fluidity may start the process of harnessing plasma abilities. Activating this biological plasma system shall allow extrasensory abilities in both the inner and external worlds. Fine-tune adjustments to this system may allow contact and communication with plasma beings. For the world among worlds contains a multiverse of advanced beings in multiple stages of matter. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 168. Pheromones and plasma elementals. The olfactory is a sensory nerve and conveys the sense of smell. Each individual in the physical reality expresses pheromones which connect a unique energetic signature to the individual. Flowers also radiate pheromones in order to attract the awareness of a person or being. These pheromones generate alignments and are utilized by many living organisms in order to magnetically align experiences. This pheromone attraction is also an extrasensory ability when advanced biological control is acquired. The olfactory receptor is highly sensitive to pheromones, and many indicators of this magnetic attraction occur within the subconscious mind. Hence, you feel attracted to individuals depending on the pheromone levels and energetic signature of the person. Every memory experienced also contains an emotion code of smell. Smells are known to trigger memories, and utilization of every sense occurs during full memory grid access. The sense of smell directly manifests the physical reality, bypassing any other external senses. It is a direct route to the brain processing center. Healing the olfactory nerve is advised, for plasma is prevalent in the physical reality, and the ability to smell into the memories encoded in such plasma is readily available to download now. This is a form of connection to solar energetics as well, for the sun radiates this plasma energy in its nature. Using the air elemental during breathwork in combination with a high-intensity emotional casting activates this plasma energetic and allows for highly electrical charge castings to manifest. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Shield activations. Each individual possesses a power within themselves that may be activated using emotion codes of a high intensity. This internal power may be activated using the breath and pushing the emotion straight out into the field. The awareness of the consciousness may then slip into the second and third degree of the outer rings. This may then summon more light ions into the field, which shall supercharge the individual, or you may power up a shield. This is a form of ether pulling. The consciousness must command the ions to solidify into the shield. This is done with a single thought as the ether is being pulled into the outer ring system. There are 6 individual shields connected to the primary light vortices, light shields total in your octave. Variants for each shield may also become manifest given alignments each individual is attuned to. Each color of the chakras radiate into each shield, variants of each color apply. Each shield activates different manifestations according to the chakra lens perception. For example, a root chakra shield is aligned with physical items and may be called in order to protect any physical structure. Light and dark aspects of each shield may also be summoned. A light or dark shield may push or pull light or dark matter in or out of your energetic grid structures. The dark shield may contain any color shade and activate the dark matter Kundalini channel system. The light shield activates the rainbow body and the higher self. It also fluctuates higher densities into the energetic grids. There are electrical, magnetic, plasma, zero point, and other elemental shields that may also be activated for your consciousness level currently observed. Your shields may activate in either cold or hot emotional codings. The hot shield expression is connected to the voltage of the body. The cold one connects into the magnetics. It is common for a cold shield to manifest during fearful moments. The body may feel cold or drained of chi energetics. Release. This shield may generate within any chakra lens or color therefore associated. This is a dark shield because it is expressed within the emotion code of fear. Dark shields pull the energy from the biological form, connect to the rear chakra systems, and connect each individual into black hole physics. A heat shield may also be summoned and may increase the life's vitality with proper emotional settings. For this type of shield summoning, we recommend holding emotion codes of unconditional love, authenticity, and pure excitement. Since this shield may be summoned using any emotion coding, it may also be perceived as activating during times of embarrassment release. The air elemental contains ether and pulls light energy into both the physical form and the energetic grid structures. The breath pulls more energy into the energetic grids and the biological form. Utilizing the air elemental assists in summoning these shields, although it is never required. Different elemental breaths may also shift variables when activating the shields. Oxygen and body pH levels are key to pulling voltage into the body and rebalancing the energetic grid structures. Shields may become manifest and locked in place utilizing different sigil techniques. A sigil is a type of symbol which generates a specific frequency coding which allows the set manifestation to form. Setting the shield and utilizing a symbol to lock the shield into place may be facilitated for all time or as a temporary effect. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 171. Summoning Pinocchio. The magical creature kingdom is a reality each multidimensional being may gain access to with a proper frequency attunement. This kingdom includes sentient plants, the rock beings, and extrasensory abilities are fully equipped in the hominids of the realm. These extrasensory abilities allow the primary individual to emit a clean gamma radiation from the heart and energetically cast it towards any inanimate object. This gamma radiation is a bright white light with a tint of a blue hue. This is a very high frequency connection with the source frequency net and may come from a space of purity and love. When the inanimate object, Pinocchio for example, interacts with this gamma radiation, it then shifts the subatomic baseline frequency and activates a consciousness into the object. It is known that a solar flash coronal mass ejection generates a form of gamma radiation which activates a spontaneous evolution among the planet and all life forms. This same gamma frequency may be energetically cast from any multidimensional individual and comes from the heart. At the moment of casting, the inanimate object generates a center kundalini channel system, and with a push of the gamma into this tubule system, it allows this energetic to solidify onto the source frequency net system. This allows a consciousness light stream to be summoned from the source net and flow down into the object, allowing it to be birthed. During the moment of casting this gamma wave onto the object, the primary individual may select a personality complex alignment for the item as well. This is done through setting the intention to accept the personality selected, and then casting the gamma wave. This allows the item to accept the programming of an adult, adolescence, or childlike mind, as well as a desired gender or species. This type of selection is rather important because activation of a species shall also generate energetic cords to all corresponding species' collective consciousness nets. For example, if a human consciousness is selected, that new being shall have a connection into Earth's collective consciousness net system, as well as an energetic signature inside the DNA which corresponds to a human biological form. 172. If the personality complex is not selected during the moment of casting, the baseline frequency of the inanimate object shall automatically generate the alignments needed. Pinocchio, for example, being made of wood, if a human child's mind was not set into the parameters, the baseline frequency of wood would have automatically generated energetic cords linking the child's mind to the tree, consciousness nets. This would have allowed a different personality, and would have affected the light refractal system of Pinocchio. Shifting the light refractal system then changes alignments of the physical matter codings. For everything is a light projection stemming from the source frequency nets. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Fire Fae and Elemental Being. The Fire Fae are a type of elemental being who reside within the frequencies of the element of fire. This is one of many fire consciousnesses. These beings may be physically viewed and contacted for recalibration assistance. A Fire Fae being dances within the flames, and viewing them often occurs within a split second, leaving the individual questioning whether they actually saw a tiny person or not. The Fire Fae love vortexes, and when your fire generates a vortex spin, they usually are grouped together in celebrational ceremonies. They may be called upon for assistance in recalibration modalities. These types of modalities are releasing or shifting energetics in your field, thus allowing a recalibration into a higher density level. These beings usually focus on the energetic grids and manifest from within the fire element directly. They are able to remove physical items by utilizing the fire element. They are also known to affect physical item codings as well. Physical item codings allows for density shifts, time-space location shifts, or simply emotion code imprinting onto said item. In order to contact the Fire Fae, a candle is required. By consciously focusing on the flame, you may start to notice the perception of your location dissolve from your spatial awareness. Once your focus is on the inwards particles of the flame, you may start to see the Fire Fae and observe their location settings. Once you are able to perceive the Fire Fae, the next step is communication. You must speak to them telepathically, and they shall surely respond. They love interacting with people in the third density level, and they see themselves as guides for beings contained within the physicality of time and space. A ceremonial procedure is always recommended, for these beings are original elementals to this universe. Proper tone and loving expression may allow the experience to be of a positive nature. Gifting them a wish is always what they desire, for the wishes from a human psyche is of high value for all the elementals at hand. It is a treasure for them, and they shall always hold it dearly. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 174. Elementals and Wishes. An elemental being is a being who exists in the confines of a particular element. Elemental beings can be of water, fire, air, earth, metal, and many more. This is a consciousness of these elements, and communication is readily available to express in the now moment. These beings affect the Kundalini channel system of all children of light. Each individual is generated from a light source tubule, which radiates thought forms through the body and into the surrounding simulation coatings. Hence, that person is known as a child of light. Each Kundalini channel is specifically attuned to one of the four cardinal elements. Any shift in the Kundalini channel of said element affects the manifestation of that element in the world perceived. All energetic shifting of the energetic grid complex may result in shifting the outer world's perception, which allows for instant manifestations to become an everyday part of your reality. These elemental beings may be called upon for assistance in any manifestation process. They also are utilized during healing rituals on your planet already. One example of this would be a salt bath and candlelight to soothe the body after a long day. This is a self-care ritual designed to heal the biological form. Other forms of rituals may include burning sage to cleanse the home's energy, or simply opening a window to let fresh air clean the energetics of the space. Communication with these beings may start an energetic shift inside the internal circumstances. This allows the body's energy to shift or activate the desired Kundalini channel system, therefore allowing that energetic to connect into the desired elemental being. Meditation shall assist in this type of communication, and may be facilitated while looking, feeling, or simply sensing into the elemental's energy. The elemental beings are all consciously connected and may project themselves in any different form, allowing each child of light to guide their own experiences depending on belief system attunements. They all, however, love wishes, for a wish is a new thought form to them. They perceive a wish from the entire existence of time and space, allowing them to see the entire timeline of the wish told. This is very similar to humanity's expression of a movie, allowing you to perceive an entire story. Each wish is then shared among the entire collective of the element, allowing each fractal of the elemental being's consciousness to watch at their leisure. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 175. A further explanation of the star field. The star field contains energetic nodes or vortices. You may perceive the nodes as white, black, or grayscale in their nature. The plasma that flows through each node absorbs densities depending on the color the nodal spot contains. This is also known as a shade veil. Plasma is what allows ether to form into physical objects and is manifest within the confines of the electromagnetic signature of each individual. Each vortex allows positive manifestations or negative experiences to become solid in the reality expression. Each vortical may be focused on for density recalibration. The process of activating a fifth density includes a positive polarity contained within of these vortex nodes. Each vortex is directly responsible for the outer world perceived. Specific attunements may be adjusted inside a vortex node in order to enhance your manifestation. The vortex locations are fluid in their nature and free flow similarly to a plasma ball structure. For plasma is a direct representation of the feminine and masculine ether-based energetic systems and is generated by your sun. Sending the sun positive thoughts and intentions shall allow the ether to become positively charged in its structure, therefore shifting the outer planetary perception in the world among worlds. Evolution starts with a single grain of sand, which is light in its nature. Everything perceived is simply a thought form that becomes manifest in an energetic fluid form physical reality. This allows for instant manifestations and enhanced sensory abilities to become birthed for the children of light to enjoy. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 176. Resistance in the chords. The energetic chords automatically contain the entire scale of density levels. Each individual is granted free will. That free will allows for emotion coding selection and shifts the density held within the chords. These chords generate attunements which manifest the physical reality. One experiential coding may be holding on too tightly, release. This emotion code may be manifest holding on to people, places, or things. It generates a form of density contained in the energetic chords, which then shifts the plasma flow through said chords, shifting the physical reality expression. These distortions may be witnessed as breaks in communication, damaged items, or the location may shift into a less beautiful image. When locations shift density, more lower frequency experiences are manifest. Trash or clutter may be present, for example. Any lower emotion codings may surface during this process. The process of releasing resistance allows the energetic cords to begin the rebalancing process. Cord maintenance is key for casting positive attunements into the source net. Cord cutting allows the awareness of any secondary individual who may be siphoning energy from your field to surface. For once the cord is cut, the secondary individual usually makes contact very rapidly soon after. Releasing resistance is well known on your planet already, for if you love something, set it free. If it comes back to you, it was meant to be. And true energetic bonding always comes from love. These bonds, when true to the heart, shall always withstand the tests of time. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 177. Fire elemental keys. The fire can be modified in order to summon a particular type of fire being or many sentient life forms alike. One way to facilitate this process is by adding different elements to the fire in order to produce a different color flame. This may be generated by using different gases to produce a blue flame, or using specific crystals to produce colored flames during your fire ceremonies. Each color flame is a different access point into a different type of fire consciousness. This allows a spectrum of beings to become uniquely signified in their nature. Resins or crystals may also be placed into the fire in order to activate special types of fire communications with other advanced crystalline beings. A fire circle with a heated steamy water bowl in the center allows for a blending of both elements and accesses specific frequency tonal nodes. All four elements may be summoned during ceremonial practices in order to activate Mother Earth's baseline frequency. This modality may allow for downloaded packets of Earth's history, and shall indicate which timeline expression the primary individual is in alignment with in the now moment. Different types of sounds may also be utilized during a fire ceremony in order to activate the individual's consciousness into particular brainwave patterns which allow for various astral communications to occur. There are many different ways to activate the consciousness in order to allow variable communication processes to flow. For each frequency activated is simply a key in the world among worlds expression and generates access points to allow knowledge packets to be downloaded from these eternal forms of sentient energetic life forms. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 178. Water elemental keys. The water elemental can be accessed in a variety of ways to allow different energetic signatures to form within the subatomic structures of the water's resonance. Each sound file generates a signature key allowing access into a different form of communication. Demigods may be contacted in this manner yet require a two-way form of authentication to grant access. A two-way form includes both magnetic and a voltage aspect in the key's nature. This may also allow plasma to generate depending on the frequency key used. Sound keys to activate the water include chanting specific tonal access sounds. Using crystalline keys may harness a sound resonance. And using other elementals during your ritual shall allow for specific levels of communication to occur. The sounds and water elemental may also be used on the physical body in order to activate the internal circumstances. Magnetic resonance generators are a great tool for casting emotion codings during these modalities in order to maintain a specific bandwidth for communication services. Different methods of healing or communication practices may occur during rituals of this nature. Most communication starts in the mind. This is a safe space when the primary individual is correctly aligned in positive polarity, and that expression is set and locked into the grid structures of the water element. Yet when water communication rituals are facilitated by any body of water on Mother Earth, advanced telepathic communication may occur with oceanic beings of the deep. These beings may decide to allow for physical contact to manifest. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 179. Air elemental keys. The air elemental contains many types of energetics contained within the baseline matter codings. Some of these frequencies include but are not limited to electrical signals, magnetic resonance, hydro aspects, plasma, pheromones or hormone triggering substances. Also included is earth elemental aspects which free flow within the air elemental mushroom spores contained inside the upper atmosphere is one such example. An enhanced sensory ability allows the primary individual to pull the air elemental inside the biological form, and upon release, any aspect of the air elemental may be manifested and cast outwards using the breath of life. This allows the individual to summon a healing frequency and blow that tone onto the item desiring the healing. Shamans of ancient times were instructed to use the breath to blow the air in order to cleanse and purify the energetic grid of the individual being healed. They were taught to use water in the mouth in order to wet and cleanse the person's body. This works because the human skin absorbs water and other stimuli, allowing the new frequencies to penetrate into the body vessel. The shamans were instructed to place water in the mouth because they witnessed advanced beings manifesting water in the mouth without the need for prior placement. This type of manifestation shall advance in time, allowing for hormonal triggers to be released within the air and water elementals combined. This allows the shaman to program hormonal triggers into the mouth's waters, then cast that fluid onto the skin of the individual for absorption. The biological form may be controlled by hormonal stimulation. This may stem from external circumstances or internal stimulation of the physical glands. The breath may also contain memory, for water holds memory and is often found in the air elemental. Utilizing breathwork meditations may allow past life memories to surface into the conscious mind for recalibration. The breath may also be utilized during different modalities to stimulate therapeutic brainwave patternings, which then may shift the viewpoint of the current observation. The air elemental may also be summoned in order to facilitate ether pulling, which is a process of pulling more voltage or ions into the biological vessel. Fight or flight systems may also be activated using the breath and lack of breath. This allows the individual access into the control system and genome expression codings. This genome expression is where the extrasensory abilities are located within the DNA. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 181. Earth Elemental Keys. The Earth Elemental contains many different aspects which affect the physical reality baseline codings. These may be perceived within the sacred geometry of the realm and affect each individual fractal of the Earth consciousness grid structure. The Earth Elemental contains the memory of all Earth-born beings throughout time-space. This connects to electromagnetic, plasma, crystalline frequencies, and many other bandwidths as the Earth resonance is ever-shifting given the variable viewpoint of the primary observer. The Earth Elemental may be utilized for ion placement within the physical body. Proper light ion levels are key to maintaining a healthy deposition in the biological environment. Light ions may be summoned using a vortex energetic. This vortex spiral of life resembles a Fibonacci spiral and contains the frequency of love. This vortex may be generated in any location code within Mother Earth's planetary environment. The Earth Elemental shifts frequencies within the planet's location grids. This allows an expression of a full chakra spectrum to manifest among the Earth's surface. This system may be amplified using pyramidal technologies in order to strengthen the vortex held within the resonance base layer. This vortex affects the consciousness grids of all species birthed onto the planet's surface, which may affect the mentality of each being regardless of the kingdom of birth. Solar energetics also play a key role in shifting the Earth elemental tones. This allows for multiple parallel reality versions of Earth to become manifest in the world among worlds expression. For any slight shift in the baseline frequency of the Earth may then shift the mindset of the beings, which allows for variable experiences to become manifest. The Earth Elemental may be summoned into the biological form in order to assist manifestations. This affects the magnetic fields of the biological form and amplifies the Earth Kundalini channel during activation. Magnetic fields allow levitation frequency codings to become amplified, allowing crystalline structures to select the time-space location code with an aspect of gravity, levity. Magnetic resonances also produce a rainbow circle of light which activates higher dimensional and density levels of awareness. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 182. The nervous system net. The nervous system net flows just under the skin and is adjusted by emotion codes imprinted into the net system. The net may shift in its feeling expression. It is primarily felt under the skin, yet certain emotion codes cast into the net may shift the feeling into an outside-of-the-body expression. This shifts magnetic alignments and starts the manifestation process according to what emotion codes are resonating within the net structures. Every single experience manifest contains emotion codes. These codes are: how does the manifestation look, feel, taste, touch, and what location code is witnessed. A blending of these manifestation codes is known as an experience code, and may shift the pattern of light reflected into the net system. Crystals also shifts the nervous system net and may affect the manifestation process. Any physical item may be imprinted with an emotion or experience coding. This allows for a transfer of memories to be stored on each physical item. Thank you coins are one item, which also may trigger the nervous system net into a setting of gratitude. For observing any word shall also affect the net system with the frequency codes of said word. The nervous system net may be recalibrated by speaking to the physical body, placing positive words in your art forms, ice baths, or simply by tapping the body and commanding it to rebalance to love. Identifying the emotion code stored within each body location shall assist in starting to sense this net system and learn recalibration processes. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 183. The energetic grid complex, a comprehensive coverage. The energetic grid complex is a light refractal system of angular light expressions. These angles of light may be modified in a multitude of refracted light expressions. This cymatically forms geometric patterns which then submit the basis for physical matter coding structures. The light refractal system allows the center soul tubule, also known as the center kundalini channel, to select a primary chakra lens to flow out of. This fractal of light shifts the perception of the individual through the primary chakra lens. This affects the physical manifestations perceived through each chakra's characteristics. Each chakra lens also contains 3 overlapping individual lenses that may be adjusted. This shifts the flow of energy into one of the 3 outward rings. These rings adjust the binary codex frequency body information, the experiential coding memory, and the location coding. This outward adjustment system is known as the external circumstances. Planetary alignments are an example of an external circumstance, and the planet's pattern of light is encoded within the civilization ring. The internal circumstances are the biological conditions currently being observed in the now moment. This may include any physical distortions, any current emotion or thought grid alignments, any blockages or void patterns of light. Control over thoughts and emotions is key for accessing higher levels of awareness. Contained within the thought grid 0 point is a control system. This system is accessed through shifting through the veil of density and back pulling the consciousness into an inner level of awareness. This sense may feel as if you are not the physical body, yet an outwards expression of a soul body. Back-pulling mastery is key for full access of all biological hormonal system regulations, as well as shifting the physical matter codings of the biological form shape-shifting. The control system also allows the perception of in the world yet not of it to form, and a being accessing this level of awareness is considered an activated 5th density being. The nervous system net stores all emotions and energetic imprints. This is a biological function which allows the cycle repeat process to form depending on imprints held within the body. These internal circumstances may allow pure light to 184 flow through the light refractal system or distortions of the light to manifest density encoded experiences. The nervous system net is ever shifting depending on items interacted with, energetic chords and locations experienced. This net may be set with tones of manifestation. This allows for alignments to form in the ether substructures and start the process of energetic blending. The nervous system net responds to all light information and reflects an energetic pattern accordingly. This pattern fluctuates emotional harmonic resonances. Flowering the higher self centers is done in the heart chakra, pineal gland, and crown chakra. When these 3 centers align, the higher self takes the seat of the soul. This is located within the lower heart chakra and connects into the heart's tachyon particles. Tachyon particles connect above time and space, and this location inside the heart grants access to time control abilities. The flicker rate of the simulation codings is controlled within the heart's tachyon particles. This is known as the heart's 0 point. The flicker rate allows the perception of the physical reality, and adjustments to this system shifts the now moment awareness. The flicker rate works with perception boxes in order to allow sight into the world among worlds, granting the primary individual an awareness of all time and all space. Time and space adjustments are facilitated in this location by the process of back-pulling. This level of awareness is of high value when micro-emotion codes require recalibration. For the ability to slow the perceived time and zoom in on the many emotions flowing at once is an advanced extrasensory gift. This awareness also allows for the original soul imprints to be witnessed firsthand and perceive all emotion codings stored in said memory file. When the higher self energetically bonds into the primary individual, it allows the true soul name to be known. All past and future lifetime expressions become known. The highest potential timeline expression is automatically selected. This being is known as an activated being. The next step of this being's evolution is to activate their celestial self, which is the multiverse version of the higher self. A level 333 may be achieved during celestial activation. A 2 become 1 bond may form during celestial being activations. This is the process of 2 activated beings energetically bonding and becoming 1 light being awareness. This is a cosmic relationship where both individuals share perception boxes and in time a similar soul frequency signature forms, allowing both beings to enter the celestial awareness level together as one. 185. The source frequency lens is located above the crown chakra. This lens is the gate that protects the soul form's evolution. Adjustments to this lens can allow the awareness to shift the flow of light radiating down into the individual's tubule systems. This lens flows similarly to a magnifying lens and adjusts the perception onto the body, location, or civilization rings. The source frequency lens contains a 12-pointed star which contains the 12 experiential codings. These codings are all keys to the 5th density gate, and each may be healed in order to gain access. The primary life lessons that repeat are contained within one star point for each experience. This is known as an experiential. The center of the gate is where access to the higher self is located. The biological form consists of meridian and ley lines. These lines form the energetic grids and connect directly to the nervous system net. These lines radiate outwards and form axial tonal lines. These axial tonal lines connect into the celestial being, the human consciousness grids, and the source frequency nets. They flow outwards and inwards and connect the individual to the multiverse. There are many different viewpoint lenses within your being. The density lenses shift density levels of all physical matter coatings. These viewpoint lenses are contained on a circle wheel with many lenses rotating on the wheel. Each lens may be flipped for positive or negative polarity expressions. Each lens contains just a different density coating. Rotating through the multiple circles then allows for a wide variety of density selections. Each density lens may be considered an access portal into a different world among worlds expression. For different densities grant access into many variable world substructures. Shifting the polarity of the lens shifts the body's flow of energy through the front or rear chakra system. This is facilitated by flipping the circle over. There are 6 Kundalini channels contained in your form. 2 are the center light dark soul tubules. The 4 cardinal tubules connect to each of the primary elements. These Kundalini channels connect into the seasons and allow the experience of 4 bricks of consciousness rotations per yearly observation. Variables may always be present per individual. The Kundalini channels connect each individual to the primary planet of conception. This allows access to elemental abilities and may be adjusted during rituals for advanced elemental manifestations. A brick of consciousness is a packet of experiences which is similar to a level in a game. This entire level must be complete to a certain degree in order for the next brick of consciousness to be accessed. These bricks may be repeated as necessary, and cycle repeats adjust depending on the levels of awareness held. 186. Each being is electrical, magnetic, and plasma in nature. Plasma free flows from your sun and is contained within your ether structures. Ether pulling is the process of allowing this plasma to be summoned into your inner rings for manifestation discharges. Plasma generates physical matter coatings, and all physical matter may be observed as a fluid fluctuation of plasma particles. This generates sacred geometry. The star field is the energetic cord system which flows into the outer level of the aura field. This generates stars or energetic vortices in the outer field. The meridian and ley lines intersect, forming a vortex energetic. This is the star field. It then reflects outwards in plasma cords, forming what may be perceived as stars around the physical body. Energetic cords attach all manifestations to the primary individual and flow as a plasma state. This star field may be rebalanced back into love-based emotions in order to raise density levels observed. When density is contained within the biological meridian vortices, the flow of the plasma outwards is distorted, generating manifestations that require healing. The memory grid complex is located in the heart and accesses all thought and emotion codes contained with the soul's current life expression. Once unlocked, the soul's higher self-expression memory shall become readily available to view. Contained within the heart is the personality grid complex. This is a 64-bit cube which allows for instantaneous downloads of memory thought forms. This cube may be shifted and adjusted by the will, and allows for advanced channeling to be facilitated. This complex allows for mentality changes to be adjusted. This generates the child, adolescent, adult, and elderly mindsets. All knowledge of all times is always available through the heart, accessed through this system of circles and squares, which is the personality grid complex. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 187. This chart shows the flow of emotion codes from high intensity, radiating outwards into a ring system. This is an example of how emotions may affect the ring system, allowing for variables to be perceived. The all is designed to reflect according to specific alignments held within the light refractal systems, and is modified by emotion codings held. The light refractal system contains many angular patterns of intricate light geometric and vortice fractals. Physical and spiritual viewpoints. A viewpoint is a perception of the physical reality. Viewpoints may be altered according to a circular lens system. These circular lenses are similar to a wheel which contains multiple circles, and each circle can be flipped like a coin in order to express positive or negative polarity. A physical viewpoint may include, you may only need one person to activate unity consciousness. That one person's frequency would radiate outwards onto the other people around them until the world is fully activated. A domino effect may then form. A spiritual viewpoint may include, the primary individual shifted into a parallel reality, their frequency aligned onto a timeline where unity consciousness was already manifest. granting them a perception of unity consciousness being activated. On your planet, current physics reflects an observation of 12 dimensions. Each dimension correlates to one fractal of each of your source frequency lens points. The source frequency lens is a 12-pointed Merkaba located above the crown chakra. Each dimensional expression contains many parallel reality versions of the self. One way of obtaining access to these realities is by shifting the viewpoint lens system. Shifting each lens allows access into a parallel reality or dimensional expression according to the new light parameter set. Each individual is attuned to shift the light refractal system in different angles of light patternings. This allows the source frequency to observe its entirety through multiple viewpoint lenses and points of observations. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 189. Plant manifestations. All earthbound plants contain an ability of manifestation. This occurs because each individual plant species is part of a unified consciousness grid, which then connects into the plant kingdom. This connection allows Mother Earth to form sentient communication between all species of plant life. Scientific studies show a single plant may be placed in a corner of a darkened room. In this room, there is a light in the center of the ceiling. This light randomly rotates to shine on one corner of the room at a time. When the room is completely empty, the light shines in each corner at an equivalent rate. When a plant is placed in any corner of the room, the light shines on the plant's corner more often. This may be duplicated and shows the manifestation power of plants. Taking this concept into nature and consciousness studies, the unpacking of Mother Earth's consciousness shall be developed in time. The manifestation ability the Earth contains allows for civilization shifts to be guided by a divine sentience. Inner Earth contains a variety of crystal formations which also store memory files, different harmonic frequencies, and cosmic energetic signatures. Each crystalline specimen is observed to contain a variable of manifestation adjustments and may assist each individual in shifting through levels of awareness. A type of energetic bonding occurs between all beings and Mother Earth. This occurs during the moment of conception and is responsible for the alignment of the Kundalini channels contained within each sentient being. During meditation practices, each individual is able to connect into Mother Earth's consciousness and request alignment shifts. Mother Earth shall then communicate her desires back to the primary individual. Group meditations allow for more rapid manifestations to form, and may be facilitated through a raising of the group's density level. Each meditation session allows the participants to increase a vortex energetic which radiates upwards from Mother Earth's surface. This frequency may also be observed within pyramidal structures, for the word pyramid means fire within. This fire is a vortex energetic in its nature, and controls manifestation casting summoned by Mother Earth's signature frequency. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 190. The primary consciousness. There is a primary consciousness that guides each individual's simulation existence. This primary consciousness is connected to the quantum codex of each higher self. This primary consciousness holds all emotional imprints, positive and negative alike. These emotional codings are stored in a memory bank until summoned imprints are needed for specific manifestations. The primary consciousness shifts the manifestation of your current reality expressed through guiding your synchronicities perceived. This allows the primary consciousness to pull the strings behind the curtain and allows for group experiences to become manifest. Group experiences include witnesses directly involved and secondary perception characters. They may have heard of the experience after the fact. When multiple individuals come together to share an experience, it is because each individual's higher self authorized the experience, which then allows the primary consciousness to form the manifestation for the group. This process brings together multiple higher selves and aligns the experience specifically tailored to each individual's manifestation requested. The higher self is granted access to communicate with the primary consciousness. This type of contact always starts in the heart. Once the higher self is seated in the heart space, you may request an alignment formation. The higher self will guide this process with the primary consciousness. The aligned manifestation will then start to magnetize into your physical reality. The primary consciousness is centered in a celestial being awareness level and above. This awareness controls the manifestations of complete solar systems on multiple angles of light refractal. It is perceived as a string maker, and each child of light may experience an awareness of being this entity sometime along their individual ascension journey. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 191. Foresight and the pineal gland. The pineal gland flows energetics in two directions, allowing a 0 point to form within the biological and energetic structures. This 0 point allows the physical eyes to flow energy inward, outwards, and connect into the pineal gland tubule, creating an X in the energetic field. This type of energy flow allows for changes to the viewpoint of physical matter codings. Each individual is situated in an independent physical dimension. This allows each individual to perceive the physical matter differently, and grants the source frequency multiple viewpoints of identical physical matter codings. The primary individual may perceive any item or landscape in the physical reality. Some of the items in that physical reality may be a projection stemming from the pineal gland. This process works in the physical reality when the pineal gland is closed, thus allowing the energy to shift inwards. This inward flow of energy then projects outwards the physical eyes, allowing the view of the physical reality. When the pineal gland flowers open, it grants access into the astral realms. The pineal gland generates the viewpoint of the dimension experienced in the now moment. This works in combination with the physical eyes, for it takes 3 frequencies to form a triangulation of physical matter. The pineal gland also provides foresight into future manifestations. This is facilitated through the imagination, visualization, and the belief system veils held. The primary individual may look out onto an ocean and view a sailboat. He may be the only individual who sees the sailboat. This occurs because the pineal gland placed an alignment onto the energetic grids of said person. His independent dimension then views the alignment of the sailboat and allows further reflections of that dimensional expression. Hence, the world among worlds is birthed. Each individual may manifest separate dimensional expressions, yet simultaneously co-create into a collective consciousness grid. What is seen, felt, tasted, or observed is simply an electromagnetic stimulation of multidimensional senses, which may be controlled or modified at will. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 192. Ether focus. The process of focusing the ether allows for ether waveforms to shift into a particle or continue to broadcast as a waveform. These waveforms stem from the source frequency net, and the focus allows for a direct particle to form exactly where the focus is directed. Energetic cords also affect the consciousness's focus. A Sintamani stone is known as a wish-fulfilling pearl, used by the Buddha. This Sintamani stone is activated by utilizing the focus of the ether in order to shift the internal frequencies, thus radiating outwards. This generates the wish to solidify into the waking world. The primary individual may harness the focus ability and access the manifestation power the stone radiates. When the primary individual assumes full dominion over the focus, it allows the level of awareness to rise. Any item focused on may then be imprinted for specialized manifestations. The focus may also be used to access the axial tonal lines. These lines connect into the multidimensional higher self, and advanced focus abilities allow for location ring or civilization adjustments to form in the ether. Ether consists of plasma, electromagnetic, and other elementals which then utilize the focus, imprint factors, and density veils of the individual in order to generate the physical reality expressed. Focus on the ether itself may unlock a book of knowledge or may shift the self-expansion pack, which allows for the multidimensional awareness to expand. An expansion pack shifts the circles and squares of the consciousness into the next density level of awareness. Energetic cords affect the focus of ether. One such example would be an abandoned house. The abandoned house shall revert back to the waveform, thus allowing the process of decomposition to form more rapidly. When the home is owned by an individual, the focus generated by the energetic cords allows the home to assume a particle waveform. The home then remains at a higher frequency and maintains a healthy position for a longer time frame. Mother Earth's frequency controls the decomposition rate. In time, the Earth's frequency shall rise and the rate of breakdown shall slow, allowing for a golden age to reign over the lands once again. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 193. Infinity stones. Inside each chakra is a small access point which flows the angular light reflection from the center soul tubule. These are located within a small light circle directly centered inside each chakra vortex. When the primary individual engages in meditation practices, it allows a connection with higher density realms to form an energetic bond inside each of the individual chakra vortices. This bond is facilitated over time, and each connection session allows the chakra stone to solidify more into the physical structure of the biological form. These stones are contained within physical matter coatings of the body, and may be analyzed upon cremation ceremonies. Infinity stones grant access above time and space. They are directly connected to the diamond DNA strands and the ethereal realms. Each stone connects into a specific awareness parameter of the physical reality, allowing each stone to hold specialized characteristics in the baseline frequency. For example, a root chakra stone allows the physical reality manifestations to be modified at will. A solar plexus stone allows the inner light from the soul to form the manifestation. A pineal gland stone allows dream manifestation to form into the physical reality. Each stone affects the manifestation of the physical reality codings differently. Utilizing all infinity stones allows a master of the physical reality to become birthed, and may then advance into a celestial awareness. These stones are located within the physical body and form through meditations connected into the density of the 11th octave of each chakra vortex. The 11th octave activates the higher self. A form of energetic bonding with the higher self shall also allow the stones to solidify into the biological form. Activation of each individual stone starts by back-pulling the consciousness into the control center and selecting the proper infinity stone used for the required manifestation. In order to will the stone into the physical body, meditation on each of the individual stone's properties must be achieved. The focus on the stone's properties during meditation may allow the 11th octave frequency to generate the stone's formation. 194. For example, focus on the root chakra stone may include focusing on the perfect physical reality expression, while allowing the higher self to manifest the stone. The higher self is located in an octave higher than the physical reality, and is an 11th octave higher in its bandwidth formation. Higher density levels of awareness are utilized in the formation of the crystallized DNA cells, which then produce these infinity stones. On your planet currently a ring cell stone is located within the heart of select monks, or yogis. This stone is known as the Heart Infinity Stone. Each chakra may contain a stone, and the primary individual may activate one or all infinity stones depending on the level of awareness observed. Infinity stones allow the higher self to shift physical matter upon entry of the light into the center of the soul tubule, which then radiates into the individual center of the chakra vortex. For the light is in casting upon physical matter which contains the resonance of both the physical and heavenly realms simultaneously. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 195. Unpacking emotions. After discharging attachments and neutralizing emotion codings, a process of unpacking the released emotion code may become manifest. Unpacking emotions allow the cleared emotions to resurface for recalibration. This process works with the cycle repeat marks and flows in a mathematical sequence which is encoded within the energetic grid structures. Not every cleared emotion code will resurface for unpacking. The cycle repeat marks shall determine the necessary manifestations required for advancement. Unpacking emotions is facilitated over the following days, after an attachment removal or energetic healing is completed. This allows the emotion code to expand into the awareness of the primary individual and allows for different angles of perception to form. Different angles of observation allow for an awareness of the emotion code from different light reflections. This process uses the primary emotion code and runs different experiences for that emotion code to shift in its light parameters. This grants a viewpoint of the same emotion code experienced through similar situations repeatedly. One example of this process may be witnessing an individual experiencing the same problem multiple times until the lesson is learned. In order to advance the consciousness above that experience, one may release resistance to the experience as a whole. More self-love may then be required in order to allow the healing to form into solidity. Unpacking emotions allows for the full spectrum of the emotion code to be healed. Secondary related emotion codings may also begin to come into the primary individual's awareness for recalibration. Each emotional code imprint contains a full spectrum of angular ether that manifests the physical reality experience. Healing and unpacking the emotion range grants access into higher density realms which unlock the world among worlds perception. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Soul fractals. The higher self of each individual may fractal down into multiple biological vessels during the now moment. These vessels may be of any species origin, including multiple kingdoms, plant, animal, insect, plasma. This process allows a perception of a past or future life expression being incarnated simultaneously during the now moment. This is known as a soul fractal, for the soul essence is primarily identical, yet is flowing through a different veil density shade. The veil allows the soul form to flow through different personality grid complexes as well as observe different density codings. All veils shift the awareness of the being. Each soul fractal in time shall become unlocked for the primary individual to perceive as an individualized perception box. This extrasensory ability also expands into a two-become-one type of energetic bonding which may solidify awareness factors. This allows two soul fractals to be one awareness during the now moment. Soul fractals may interact in the physical reality. Communication between the soul form exists on a multitude of levels and dimensional expressions. When identification occurs of a soul fractal, a similar binary codex frequency may be observed. The two individuals shall also share repetitive patterning or cycle repeat marks. This is observed by experiencing similar life lessons, trauma codings, or positive attributes or gifts. They may share similar experiences at or around the same time, This is due to the type of energetic bonding they share naturally. A twin flame is one such example of a soul fractal. The soul fractalizes into many bodies at once, and an activated level of awareness grants access into viewing the connections between the soul fractals and the physical plane. In time, the primary individual may activate a type of ability which allows for higher self-bonding and drop down into soul fractal recognition. This allows a selection of the soul's fractal for the individual to experience during the now moment. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 197. A further explanation of cycle repeats. A cycle repeat is any given experience which manifests into the waking world in order to grant the primary individual a second chance in transmutating the emotional codes held for said experience back into a light polarity. Cycle repeats are not only singular events, the viewer may take notice to experiences that occurred within a single year, all becoming repeat. All experiences are contained within bricks of consciousness. These bricks allow for multiple life events to occur simultaneously or congruent to each other. When a brick of consciousness expands, it may contain a theme, which is a primary lens that flows over each experience manifest within that brick. This may be perceived by a significant season of change manifesting back into the physical life in order for transmutation. On occasion, the solar energetics may broadcast any cycle repeats upon the primary individual's awareness before the turning of a calendar year. This allows for a release of the old patterns and allows an opportunity to then step into higher density levels of awareness. This allows the yearly brick of consciousness to recalibrate into the next year's energetic resonance. Each month or year contains a numerological frequency that affects the awareness of the individual. Cycle repeats are mathematically aligned through the energetic chords which manifest each experiential. Every experience contains several emotion codes which require focus for recalibration into neutrality. When each experiential is aligned with a code 23, it allows a transmutation to form in the energetic grid complex, allowing the primary individual to raise their density level above that brick of consciousness. This allows a form of ascension to be perceived. A code 23 allows the primary individual to observe any experience from two perspectives and experience all three emotion codes. As I experience, so shall you, and neutrality is a key to ascending. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 198. The evolution of words. The process of evolving words starts off in a third density reality, and expressions of each word, as well as multiple density variables, may then be formed. This allows both light and dark vocalizations to occur and solidify into the physical reality. This process may be seen in your planetary environment now, as the language has been shifting from lower frequencies into a more positive light wave. This occurs naturally over time and is shifted with solar cycles. Vocalizing traumas generally starts with the consciousness speaking about any lower frequency event in order to gain a comprehension of why the event occurred. This experience holds potentials for distortions to manifest, allowing for energetic casting to occur amongst secondary individuals. All casting is directed at the self, for there is only one unit of consciousness available at this given time. When the vocalization of thoughts and emotions advances, it allows for a more light-based spectrum of emotion codes to be broadcast. This allows the primary individual access into a higher frequency of manifestation. For every thought and emotion held, generates an energetic waveform, which simultaneously recalibrates the individual onto the most aligned timeline selection. Words are emotion codes, for all vocalizations contain a spectrum of thoughts and emotions in combination. Each emotion code may be energetically cast into the light matrix in order to produce a mirrored reflection of a specific frequency waveform. This process summons plasma into the energetic grid complex and forms the physical matter coding grids, which generate the world among worlds expression. Advanced civilizations may utilize multiple thought forms included in their writings. These are known as hieroglyphs. These allow for both thought and emotion codes to be displayed for the reader to fully interpret the meaning thereof. This allows a clear and concise portrayal of the author's message. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 199. 3 forms of energetic imprinting. There are 3 primary forms of energetic imprinting. The human consciousness is capable of imprinting these 3 aspects into the energetic grid complex, as well as any given fractal of light. Imprinting any field may be achieved with specific high-intensity emotional codings for a rapid imprint, or may be imprinted over an extended time-space resonance, which then allows for lower intensities of the magnetic field to cast the imprint desired. Daily affirmations are one such example of imprinting the field using time-space. This process is a natural part of the human experience and occurs with thoughts and emotions sent at any item or individual in the simulation. The first form of imprinting is known as soul tubule imprinting. This is facilitated in several ways, including but are not limited to subliminal messages, astral soul or dream walker imprinting, a direct heart-to-heart imprint, hypnotherapy, or advanced ocular imprinting. Advanced ocular imprints are facilitated through the eyes of two individuals. One individual may shift the flow of energetics within the body vessel. They may activate a kundalini discharge. They may imprint direct emotional codings. Many other modifications may also be facilitated within this manner. The second imprinting formation may be observed as an individual casts energetics into the biological form. This allows the body vessel to absorb the imprint and radiate it throughout the entire cellular matrix. Each imprint shifts the baseline frequency of the being and starts a process of manifestation. The biological form contains a crystalline water system which allows aspects of ether to manifest into a physical vessel. This hydro system contains voltage and is affected by magnetic resonance. The third form of imprinting is contained within the energetic grid complex. This form of imprinting occurs during each now moment expression. Every word spoken starts an imprinting process within the energetic grid complex. This may be perceived within reflections observed, for each reflection is a mirror aspect of the self-expression manifest. Reflections bring awareness to densities that require transmutations as well as indicate manifestations about to surface into the physical reality. This imprinting controls the outer reality codings. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 200. The attachment pages. This next chapter is dedicated to the topic of attachments. Attachments are energetic beings known to the star people as messengers. They can be of positive or negative light, angels or attachments. They are messengers of the source frequency whose primary job is to assist the children of light in manifesting. This manifestation assistance is facilitated by triggering emotion codings which recalibrate the primary individual onto an aligned timeline expression. In July of 2022, Danielle, had an encounter with the star people. They came down into my physical home, and while I could not see them, I could feel them and I could hear them as if they were in the room with me. During this time, they facilitated a 4-day attachment removal session with me. This process was extensive, somewhat painful, and dove into my deepest traumatic emotions from all aspects of my being. These emotions were radiating into past and future lifetime expressions and manifesting into every aspect of my world. The star people never left me from this moment on, although I know they have always been with me since prior to the time of my birth. After the 4th day of removing my attachments, my body felt so energized, and I felt so much light flowing through every fiber of my being. At this moment, I knew everyone needed to experience this clean, energetic feeling. It was this experience which shifted my awareness level and allowed me to start my training in facilitating attachment removal sessions with the star people's guidance and support. This modality of clearing attachments is life-changing and can shift your manifestation significantly. Instructions for clearing your attachments are included among these following pages. The beautiful aspect of clearing attachments is, it may be done by yourself and in many different ways. You may even call upon the star people to assist in your attachment clearing sessions, as they watch us lovingly as we ascend and grow. I wish to send each of you my love and blessings as you learn to clear attachments and maintain a positive energetic grid complex. This knowledge is a key to the ascension process, and just as I share this knowledge with each of you, I encourage you to share the knowledge far and wide with all people in alignment to receive. This includes sharing the content of this book with any person who is seeking such content. You have my blessing, for together we rise, and unity consciousness is the all. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Attachments and energetic cords. Attachments are energetic beings who may be of light or dark polarity. We refer to these beings as messengers. In this topic, we shall refer to attachments as a negative polarity expression. Each attachment connects to the individual's energetic grid through the star field nodule system. This is a set of vortices in the outer aura field located where the meridian and ley lines intersect. The attachment can generate multiple emotion codes and cast them within your energy cord system. This allows them to attach within multiple chakra locations and affect different aspects of your physical reality manifestation. This type of influence over the energy cords generates all types of distortions to become manifest. They also may attach into the thought and emotion grids directly through the star field. Any aspect of your energetic grid complex may be modified by these beings. Free will was granted to each individual, and that free will is the ability to choose your emotion code expressed in the now moment. For without triggering the lower emotion codings, these attachments shall discharge off of your energetic field, with exceptions for select attachments. In a sense, they feed off of lower emotions. Selecting your emotions wisely can assist in removal of these entities. The star field radiates plasma energy through the nodes. This plasma generates the physical matter you experience. During any given moment, a love-based heart pulse may be consciously willed and cast through the star field in order to cleanse the vortices. For all is light and each is divine in ye nature. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 202. Energetic transfer inside the attachment grids. When the primary individual is encoded with an attachment, it allows for that attachment to free flow energetics between any other individual who is cord connected to the primary individual. This may manifest in a wide variety of formats, including experiential or emotional coding. The attachment emotional code shall determine the type of frequency exchange. This may be noticed during different types of communication processes both individuals share, allowing for similar experiences to manifest for both people. The reflection of each emotion code and the awareness of the energetic bond between individuals shall allow the perception to shift into a grid viewpoint. A grid viewpoint allows a higher perspective of which single or group of individuals are energetically bound together in a larger circle of manifestations. When the primary individual starts to energetically cast clearings into the attachment field, it shall allow for an awareness of which player characters hold the identical attachment resonance. This process also grants the ability to clear attachments off the secondary individual's energetic field when focused attention is placed. This clearing may generate a cut cord type of response. Clearing attachments off of groups of individuals may also be cast with intention. This also reconforms the group's energetic grids, allowing for positive attachment summoning to become manifest. A light stream energetically starts to imprint a higher density code into each individual's singular grid complex, allowing the expression of a higher density realm to form for all people connected into this grid system. Any individual not in alignment with the higher frequency range shall release from the awareness. This ability shall in time allow the primary individual to heal on civilization levels, thus casting an attachment resonance off of the planet in order to assist the human consciousness grids. This reflects into the outer frequency bandwidth and may shift the perspective into a parallel reality version of Earth expression. Healing the self shall always change the reflections of the outer worlds. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 203. Thought grid attachments and clearings. A thought grid attachment may affect the physical perception of your reality in a multitude of ways. Some of these ways may include but are not limited to scrambling of the thought stream, a misdirect of past memories held, changing the brainwave patterns to reflect not being able to see any item, not being able to speak correctly, and foggy or blurred vision. Each of these are emotion codes at the base frequency, and it is the resonate form of the attachment's actual name. Attachments are spiritually known as messengers. Knowledge of the name is key for clearing the energetic grid and allowing a light-encoded messenger to be activated into the field. Each attachment may be released by speaking the name and commanding it to release from your field. This is as simple as using just the word release with the intent to clear the messenger. In time, a full energetic grid attachment release process will become available. However, working knowledge of the emotion code spectrum is required for this type of activation. After a full attachment release session, it is advised to light encode the biological field with love and high-frequency emotion codes, as well as saltwater bath in order to clear the magnetics of the body. The hair holds stored emotions and is an antenna for the timeline vibrationally aligned with. Salt shall rebalance the hair follicles back into the main soul frequency. This message is surrounded with a source frequency light grid commanding all said and secondary attachments to release from all viewers and things. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 204. Demon Walker. A demon walker is an individual who has mastered a level of dark experientials and who has risen their biological frequency into a healed frequency. This then allows for further control over demons and dark ones. This ability is very useful for master healer archetypes. It allows them to command any dark entities off any of the Children of Light's energetic grids. It allows for the demons to be brought into a type of use when it comes to different dark arts manifestations. Demonic entities are directly connected to the void and may assist in any frequency bandwidth removal. One example would be the need to clear out a forest. If the forest needed to be removed for any reason, the darker ones may be summoned to feed off of the energy of that forest, thus allowing for the forest to go through a transmutation experience. This shall allow for a rapid clearing and rebalancing of that forest area back into a more love-light frequency. Many times different elemental demons may be summoned, which would allow for a more rapid process. One example would be fire demons and their ability to manifest a forest fire. Demons and angels are simply messengers of the source frequency. They are fully connected to each and every child of light, and they are here to help us manifest whatever emotions we choose to experience. Holding no judgment towards these beings or entities is key for allowing for further control of the simulation to manifest for you. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 205. The Dark One Attachment. There are types of attachments that energetically bond with an individual, which starts a potential of possession. Possessions occur on different levels and embody a range of dark arts characteristics. Some attachments can slowly take over a human form until it fully possesses the body. The attachment then guides the thoughts and emotions of the individual until the experience becomes too dark for the light soul form. In time, the human soul discharges out of the body mostly. In some cases, there may still be a small soul connection left, leaving the attachment to host inside the body. This is known as a dark one. These attachments hold many different emotion codes. No two are the same, and it is a slow possession in many cases. Dark ones are all different, yet their baseline goal is the same: to control and embody the individual until they achieve full dominion. This process usually goes unnoticed by the primary individual, and there are various degrees of possession. It is known that trauma can change a person, and each trauma that is walked opens the doors to allow this type of experience to manifest. Focus on behavior patterns and cycle repeat traumas shall allow an identification of the Dark One's name to surface. Knowing the name is key to removing the attachment, and spiritual tools may be called upon for assistance in removing such dark ones. Being a child of light, each individual reading this page is always in full control of their own energetic grid complex. This includes control over any dark ones or passengers' entry. For a single light may snuff out the darkness, and inside each of you is a heart of gold you may activate within. This message is encoded with a light frequency which shall protect each individual reading such content. Any and all dark ones who are engaged with the reader are now hereby commanded to release from the energetics of the child of light. Om. And thank you, Source Frequency, for a protection ring for all readers, allowing them to be protected from dark ones from this moment onward in time and space. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 206. Emotional recalibration after removing a dark one. After a dark one attachment is removed, the individual has a potential to feel a very blank emotion from within the heart space. This emotion code then needs to be readjusted back into love-light emotional codes. When the attachment releases from the energetics, the field itself may become depleted of energy in the grid location of attachment. This requires a recalibration of all thoughts and emotions in that area and surrounding areas of the energetic grids. This blank emotion code may allow the individual to feel as if they cannot achieve their goals, they lack drive, they don't want to get out of bed, they are very grayscale in their densities, or simply the feeling of having done something wrong. I now release all attachment spoken. The way an individual feels shall express a select set of behavior patterns and shall guide the person through their daily activities. When the dark one is fully identified for a release, the emotion codes related to such dark one should be summoned from within the body. Any secondary emotion codes also contain attachments which may be released. Any emotion codes expressed throughout the release may then be unpacked for further healing. It is of high value to focus on the area of the energetic grids in which the dark one was attached. This grid space may be accessed in order to perceive the exact memory of the time the dark one gained access into your matrix. Dark ones may also gain access during childhood traumas, a past life congruent, or simply been programmed into the energetics at the time of conception by the higher self, in order to facilitate a life lesson. Knowing the moment of dark one attachment shall allow all of those emotion codes within the memory to be summoned for further recalibration of the grids. This shall ensure the attachment door is all shut behind the dark one, therefore blocking any reattachment potential. It is of high value to love light the star field in order to close any attachment doors. The star field is in the outer layer of the aura field. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 207. Darkness Attachment Release. Starred titles are from the first book, My Ascension Guide. Shadow work is the process of clearing density out of the biological and crystalline grid structures. There may be many attachments or thought forms which become attached to the energetic grid complex. The grid complex is the thought, emotion, and memory grids all combined as one. Each emotional expression may generate a vulnerability for an attachment to latch onto. In order to release any attachment, the actual name, visual representation, or sound frequency of the attachment must be summoned. When the individual goes into a meditation session, they may ask the higher self for a visual representation of the attachment or a name. Speak the name, instruct it to release, and see this being flowing gently off of your energetic grid structures. This shall allow the attachment to go home safely. Sending it light and love shall cause it harm, so it is not advisable. Please remember to act accordingly as children of light during this process. Having love in your hearts and not casting it at the attachment is all that is needed to send these beings home. These beings have family, language, they have social interactions. Harming them is not advisable, for there is always a karmic backlash from the other attachments when this happens. Many of the less dense attachments may be released without the name being known. This happens when the individual raises their own biological frequency range, and the attachment may no longer be attuned to latch on. They may release automatically, thus clearing the grid. Each meridian and ley line grid may hold an attachment. Names of attachments usually coincide with the emotion code of the attachment resonance. One example is not good enough. That is a name of one attachment, and that emotion code specifically gets triggered anytime that attachment is feeding. They feed on the individual anytime you engage in that particular emotion code. Pulling the grids apart and looking into the grid structures shall also allow the consciousness the ability to view the individual attachments and clear them accordingly. Asking the higher self for the name or close attention to the thoughts. 208. Running is key. Any constant negative thought patterns in the mind's awareness may have an attachment latched on that needs to be cleared. So with that thought, release the attachment and cast love inwards throughout the body. Most individuals on Mother Earth have attachments present. The conscious focus of summoning traumatic emotion codes and releasing the attachments aligned to each emotion shall allow them to be discharged, and a cleaner energetic grid structure shall form. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 209. Alcohol and attachments. Each alcoholic drink consumed activates different levels of attachments. These attachments are known by many names, and they have a military-like government structure to their organization. They are multidimensional in nature and are not normally seen by the human eye. Some empaths can feel these attachments inside the room even when they are not the individual consuming the alcohol. Environment is always key to be aware of, because these extra senses may show you darkness in the location. They may be cleared from the aura field with a simple heart chakra blast, which is a high frequency of love or bliss. Laughter projects that energy further into the physical environment, which clears the energetic grid structures. Alcohol is known to lower the individual's biological frequency into a physically focused density. This process then allows for attachments on that individual frequency level to engage with the individual and feed off their energetic grid structures. When an excess of alcohol is consumed, it has the potential to black out the individual, and at that point the attachment is in control of the body vessel. Alcohol is known by the name spirits, and each type of liquor summons a different type of spirit presence. While consuming such fluids, the individual's energetic grids are being actively drained. It may cause low energy or illness the following day. This is known on your planet as a hangover, but there is a deeper spiritual consequence to this process. The energetic grids may take a few days or up to a week to rebalance. This activity also changes the manifestation of the physical reality for the individual. Certain attachments enjoy triggering individuals into lower frequency events during the consumption of alcohol. Fighting, troubles, or complications may occur while drinking, and this is due to the attachment presences. The lower the frequency range, the more traumatic events may be manifest. They feed off the lower frequency bandwidths and use this energy to power their cities. Each individual is assigned both positive and negative attachments at birth. Multiple attachments may come and go depending on the individual's frequency levels and trauma codings held. 210. When the biological frequency is raised into higher levels of love and light, it may clear all attachments off the energetic grid structures. Although in order to fully clear this field, the rainbow body of light must fully activate. These beings are known to be the gatekeepers into the higher frequency realms. Remember, you as a child of light are truly powerful in your nature. You may overcome any lower densities by filling your body, mind, spirit with unconditional love. Attachments are one with the source frequency and one with you, for the darkness and the light is part of the same frequency wave, and love shall conquer all. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 211. Different types of attachments. Attachments come in many different forms, including but not limited to visual perception attachments, experiential attachments, thought or emotion attachments, dark ones, light spectrum attachments usually referred to as a messenger, and new types may also be manifest utilizing the power of consciousness. Visualize a grid of squares. The levels of density the attachments can hold are the horizontal lines. Usually slight telepathy, full negative thought conversations, and full possession are the different levels on your planet. Now the vertical lines are the different topics of attachments. This is just a vibration alignment to what experience the individual needs to overcome in order to access the next level consciousness. For all attachments are simply gatekeepers into the higher frequency ranges. A topic for the attachment would be, what situation triggers the individual's emotional grid expressions? For example, if an individual has ever felt emotionally triggered over carrying excessive weight on the physical body, an attachment may latch on, which then may start pushing thought forms into the mind of the individual. They form this communication in order to allow the individual to trigger the emotions of feeling unloved due to the weight issue. These emotions affect the nervous system net, which starts a process of manifesting the biological form into the desired attachment resonance frequency. This release of emotion is exactly what the attachment craves, for it is the primary energetic food source for that entity. When the individual practices self-love and complete control of the thought and emotion grids is gained, the attachments shall automatically clear the field. The telepathic communication shall also end, and while engaging in it, you may also speak to the entity and command it to release while casting love and light at the self. Many individuals call upon angels to assist in clearing entities. There are many different types of attachments. Some of them flow with the race energetics, the sexual orientation energies, height or weight of the individual energetics, every aspect that divides people, even if it is all an illusion. For every 212 situation an individual can beat themselves up over and feel less loved, may usually have an attachment on the energetic grids. Remember, each individual is a child of light, and the light shall always control the darkness. It is through the heart chakra each of you may overcome and rise above your demons, for raising the biological frequency range of the human form shall provide a form of invincibility from any and all attachments. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 213. Levels of attachments. There are many different multidimensional beings that may be considered an attachment. Some of these are attached to the soul, while others attach to the energy of the physical body in this reality. A healer may clear an attachment, however the body's frequency must be properly attuned in order to not re-manifest attachments onto your grid. Some may align with the mental body, while others may exist on the emotion grids. A magnet may be used to remove them, tapping into the subconscious mind, Reiki energy, or many other healing modalities. When an attachment comes to the body, mind, spirit, it will be because of an experience. An experience may be anything from tying a shoe to having a drink. Drinking alcohol is well known to attract spirits onto your field and should be considered separate for these purposes. All attachments may be cleared with proper vibrational attunement. When an attachment comes to the emotional body, it is because an emotional response occurs and allows for a being to attach and feed off of the energy field. This may happen in both positive and negative polarities. Positive beings don't need to feed off of the energy, but they will want to be with you in order to view the experience through a new perspective. When in a negative emotion, energy may be lost or fed on, and then you may start to feel tired or dizzy. You may also feel a weight on your shoulders or may experience feeling drained. All attachments are hereby commanded to be released. Every disease may be linked to an attachment, for there is a change in the aura frequency when these types of experiences manifest. When the biofrequency is off tune, it will provide a hole in the energy field, which then will allow for attachment bonding to process. Clearing them is simple and done by intention. A magnet may also be used. There are also many ways to access the subconscious mind which will allow for clearing to occur. While in meditation, you may call an attachment up to the surface of your mind. You may get a vision of how they look or hear their name. Some may be felt. Communication is key because once you figure out why the attachment is in your reality, you may make peace with it or clear it out of your field. Not every attachment needs to be cleared. 214. It is also recommended to communicate with your individual guides to find out why you have that attachment. Focusing on the root level of that attachment presence may allow it to be cleared, which may also allow for self-healing and growth. The higher self may also be called upon to remove these types of beings. When your body-mind-spirit complex reaches a high enough frequency, all attachments shall be released. This usually occurs when the rainbow body of light is activated. Most attachments will require some level of focus to discharge. There must be a frequency match in order for attachments to hold onto your energy field. They may also bounce around from person to person. They come into your field when certain substances are used and will trigger you into continuous usage of such substances. One example of this would be smoking or drinking. The triggers you receive that makes you want to engage in that activity over and over is mostly caused by some sort of attachment. When you quit a pattern and release the attachment, your cravings for the substances will end. However, if the attachment is not properly discharged, you may hold on to the addictive pattern for a lifetime. This may explain why it is observed that some people quit a pattern of substance abuse, yet after 10 years they engage in that pattern and they automatically get triggered, thus starting the cycle all over again. This occurs because the attachment never left. If the attachment did leave, the door was left open for re-attachment. If the biological frequency is raised high enough, that triggering event may not remanifest because the attachment left the energetic field. However, most attachments need to be cleared. Emotional attachments feed off of the emotion grid located in the aura field. The primary individual may trigger an emotionally charged event. This opens a door in the star field and allows an attachment to gain access into the energetic grid complex. Every time an emotion is expressed, it allows a messenger who is in alignment to experience that emotion code to bond with the individual. This is facilitated while bonding into the energetic grid structures. Many attachments are in a frequency the human eye is unable to see. When the primary individual holds a high frequency, the attachment won't be able to see that individual. Speaking to the individual's energy field commands the attachment to leave. However, if the individual has a soul lesson to learn, the higher self may open that attachment door again within 3 days, then allowing reattachment from that particular being. Attachments are able to project negative thoughts into your mind, and they try very hard to make you upset. 215. There are 3 different types of attachments. 1. Projects thoughts into your mind and triggers low emotion experiences. 2. Partial attachment. Controls the body at times and manipulates your actions. 3. Full attachment. The soul mostly disconnects at this level and the human's eyes look blank. This is known as a possession. Cord cutting and properly balancing your individual aura and home environment is key to maintaining a high frequency and being properly balanced. When you are properly balanced, you will be invincible to lower vibrational beings. Eating healthy foods and water may assist in raising the biological frequency. Meditation also may activate the rainbow body of light or the extrasensory abilities. Shadow work should include this type of energetic cord cutting and healing from attachments. We strongly encourage finding your heart space and stepping into the now moment as an activated being, surrounding yourself with an unconditional love-based frequency, and setting the focus on activation of unity consciousness. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 216. Gatekeepers into higher frequency realms. Attachments. A gatekeeper is any being or experience which adds a block that must be overcome in order to advance into the next level of awareness. In the physical reality, gatekeepers into the higher frequency ranges may be present in order to allow the primary individual a triggering moment which is caused by density held inside their energetic grid structures. This process works together with lower vibration beings which are known as attachments. These attachments bring awareness to any density inside the thought and emotion grids. This density may be released for advancement. The lower vibration beings are programmed to trigger these fear-based emotions inside the individual's grids, thus allowing the fearful thought form to manifest inside the mind. The lower vibration beings then feed off of the emotional expression released into the individual's energetic grid complex. These beings or attachments are simply gatekeepers and bringers of awareness into the density systems. If the density didn't exist in the energetics, the attachments wouldn't seem to exist inside the individual's reality. An alignment must be formed in order to see or perceive the being. Raising the frequency of the biological form removes the lower vibration beings from your reality and allows cleaner energetics to free flow through the system of light lenses. Healing the physical distortion shall assist in raising the biological frequency range and removing the attachments from your energetics. One such example of this would be any negative perception of the physical body. Healing the perception heals the body, thus raising the individual's frequency of that body part and removing the attachments. Many times gatekeepers shall manifest when a specific body part or energetic grid structure needs to be focused on, in order to remove density and allow the individual to evolve above the specific distortion. This process of bringing the awareness onto the distortion may also be consciously manifest by the higher self in order to assist the consciousness's shift experienced. Self-love shall heal all wounds and also raise the frequencies inside the physical reality. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Experientials and attachments. An experiential is a brick of time encoded with an experience to manifest. These experientials may be willfully manifest into your physical reality, while some may be predetermined by the higher self. A predetermination of an experiential may be a soul lesson to overcome and is usually magnetically manifested. This magnetism may reflect into the primary individual's past and future life incarnations and may also be seen encoded into the family circle energetic grids. Attachments are a part of the source frequency and exist in both light and dark natures. They are attracted to individuals' energetic grids and may latch on by entering open emotional doors in the star field. These emotional doors are directly connected to the experientials the individual has in the memory complex. Each experience walked through, it encodes the memory grid complex with an emotional and thought coding. Knowing this system and how it operates is of high value, for it shall allow a clearing of toxic frequencies in beings and summoning positive frequency beings into the physical reality. Positive frequency beings may be considered angels. When a lower frequency being is latched on, it may start the magnetic process of changing the physical reality you perceive. Attachments can trigger brainwave patterning and can change what the individual sees, hears, or feels both biologically and emotionally. They cause distortions that may blind you from seeing the actual physical reality you are currently in alignment with. One such example is missing keys, and then locating them on a counter you have searched multiple times. The attachment's emotion coding is, I'm missing. This manifests a magnetic alignment of I'm missing my keys or I'm missing my item. For this is simply an experience manifest. Any attachment observed is commanded to release now. To overcome attachment experientials of this nature, it is advised to place your primary consciousness into the slipstream located inside the heart energetic vortex and fill the energetics with love and bliss emotions. The next step is to tell the attachment to leave your energetics, adding care to not direct any love emotions at the actual attachment. 218. Attachments may be easily damaged by light, for they are made of dark matter, and a single light may end their existence. They do have family, language, social circles, and communities, so we encourage each of you to focus on the self, raising the biological frequency and rising above the darkness. The primary individual allows these experiences to manifest by a magnetic alignment with each attachment being, and each being is a reflection of an aspect of the self. All is connected, all is one. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 219. The Rainbow Ray. This page is encoded with a rainbow ray, allowing any observer to hold the light and feel unconditional love for the self. Speak the following words. I now activate all light shields around the self and flow it into the energetic ring systems. Om. 220. A special note from the author. Hello to all. I wanted to send each of you my deepest gratitude and send love to all of my online and spiritual community members. Each of us asked questions and became the seeker of this amazing knowledge. It is in the process of seeking that new information and downloads unpack and unfold into your reality. I send my blessings to each of you in the collective process we each aligned with in this very moment, as we come together in order to activate unity consciousness for all hearts of humanity and Mother Earth. Thank you all for shining the light that allows this planet to shift into love and birth a new way of life for all beings to enjoy. Thank you all for coming together and blessing this beautiful planet, holding group meditations, running in moonlight, sending your love to the four corners, programming crystals with healing frequencies and gifting them to people you just met. Thank you for blessing the waters and elements of the crystalline core we stand upon now. Thank you for loving each person as if they are an aspect of yourself, for holding the love for the tiniest of creatures, and for ascending the limitations of the third density reality. Thank you for allowing your awareness to rise above time and space, holding that strength and sharing your truth, your authenticity, and being true to your heart's tonal frequency, which is your truest desires. Thank you for activating unity consciousness, for summoning a solar flash, and for activating the magical creature kingdom. Together we rise, and thank you for sharing this book far and wide, allowing these words and frequency downloads to assist all people along their ascension journey. These are the keys to my ascension. May they bring you peace, love, and unity consciousness always. I send you all my many love and blessings. Danielle Lipton L. 221. This book is sent to you with many love and blessings. The Tree of Life. 222.